Section 17 of Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth. This recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth, Volumes 1 and 2, by Lucy Aikin. Chapter 13A. 1561. The 18th of January, 1561, ought to be celebrated as the birthday of the English drama; for it was on this day that Thomas Sackville caused to be represented at Whitehall, for the entertainment of Elizabeth and her court, the tragedy of Ferrex and Porrex, otherwise called Gorboduc, the joint production of himself and Thomas Norton. From the unrivalled force of imagination, the vigor and purity of diction, and the intimate knowledge and tasteful adaptation of the beauties of the Latin poets displayed in the contributions of Sackville to the Mirror of Magistrates, a lettered audience would conceive high expectations from his attempt in a new walk of poetry. But in the then barbarous state of our theatre, such a performance as Gorboduc must have been hailed as not only a novelty, but a wonder. It was the first piece composed in English on the ancient tragic model, with a regular division into 5 acts, closed by lyric choruses. It offered the first example of a story from British history, or what passed for history, completely dramatized and represented with an attempt at theatrical illusion; for the earlier pieces published under the title of tragedies were either ballads or monologues, which might indeed be sung or recited, but were incapable of being acted. The plot of the play was fraught with those circumstances of the deepest horror by which the dormant sensibilities of an inexperienced audience require and delight to be awakened. An unwonted force of thought and dignity of language claimed the patience, if not the admiration, of the hearers, for the long political disquisitions by which the business of the piece was somewhat painfully retarded. The curiosity of the public respecting a drama which had been performed with general applause both at court and before the society of the Middle Temple, encouraged its surreptitious appearance in print in 1565, and a second stolen edition was followed, some years after, by a corrected one published under the inspection of the authors themselves. The taste for the legitimate drama thus awakened may be supposed to have led to the naturalization amongst us of several of its best ancient models. The Phoeniciae of Euripides appeared under the title of Jocasta, having received an English dress from Gascoigne and Kinvelmershe, 2 students of Gray's Inn. The 10 tragedies of Seneca, Englished by different hands, succeeded. It is worthy of note, however, that none of these translators had the good taste to imitate the authors of Ferrex and Porrex in the adoption of blank verse, and that one only amongst them made use of the heroic rhymed couplet; the others employing the old Alexandrine measure, excepting in the choruses, which were given in various kinds of stanza. Her Majesty alone seems to have perceived the superior advantages, or to have been tempted by the greater facility of Sackville's verse; and amongst the manuscripts of the Bodleian Library there is found a translation by her own hand of part of Seneca's Hercules Eteus, which is in this measure. Warton however adds, that this specimen "has no other recommendation than its royalty." The propensity of Elizabeth, amid all the serious cares of government and all the pettinesses of that political intrigue to which she was addicted, to occupy herself with attempts in polite literature, for which she possessed no manner of talent, is not the least remarkable among the features of her extraordinary and complicated character. At the period of her reign, however, which we are now considering, public affairs must have required from her an almost undivided attention. By the death of Francis II, about the end of the year 1560, the Queen of Scots had become a widow, and the relations of England with France and Scotland had immediately assumed an entirely novel aspect. The change was in one respect highly to the advantage of Elizabeth. By the loss of her royal husband, Mary was deprived of that command over the resources of the French monarchy by which she had hoped to render effective her claim to the English crown, and she found it expedient to discontinue for the present the use of the royal arms of England. The enmity of the queen mother had even chased her from that court where she had reigned so lately, and obliged her to retire to her uncle, the Cardinal of Lorraine, at Rheims. But from the age and temper of the beautiful and aspiring Mary, it was to be expected that she would ere long be induced to re-enter the matrimonial state with some one of the princes of Europe; and neither as a sovereign nor a woman could Elizabeth regard without jealousy the plans for her re-establishment already agitated by her ambitious uncles of the house of Guise. Under these circumstances, it was the first object of Elizabeth to obtain from her rival the formal ratification, which had hitherto been withheld, of the treaty of Edinburgh, by one article of which Mary was pledged never to resume the English arms; and Throgmorton, then ambassador to France, was instructed to urge strongly her immediate compliance with this certainly not inequitable demand. The Queen of Scots, however, persisted in evading its fulfilment, and on pleas so forced and futile as justly to confirm all previous suspicions of her sincerity. Matters were in this state between the two sovereigns when Mary came to the resolution of acceding to the unanimous entreaties of her subjects of both religions, by returning to govern in person the kingdom of her ancestors; and she sent to request of Elizabeth a safe conduct. The English princess promptly replied that the queen had only to ratify the treaty of Edinburgh, and she should obtain not merely a safe conduct, but free permission to shorten the fatigues of her voyage by passing through England, where she should be received with all the marks of affection due to a beloved sister. By this answer Mary chose to regard herself as insulted, and declaring to the English ambassador in great heat that nothing vexed her so much as to have exposed herself without necessity to such a refusal, and that she doubted not that she should be able to return to her country without the permission of Elizabeth, as she had quitted it in spite of all the vigilance of her brother, she abruptly broke off the conference. Henceforth the breach between these illustrious kinswomen became irreparable. In vain did Mary, after her arrival in Scotland, endeavour to remedy the imprudence which she was conscious of having committed, by professions of respect and friendship. For with these hollow compliments she had the further indiscretion to mingle the demand that Elizabeth should publicly declare her next heir to the English throne; a proposal which this high-spirited princess could never hear without rage. Neither of the queens was a novice in the arts of dissimulation, and as often as it suited the interest or caprice of the moment, each would lavish upon the other, without scruple, every demonstration of amity, every pledge of affection; but jealousy, suspicion, and hatred dwelt irremovably in the inmost recesses of their hearts. The Protestant party in Scotland was powerfully protected by Elizabeth; the Catholic party in England was secretly incited by Mary; and it became scarcely less the care and occupation of each to disturb the administration of her rival than to fix her own on a solid basis. Mary had been attended on her return to Scotland by her three uncles, the Duke of Aumale, the Grand Prior, and the Marquis of Elbeuf, with a numerous retinue of French nobility; and when after a short visit the Duke and the Grand Prior took their leave of her, they, with their company consisting of more than 100, returned through England, visiting in their way the court of Elizabeth. Brantome, who was of the party, has given incidentally the following particulars of their entertainment in the short memoir which he has devoted to the celebration of Henry II of France. Bref, c'était un roi très accompli et fort aimable. J'ai conté à la reine d'Angleterre qui est aujourd'hui, que c'était le roi et le prince du monde qu'elle avait plus désiré de voir, pour le beau rapport qu'on lui en avait fait, et pour sa grande renommée qui en volait partout. Monsieur le connétable qui vit aujourd'hui s'en pourra bien ressouvenir. Ce fut lorsque retournant d'Écosse, monsieur le grand prieur de France, de la maison de Lorraine, et lui, la reine leur donna un soir un souper, où après ce fut un ballet de ses filles qu'elle avait ordonné et dressé, représentant les vierges de l'Évangile, desquelles les unes avaient leur lampe allumée, et les autres n'avaient ni l'huile ni feu en demandaient. Ces lampes étaient d'argent, fort gentiment faites et élaborées, et les dames étaient très belles et honnêtes et bien apprises, qui prirent nous autres François pour danser. Même la reine dansa, et de fort bonne grâce et belle majesté royale, car elle l'avait et était l'or en sa grande beauté et belle grâce. Rien ne l'a gasté que l'exécution de la pauvre reine d'Écosse. Sans cela, c'était une très rare princesse. Étant ainsi à table dévisant familièrement avec ses seigneurs, elle dit ces mots, après avoir fort loué le roi. C'était le prince du monde que j'avais plus désiré de voir, et lui avait déjà mandé que bientôt je le verrais, et pour ce j'avais commandé de me faire bien appareiller mes galères, usant de ces mots, pour passer en France exprès pour le voir. Monsieur le connétable, d'aujourd'hui, qui était lors monsieur d'Anville, répondit: Madame, je m'assure que vous eussiez été très contente de le voir, car son humeur et sa façon vous eussent plu. Aussi lui eût-il été très content de vous voir, car il eût fort aimé votre belle humeur et vos agréables façons, et vous eût fait un honorable accueil, et très bonne chère, et vous eût bien fait passer le temps. Je le crois et m'en assure, dit-elle. » etc. By the death of the King of France, and the increasing distractions of that unhappy country under the feeble minority of Charles IX., the politics of the King of Spain were also affected. He had not now to fear the union of the crowns of England, France, and Scotland under the joint rule of Francis and Mary, which he had once regarded as a not improbable event. Consequently, his strongest inducement for keeping measures with Elizabeth ceased to operate, and he began daily to disclose more and more of that animosity with which he could not fail to regard a princess who was at once the heroine and patroness of Protestantism. From this time he began to furnish secret aids which added hope and courage to the English partisans of popery and of Mary; and Elizabeth judged it a necessary policy to place her Catholic subjects under a more rigid system of restraint. It was contrary to her private inclinations to treat this sect with severity, and she was the more reluctant to do so, as she thus gratified in an especial manner the wishes of the puritanical or Calvinistic party in the church, their inveterate enemies; and by identifying in some measure her cause with theirs, saw herself obliged to conform in several points to their views rather than her own wishes. The law which rendered it penal to hear mass was first put in force against several persons of rank, that the example might strike the more terror. Sir Edward Waldegrave, in Mary's reign a privy councillor, was on this account committed to the Tower, with his lady and some others; and Lord Loughborough, also a privy councillor much favoured and trusted by the late queen, was brought into trouble on the same ground. Against Waldegrave it is to be feared that much cruelty was exercised during his imprisonment, for it is said to have occasioned his death, which occurred in the Tower a few months afterwards. The High Commission Court now began to take cognizance of what was called recusancy, or the refusal to take the oaths of allegiance and supremacy. It also encouraged informations against such as refrained from joining in the established worship; and numerous professors of the old religion, both ecclesiastics and laity, were summoned on one account or another before this tribunal. Of these some were committed to prison, others restricted from entering certain places, as the 2 universities, or circumscribed within the limits of some town or county; and most were bound in great penalties to be forthcoming whenever it should be required. As a further demonstration of zeal against popery, the queen caused all the altars in Westminster Abbey to be pulled down, and about the same time a remarkable scene occurred between her majesty and Dr. Thomas Sampson, Dean of Christ Church. It happened that the queen had appointed to go to St. Paul's on New Year's Day to hear the dean preach; and he, thinking to gratify her on that day with an elegant and appropriate present, had procured some prints illustrative of the histories of the saints and martyrs, which he caused to be inserted in a richly bound prayer book and laid on the queen's cushion for her use. Her majesty opened the volume, but no sooner did the prints meet her eye than she frowned, blushed, and called to the verger to bring her the book she was accustomed to use. As soon as the service was ended, she went into the vestry and inquired of the dean who had brought that book; and when he explained that he had meant it as a present to her majesty, she chided him severely, inquired if he was ignorant of her proclamation against images, pictures, and Romish relics in the churches, and of her aversion to all idolatry, and strictly ordered that no similar mistake should be made in future. What renders this circumstance the more curious is that Elizabeth at this very time kept a crucifix in her private chapel, and that Sampson was so far from being popishly inclined that he had refused the bishopric of Norwich the year before, on account of the habits and ceremonies, and was afterwards deprived of his deanery by Archbishop Parker for nonconformity. Never did parties in religion run higher than about this period of the reign of Elizabeth; and we may remark as symptomatic of the temper of the times, the manner in which a trivial accident was commented upon by adverse disputants. The beautiful steeple of St. Paul's Cathedral, the loftiest in the kingdom, had been stricken by lightning and utterly destroyed, together with the bells and roof. A papist immediately dispersed a paper representing this accident as a judgment of heaven for the discontinuance of the matins and other services which had used to be performed in the church at different hours of the day and night. Pilkington, Bishop of Durham, who preached at Paul's Cross after the accident, was equally disposed to regard it as a judgment, but on the sins of London in general, and particularly on certain abuses by which the church had formerly been polluted. In a tract published in answer to that of the papist, he afterwards gave an animated description of the practices of which this cathedral had been the theatre, curious at the present day as a record of forgotten customs. He said that, "no place had been more abused than Paul's had been, nor more against the receiving of Christ's gospel. Wherefore it was more wonder that God had spared it so long than that he overthrew it now. From the top of the spear, at coronations or other solemn triumphs, some for vain glory had used to throw themselves down by a rope, and so killed themselves, vainly to please other men's eyes. At the battlements of the steeple sundry times were used their popish anthems, to call upon their gods, with torch and taper, in the evenings. In the top of one of the pinnacles was Lollard's Tower, where many an innocent soul had been by them cruelly tormented and murdered. In the middest alley was their long censer, reaching from the roof to the ground, as though the Holy Ghost came down in their censing, in likeness of a dove. In the arches, men commonly complained of wrong and delayed judgments in ecclesiastical causes, and divers had been condemned there by Annas and Caiaphas for Christ's cause. Their images hung on every wall, pillar and door, with their pilgrimages and worshippings of them, passing over their massing and many altars, and the rest of their popish service. The south alley was for usury and popery, the north for simony, and the horse fair in the midst for all kinds of bargains, meetings, brawlings, murders, conspiracies. The font for ordinary payments of money as well known to all men as the beggar knows his dish. So that without and within, above the ground and under, over the roof and beneath, from the top of the steeple and spire down to the low floor, not one spot was free from wickedness." The practice here alluded to, of making the nave of St. Paul's a kind of exchange for the transaction of all kinds of business, and a place of meeting for idlers of every sort, is frequently referred to by the writers of this and the 2 succeeding reigns; and when or by what means this custom was put an end to, does not appear. It was here that Sir Nicholas Throgmorton held a conference with an emissary of Wyat's. It was here that one of the bravos engaged in the noted murder of Arden of Feversham was hired. It was in Paul's that Falstaff is made to say he "bought Bardolph." In Bishop Earl's admirable little book called Microcosmography, the scene is described with all the wit of the author and somewhat of the quaintness of his age, which was that of James I. "Paul's Walk is the land's epitome, or you may call it the lesser Isle of Great Britain. It is, more than this, the whole world's map, which you may here discern in its perfectest motion, justling and turning. It is the great exchange of all discourse, and no business whatsoever but is here stirring and afoot. It is the synod of all pates politic, joined and laid together in most serious posture, and they are not half so busy at the parliament. It is the market of young lecturers, whom you may cheapen here at all rates and sizes. It is the general mint of all famous lies, which are here, like the legends of popery, first coined and stamped in the church. All inventions are emptied here, and not a few pockets. The best sign of a temple in it is, that it is the thieves' sanctuary. The visitants are all men without exception, but the principal inhabitants and possessors are stale knights, and captains out of service, men of long rapiers and breeches, which, after all, turn merchants here, and traffic for news. Some make it a preface to their dinner, but thriftier men make it their ordinary, and board here very cheap." The vigilant ministers of Elizabeth had now begun to alarm themselves and her with apprehensions of plots against her life from the malice of the papists, and it would be rash to pronounce that such fears were entirely void of foundation; but we may be permitted to smile at the ignorant credulity on the subject of poisons, universal indeed in that age, which dictated the following minute of council, extant in the handwriting of Cecil. "We think it very convenient that your majesty's apparel, and specially all manner of things that shall touch any part of your majesty's body bare, be circumspectly looked unto, and that no person be permitted to come near it, but such as have the trust and charge thereof. Item, that no manner of perfume either in apparel or sleeves, gloves or such like, or otherwise that shall be appointed for your majesty's savour, be presented by any stranger or other person, but that the same be corrected by some other fume. Item, that no foreign meat or dishes being dressed out of your majesty's court be brought to your food, without assured knowledge from whom the same cometh, and that no use be had hereof. Item, that it may please your majesty to take the advice of your physician, for the receiving weekly twice some preservative contra pestem et venena, as there be many good things et salutaria. Item, it may please your majesty to give order who shall take the charge of the back doors to your chamberers' chambers, where laundresses, tailors, wardrobers, and the like used to come, and that the same doors be duly attended upon, as becometh, and not to stand open but on necessity. Item, that the privy chamber may be better ordered, with an attendance of an usher, and the gentlemen and grooms." It was fortunate that the same exaggerated notions of the power of poisons prevailed among papists as protestants. Against the ill effects of a drug applied by direction of a Spanish friar to the arms of a chair and the pommel of a saddle, the antidotes received twice a week might be depended upon as an effectual preservative. From these perils, real or imaginary, none of which however appeared to have taken strong hold of the cheerful and courageous temper of the queen, her attention and that of her council was for some time diverted by the expectation of a royal suitor. Eric, King of Sweden, whose hopes of final success in his addresses were kept up in spite of the repeated denials of the queen, by the artifice of some Englishmen at his court who deluded him by pretended secret intelligence, had sent to her majesty a royal present, and declared his intention of following in person. The present consisted of 18 large piebald horses, and 2 shiploads of precious articles which are not particularized. It does not appear that this offering was ill received, But as Elizabeth was determined not to relent in favor of the sender, she caused him to be apprised of the impositions passed upon him by the English to whom he had given ear, at the same time expressing her anxious hope that he would spare himself the fatigues of a fruitless voyage. Fearing, however, that he might be already on his way, she occupied herself in preparations for receiving him with all the hospitality and splendor due to his errand, his rank and her own honor. It was at the same time a business of some perplexity so to regulate all these matters of ceremony, that neither Eric himself nor others might conclude that he was a favored suitor. Among the state papers of the time we find, first, a letter of council to the lord mayor, setting forth that, "whereas certain bookbinders and stationers did utter certain papers wherein were printed the face of her majesty and the king of Sweden, although her majesty was not miscontented that either her own face or that of this king should be portrayed, yet to be joined in the same paper with him or any other prince who was known to have made request for marriage to her, was what she could not allow. Accordingly, it was her pleasure that the lord mayor should seize all such papers, and pack them up so that none of them should get abroad. Otherwise she might seem to authorize this joining of herself in marriage to him, which might seem to touch her in honor." Next, we have a letter to the Duke of Norfolk directing the manner in which he should go to meet the king, if he landed at any part of Norfolk or Suffolk. And lastly, we have the solemn judgment of the Lord Treasurer, the Lord Steward, and the Lord Chamberlain on the ceremonial to be observed towards him on his arrival by the queen herself. One paragraph is conceived with all the prudery and the deep policy about trifles which marked the character of Elizabeth herself. "By cause the queen's majesty is a maid, in this case would many things be omitted of honor and courtesy, which otherwise were meet to be showed to him, as in like cases hath been of kings of this land to others, and therefore it shall be necessary that the gravest of her council do, as of their own judgment, excuse the lack thereof to the king, and yet on their own parts offer the supplement thereof with reverence." After all, the King of Sweden never came. Section 18 of Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth, by Lucy Aikin. Chapter 13B. 1561 to 1565. Part 1. The situation of Elizabeth, amid its many difficulties, presented none so perplexing, none which the opinions of her most prudent counsellors were so much divided on the best mode of obviating, as those arising out of the doubt and confusion in which the right of succession was still involved. Her avowed repugnance to marriage, which was now feared to be insurmountable, kept the minds of men continually busy on this dangerous topic, and she was already incurring the blame of many by the backwardness she discovered in designating a successor, and causing her choice to be confirmed, as it would readily have been, by the Parliament. But this censure must be regarded as unjust. Even though the jealousy of power had found no entrance into the bosom of Elizabeth, sound policy required her long to deliberate before she formed a decision, and perhaps, whatever that decision might be, forbade her, under present circumstances, to announce it to the world. The title of the Queen of Scots, otherwise unquestionable, was barred by the will of Henry VIII, ratified by an unrepealed act of Parliament, and nothing less solemn than a fresh act of the whole legislature would have been sufficient to render it perfectly free from objection. And could Elizabeth be in reason expected to take such a step in behalf of a foreign and rival sovereign, professing a religion hostile to her own and that of her people? Of one, above all, who had openly pretended a right to the crown preferable to her own, and who was even now exhausting the whole art of intrigue to undermine and supplant her? On the other hand, to confirm the exclusion of the Scottish line, and adopt as her successor the representative of that of Suffolk, appeared neither safe nor equitable. The testamentary disposition of Henry had evidently been dictated by caprice and resentment, and the title of Mary was nevertheless held sacred and indisputable not only by all the Catholics, but by the partisans of strict hereditary right in general, and by all who duly appreciated the benefits which must flow from a union of the English and Scottish sceptres. To inflict a mortal injury on Mary might be as dangerous as to give her importance by an express law establishing her claims, and against any perils in which Elizabeth might thus involve herself, the house of Suffolk could afford her no accession of strength, since their allegiance, all they had to offer, was hers already. The Lady Catherine Grey, the heiress of this house, might indeed have been united in marriage to some Protestant prince, whose power would have acted as a counterpoise to that of Scotland. but a secret and reluctant persuasion that the real right was with the Scottish line constantly operated on the mind of Elizabeth so far as to prevent her from taking any step towards the advancement of the rival family. And the unfortunate Lady Catherine was doomed to undergo all the restraints, the persecutions and the sufferings, which in that age formed the melancholy appanage of the younger branches of the royal race, with little participation of the homage or the hopes which some minds would have accepted as an adequate compensation. It will be remembered that the hand of this high-born lady was given to Lord Herbert, son of the Earl of Pembroke, on the same day that Guildford Dudley fatally received that of her elder sister, the Lady Jane; and that on the accession of Mary, this short-lived and perhaps uncompleted union had been dissolved at the instance of the politic father of Lord Herbert. From this time Lady Catherine had remained in neglect and obscurity till the year 1560, when information of her having formed a private connection with the Earl of Hertford, son of the Protector Somerset, reached the ears of Elizabeth. The lady, on being questioned, confessed her pregnancy, declaring herself at the same time to be the lawful wife of the earl. Her degree of relationship to the queen was not so near as to render her marriage without the royal consent illegal; yet by a stretch of authority familiar to the Tudors, she was immediately sent prisoner to the Tower. Hertford, in the meantime, was summoned to produce evidence of the marriage, by a certain day, before special commissioners named by her majesty, from whose decision no appeal was to lie. He was at this time in France, and so early a day was designedly fixed for his answer, that he found it impracticable to collect his proofs in time, and to the Tower he also was committed, as the seducer of a maiden of royal blood. By this iniquitous sentence, a colour was given for treating the unfortunate lady and those who had been in her confidence with every species of harshness and indignity; and the following extract from a warrant addressed in the name of her majesty to Mr. Warner, lieutenant of the Tower, sufficiently indicates the cruel advantage taken of her situation. "Our pleasure is, that ye shall, as by our commandment, examine the Lady Catherine very straitly, how many hath been privy to the love between her and the Earl of Hertford from the beginning; and let her certainly understand that she shall have no manner of favor except she will show the truth, not only what ladies or gentlewomen of this court were thereto privy, but also what lords and gentlemen. For it doth now appear that sundry personages have dealt herein, and when it shall appear more manifestly, it shall increase our indignation against her, if she will forbear to utter it. We earnestly require you to use your diligence in this. Ye shall also send to Alderman Lodge secretly for St. Low, and shall put her in awe of divers matters confessed by the Lady Catherine; and so also deal with her that she may confess to you all her knowledge in the same matters. It is certain that there hath been great practices and purposes; and since the death of the Lady Jane she hath been most privy. And as ye shall see occasion, so ye may keep St. Low 2 or 3 nights more or less, and let her be returned to lodges, as ye shall think meet." etc. The child of which the Countess of Hertford was delivered soon after her committal was regarded as illegitimate, and she was doomed to expiate her pretended misconduct by a further imprisonment at the arbitrary pleasure of the queen. The birth of a second child, the fruit of stolen meetings between the captive pair, aggravated in the jealous eyes of Elizabeth their common guilt. Warner lost his place for permitting or conniving at their interviews, and Hertford was sentenced in the Star Chamber to a fine of £15,000 for the double offence of vitiating a female of the royal blood, and of breaking his prison to renew his offence. It might somewhat console this persecuted pair under all their sufferings, to learn how unanimously the public voice was in their favor. No one doubted that they were lawfully married, a fact which was afterwards fully established; and it was asked by what right, or on what principle, their majesty presumed to keep asunder those whom God had joined. Words ran so high on this subject after the sentence of the Star Chamber, that some alarmists in the privy council urged the necessity of inflicting still severer punishment on the earl, and of intimidating the talkers by strong measures. The further consequences of this affair to persons high in her majesty's confidence will be related hereafter. Meantime it must be recorded, to the eternal disgrace of Elizabeth's character and government, that she barbarously and illegally detained her ill-fated kinswoman, first in the Tower, and afterwards in private custody till the day of her death in January 1567; and that the earl her husband, having added to the original offence of marrying a princess, the further presumption of placing upon legal record the proofs of his children's legitimacy, was punished, besides his fine, with an imprisonment of 9 whole years. So much of the jealous spirit of her grandfather still survived in the bosom of this last of the Tudors. On another occasion, however, she exercised towards a family whose pretensions had been viewed by her father with a peculiar dread and hostility, a degree of forbearance which had in it somewhat of magnanimity. Arthur and Edmund Pole, two nephews of the cardinal, with Sir Anthony Fortescue, their sister's husband, and other accomplices, had been led, either by private ambition, by a vehement zeal for the Romish faith, or both together, to meditate the subversion of the existing state of things, and to plan the following wild and desperate scheme. Having first repaired to France, where they expected to receive aid and counsels from the Guises, the conspirators were to return at the head of an army and make a landing in Wales. Here Arthur Pole, assuming at the same time the title of Duke of Clarence, was to proclaim the Queen of Scots, and the new sovereign was soon after to give her hand to his brother Edmund. This absurd plot was detected before any steps were taken towards its execution. The Poles were apprehended, and made a full disclosure on their trial of all its circumstances, pleading, however, in excuse, that they had no thought of putting their design in practice till the death of the queen, an event which certain diviners in whom they placed reliance had confidently predicted within the year. In consideration of this confession, and probably of the insignificance of the offenders, the royal pardon was extended to their lives, and the illustrious name of Pole was thus preserved from extinction. It is probable, however, that they were kept for some time prisoners in the Tower, and thither was also sent the Countess of Lennox, on discovery of the secret correspondence which she carried on with the Queen of Scots. The confession of the Poles seems to have given occasion to the renewal, by the Parliament of 1562, of a law against "fond and fantastical prophecies," promulgated with design to disturb the queen's government; by which act also it was especially forbidden to make prognostications on or by occasion of any coats of arms, crests or badges; a clause added, it is believed, for the particular protection of the favorite Dudley, whose bear and ragged staff was the continual subject of open derision or emblematical satire. A legend in the Mirror for Magistrates, relating the unhappy catastrophe of George Duke of Clarence, occasioned by a prophecy against one whose name began with a G, appears to have been composed in aid of the operation of this law. The author takes great pains to impress his readers with the futility as well as wickedness of such predictions, and concludes with the remark, that no one ought to imagine the foolish and malicious inventors of modern prophecies inspired, though "learned Merlin, whom God gave the sprite to know and utter princes' acts to come, like to the Jewish prophets did recite, in shade of beasts, their doings all and some, expressing plain by manners of the doom, that kings and lords such property should have, as have the beasts whose name he to them gave." In France everything now wore the aspect of an approaching civil war between the partisans of the two religions, under the conduct on one side of the Guises, on the other of the princes of the house of Condé. Elizabeth judged it her duty, or her policy, to make a last effort for the reconciliation of these angry factions, and she dispatched an ambassador to Charles IX., charged with her earnest representations on the subject. They were, however, ineffectual, and produced apparently no other valuable result than that of rendering her majesty better acquainted with the talents and merit of the eminent person whom she had honored with this delicate commission. This person was Sir Henry Sidney, one of the most upright as well as able of the ministers of Elizabeth. That he was the father of Sir Philip Sidney was the least of his praises; and it may be cited as one of the caprices of fame that he should be remembered by his son, rather than his son by him. Those qualities which in Sir Philip could afford little but the promise of active virtue, were brought in Sir Henry to the test of actual performance; and lasting monuments of his wisdom and his goodness remain in the institutions by which he softened the barbarism of Wales, and appeased the more dangerous turbulence of Ireland by promoting its civilization. Sir Henry was the son of Sir William Sidney, a gentleman of good parentage in Kent, whose mother was of the family Brandon and nearly related to the Duke of Suffolk of that name, the favorite and brother-in-law of Henry VIII. Sir William in his youth had made one of a band of gentlemen of figure, who, with their sovereign's approbation, travelled into Spain and other countries of Europe to study the manners and customs of their respective courts. He likewise distinguished himself in the field of Flodden. The king stood godfather to his son Henry, born in 1529, and caused him to be educated with the Prince of Wales, to whom Sir William was appointed tutor, chamberlain and steward. The excellent qualities and agreeable talents of young Sidney soon endeared him to Edward, who made him his inseparable companion and often his bedfellow, kept him in close attendance on his person during his long decline, and sealed his friendship by breathing his last in his arms. During the short reign of this lamented prince, Sidney had received the honor of knighthood, and had been entrusted, at the early age of 1 or 22, with an embassy to the French king, in which he acquitted himself so ably that he was soon afterwards sent in a diplomatic character to Scotland. He had likewise formed connections which exerted important influence on his after fortunes. Sir John Cheke held him in particular esteem, and through his means he had contracted a cordial friendship with Cecil, of which in various ways he found the benefit to the end of his life. A daughter of the all-powerful Duke of Northumberland had also honored him with her hand, a dangerous gift, which was likely to have involved him in the ruin which the guilty projects of that audacious man drew down upon the heads of himself and his family. But the prudence or loyalty of Sidney preserved him from the snare. No sooner had his royal master breathed his last, than, relinquishing all concern in public affairs, he withdrew to the safe retirement of his own seat in Penshurst, where he afterwards afforded a generous asylum to such of the Dudleys as had escaped death or imprisonment. Queen Mary seems to have held out an earnest of future favor to Sidney, by naming him amongst the noblemen and knights appointed to attend Philip of Spain to England for the completion of his nuptials; and this prince further honored him by becoming sponsor to his afterwards celebrated son, and giving him his own name. But Sidney soon quitted a court in which a man of Protestant principles could no longer reside with satisfaction, if with safety, and accompanied to Ireland his brother-in-law, Viscount Fitzwalter, then lord deputy. In that kingdom he at first bore the office of vice-treasurer, and afterwards, during the frequent absences of the lord deputy, the high one of sole lord justice. The accession of Elizabeth enabled Lord Robert Dudley to make a large return for the former kindness of his brother-in-law; and supported by the influence of this distinguished favorite, in addition to his personal claims, Sir Henry Sidney rose in a few years to the dignities of privy councillor and knight of the garter. After his embassy to France, he was appointed to the post of Lord President of Wales, to which in 1565 the still more important one of Lord Deputy of Ireland was added; a union of two not very compatible offices, unexampled in our annals before or since. Some particulars of Sir Henry Sidney's government of Ireland may come under review hereafter. It is sufficient here to observe that ample testimony to his merit was furnished by Elizabeth herself, in the steadiness with which she persisted in appointing and reappointing him to this most perplexing department of public service, in spite of all the cabals, of English or Irish growth, by which, though his favor with her was sometimes shaken, her rooted opinion of his probity and sufficiency could never be overthrown. The failure of Elizabeth's negotiations with the French court was followed by her taking up arms in support of the oppressed Huguenots; and Ambrose Dudley, Earl of Warwick, the elder brother of Lord Robert, was sent to Normandy at the head of 3,000 men. Of the two Dudleys, it was said by their contemporaries that the elder inherited the money, and the younger the wit, of his father. If this remark were well founded, which seems doubtful, the appointment of Warwick to an important command must probably be set down to the account of favoritism. It was not, however, the wish of the queen that her troops should often be led into battle. It was her main object to obtain lasting possession of the town of Havre, as an indemnification for the loss of Calais, so much deplored by the nation; and into this place Warwick threw himself with his chief force. In the next campaign, when it was assailed with the whole power of France, he prepared, according to the orders of Elizabeth, for a desperate defence, and no blame was ever imputed to him for a surrender, which became unavoidable through the ravages of the plague, and the delay of reinforcements by contrary winds. Warwick appears to have preserved through life the character of a man of honor and a brave soldier. A project which had been for some time under discussion, of a personal interview at York between the English and Scottish queens, was now finally given up. Elizabeth, it is surmised, was unwilling to afford her beautiful and captivating enemy such an opportunity of winning upon the affections of the English people, and Mary was fearful of offending her uncles, the princes of Guise, by so public an advance towards a good understanding with a princess now engaged in open hostilities against their country and faction. The failure of this design deserves not to be regretted. The meetings of princes have never, under any circumstances, been known to produce a valuable political result, and an interview between these jealous and exasperated rivals could only have exhibited disgusting scenes of forced civility and exaggerated profession, thinly veiling the inveterate animosity which neither party could hope effectually to hide from the intuitive perception of the other. A terrible plague, introduced by the return of the sickly garrison of Havre, raged in London during the year 1563, and for some time carried off about 1,000 persons weekly. The sittings of Parliament were held on this account at Hertford Castle, and the queen, retiring to Windsor, kept herself in unusual privacy, and took advantage of the opportunity to pursue her literary occupations with more than common assiduity. Without entirely deserting her favorite Greek classics, she at this time applied herself principally to the study of the Christian Fathers, with the laudable purpose, doubtless, of making herself mistress of those questions respecting the doctrine and discipline of the primitive church now so fiercely agitated between the divines of different communions, and on which, as head of the English church, she was often called upon to decide in the last resort. Cecil had mentioned these pursuits of her majesty in a letter to Cox, bishop of Ely, and certainly as matter of high commendation. But the bishop answered, perhaps with better judgment, that after all, Scripture was "that which pierced," that of the fathers, one was inclined to Pelagianism, another to Monachism, and he hoped that her majesty only occupied herself with them at idle hours. Even studies so solemn could not, however, preserve the royal theologian, now in her 30th year, from serious disturbance on account of certain ill-favoured likenesses of her gracious countenance, which had obtained a general circulation among her loving subjects. So provoking an abuse was thought to justify and require the special exertion of the royal prerogative for its correction, and Cecil was directed to draw up an energetic proclamation on the subject. This curious document sets forth, that "forasmuch as through the natural desire that all sorts of subjects had to procure the portrait and likeness of the queen's majesty, great numbers of painters, and some printers and gravers, had and did daily attempt in divers manners to make portraitures of her, wherein none hitherto had sufficiently expressed the natural representation of her majesty's person, favor, or grace, but had for the most part erred therein, whereof daily complaints were made amongst her loving subjects, that for the redress hereof her majesty had been so importunately sued unto by the lords of her council and other of her nobility, not only to be content that some special cunning painter might be permitted by access to her majesty to take the natural representation of her, whereof she had been always of her own right disposition very unwilling, but also to prohibit all manner of other persons to draw, paint, grave, or portrait her personage or visage for a time, until there were some perfect pattern or example to be followed. Therefore her majesty, being herein as it were overcome with the continual requests of so many of her nobility and lords, whom she could not well deny, was pleased that some cunning person should shortly make a portrait of her person or visage, to be participated to others for the comfort of her loving subjects, and furthermore commanded that till this should be finished, all other persons should abstain from making any representations of her; that afterwards her majesty would be content that all other painters, printers, or gravers, that should be known men of understanding, and so therein licensed by the head officers of the places where they should dwell, as reason it was that every person should not without consideration attempt the same, might at their pleasure follow the said pattern or first portraiture. And for that her majesty perceived a great number of her loving subjects to be much grieved with the errors and deformities herein committed, she straitly charged her officers and ministers to see to the observation of this proclamation, and in the meantime to forbid the showing or publication of such as were apparently deformed, until they should be reformed which were reformable." On the subject of marriage, so perpetually moved to her both by her parliament and by foreign princes, Elizabeth still preserved a cautious ambiguity of language, well exemplified in the following passage. "The Duke of Würtemberg, a German Protestant prince, had lately friendly offered his service to the queen in case she were minded to marry. To which, January 27th, she gave him this courteous and princely answer: that although she never yet were weary of single and maiden life, yet indeed she was the last issue of her father left, and the only of her house. The care of her kingdom and the love of posterity did counsel her to alter this course of life; but in consideration of the leave that her subjects had given her in ampler manner to make her choice than they did to any prince afore, she was even in courtesy bound to make that choice so as should be for the best of her state and subjects. And for that he offered therein his assistance, she graciously acknowledged the same, promising to deserve it hereafter." It might be curious to inquire of what nature the assistance politely proffered by the duke in this matter, and thus favorably received by her majesty, could be. It does not appear that he tendered his own hand to her acceptance. The French court became solicitous about this time to draw closer its bond of amity with the Queen of Scots, who, partly on account of some wrong which had been done her respecting the payment of her dower, partly in consequence of various affronts put upon her subjects, had begun to estrange herself from her old connections, and to seek in preference the alliance of Elizabeth. French agents were now sent over to Scotland to urge upon her the claims of former friendship, and to tempt her by brilliant promises to listen to proposals of marriage from the Duke of Anjou, preferably to those made her by the Archduke Charles or by Don Carlos. Intelligence of these negotiations awakened all the jealousies, political and personal, of Elizabeth. She ordered her agent Randolph, a practised intriguer, to devise means for crossing the matrimonial project. Meantime, by way of intimidation, she appointed the Earl of Bedford to the lieutenancy of the 4 northern counties, and the powerful Earl of Shrewsbury to that of several adjoining ones, and ordered a considerable levy of troops in these parts for the reinforcement of the garrison of Berwick, and the protection of the English border, on which she affected to dread an attack by a united French and Scottish force. Randolph soon after received instructions to express openly to Mary his sovereign's dislike of her matching either with the archduke or with any other foreign prince, and her wish that she would choose a husband within the island; and he was next empowered to add, that if the Scottish queen would gratify his mistress in this point, she need not doubt of obtaining a public recognition of her right of succession to the English crown. Elizabeth afterwards came nearer to the point. She designated Lord Robert Dudley as the individual on whom she desired that the choice of her royal kinswoman should fall. By a queen dowager of France and a queen regnant of Scotland, the proposal of so inferior an alliance might almost be regarded as an insult, and Mary was naturally haughty. But her hopes and fears compelled her to dissemble her indignation, and even to affect to take the matter into consideration. She trusted that pretexts might be found hereafter for evading the completion of the marriage, even if the Queen of England were sincere in desiring such an advancement for her favorite, which was much doubted, and she determined for the present to show herself docile to all the suggestions of her royal sister, and to preserve the good understanding on her part unbroken. It was during the continuance of this state of apparent amity between the rival queens, that Elizabeth thought proper to visit with tokens of her displeasure the leaders in an attempt to establish the title of the Suffolk line, which still found adherents of some importance. John Hales, clerk of the Hanaper, a learned and able man, and, like all who espoused this party, a zealous Protestant, had written, and secretly circulated, a book in defence of the claims of the Lady Catherine, and he had also procured opinions of foreign lawyers in favor of the validity of her marriage. For one or both of these offences he was committed to the Fleet prison, and the secretary was soon after commanded to examine thoroughly into the business, and learn to whom Hales had communicated his work. A more disagreeable task could scarcely have been imposed upon Cecil; for besides that he must probably have been aware that his friend and brother-in-law Sir Nicholas Bacon was implicated, it seems that he himself was not entirely free from suspicion of some participation in the affair. But he readily acknowledged his duty to the queen to be a paramount obligation to all others, and he wrote to a friend that he was determined to proceed with perfect impartiality. In conclusion, Hales was liberated after half a year's imprisonment. Bacon, the lord keeper, who appeared to have seen the book, and either to have approved it, or at least to have taken no measures for its suppression or the punishment of its author, was not removed from his office; but he was ordered to confine himself strictly to its duties, and to abstain henceforth from taking any part in political business. But by this prohibition Cecil affirmed that public business suffered essentially, for Bacon had previously discharged with distinguished ability the functions of a minister of state; and he never desisted from intercession with her majesty till he saw his friend fully reinstated in her favor. Lord John Grey of Pyrgo, uncle to Lady Catherine, had been a principal agent in this business, and after several examinations by members of the privy council, he was committed to a kind of honorable custody, in which he appears to have remained till his death, which took place a few months afterwards. These punishments were slight compared with the customary severity of the age, and it has plausibly been conjectured that the anger of Elizabeth on this occasion was rather feigned than real; and that although she thought proper openly to resent any attempt injurious to the title of the Queen of Scots, she was secretly not displeased to let this princess perceive that she must still depend on her friendship for its authentic and unanimous recognition. Her anger against the Earl of Hertford for the steps taken by him in confirmation of his marriage was certainly sincere, however unjust. She was provoked, perhaps alarmed, to find that he had been advised to appeal against the decision of her commissioners. On better consideration, however, he refrained from making this experiment; but by a process in the ecclesiastical courts, with which the queen could not or would not interfere, he finally succeeded in establishing the legitimacy of his sons. Of the progresses of her majesty, during several years, nothing remarkable appears on record. They seem to have had no other object than the gratification of her love of popular applause, and her taste for magnificent entertainments which cost her nothing; and the trivial details of her reception at the different towns or mansions which she honored with her presence, are equally barren of amusement and instruction. But her visit to the University of Cambridge in the summer of 1564 presents too many characteristic traits to be passed over in silence. Her gracious intention of honoring this seat of learning with her royal presence was no sooner disclosed to the secretary, who was chancellor of the university, than it was notified by him to the vice chancellor, with a request that proper persons might be sent to receive his instructions on the subject. It appears to have been part of these instructions that the university should prepare an extremely respectful letter to Lord Robert Dudley, who was its high steward, entreating him in such manner to commend to her majesty their good intentions, and to excuse any their failure in the performance, that she might be inclined to receive in good part all their efforts for her entertainment. So notorious was at this time the pre-eminent favor of this courtier with his sovereign, and so humble was the style of address to him required from a body so venerable and so illustrious. Cecil arrived at Cambridge the day before the queen to set all things in order, and received from the university a customary offering of 2 pairs of gloves, 2 sugar loaves, and a marchpane. Lord Robert and the Duke of Norfolk were complimented with the same gift, and finer gloves and more elaborate confectionery were presented to the queen herself. When she reached the door of King's College Chapel, the chancellor kneeled down and bade her welcome; and the orator, kneeling on the church steps, made her an harangue of nearly half an hour. First he praised and commended many and singular virtues planted and set in her majesty, which her highness not acknowledging of, shaked her head, bit her lips and her fingers, and sometimes broke forth into passion in these words: "Non est veritas, et utinam." On his praising virginity, she said to the orator, "God's blessing of thy heart, there continue." After that he showed what joy the university had of her presence," etc. "When he had done, she commended him, and much marvelled that his memory did so well serve him, repeating such divers and sundry matters; saying that she would answer him again in Latin, but for fear she should speak false Latin, and then they would laugh at her." This concluded, she entered the chapel in great state, Lady Strange, a princess of the Suffolk line, bearing her train, and her ladies following in their degrees. Te Deum was sung and the evening service performed, with all the pomp that Protestant worship admits, in that magnificent chapel, of which she highly extolled the beauty. The next morning, which was Sunday, she went thither again to hear a Latin sermon ad clerum, and in the evening, the body of this solemn edifice being converted into a temporary theatre, she was there gratified with a representation of the Alularia of Plautus. Offensive as such an application of a sacred building would be to modern feelings, it probably shocked no one in an age when the practice of performing dramatic entertainments in churches, introduced with the mysteries and moralities of the Middle Ages, was scarcely obsolete, and certainly not forgotten. Neither was the representation of plays on Sundays at this time regarded as an indecorum. Section 19. Section 19 of Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth. This LibriVox is in the public domain. Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth, Volumes 1 and 2, by Lucy Aikin. Chapter 13B. 1561 to 1565, Part 2. A public disputation in the morning and a Latin play on the story of Dido in the evening formed the entertainment of her majesty on the 3rd day. On the 4th, an English play called Ezekias was performed before her. The next morning she visited the different colleges, at each of which a Latin oration awaited her, and a parting present of gloves and confectionery, besides a volume richly bound, containing the verses in English, Latin, Greek, Hebrew, and Chaldee, composed by the members of each learned society in honor of her visit. Afterwards she repaired to St. Mary's Church, where a very long and very learned disputation by doctors in divinity was prepared for her amusement and edification. When it was ended, "the lords, and especially the Duke of Norfolk and Lord Robert Dudley, kneeling down, humbly desired her majesty to speak something to the university, and in Latin. Her highness at the first refused, saying, that if she might speak her mind in English, she would not stick at the matter. But understanding by Mr. Secretary that nothing might be said openly to the university in English, she required him the rather to speak, because he was chancellor, and the chancellor is the queen's mouth. Whereunto he answered that he was chancellor of the university, and not hers. Then the Bishop of Ely, kneeling, said, that 3 words of her mouth were enough." By entreaties so urgent, she appeared to suffer herself to be prevailed upon to deliver a speech which had doubtless been prepared for the occasion, and very probably by Cecil himself. This harangue is not worth transcribing at length. It contains some disqualifying phrases respecting her own proficiency in learning, and a pretty profession of feminine bashfulness in delivering an unstudied speech before so erudite an auditory. Her attachment to the cause of learning was then set forth, and a paragraph followed which may thus be translated: "I saw this morning your sumptuous edifices founded by illustrious princes, my predecessors, for the benefit of learning. But while I viewed them, my mind was affected with sorrow, and I sighed like Alexander the Great, when, having perused the records of the deeds of other princes, turning to his friends or counsellors, he lamented that any one should have preceded him either in time or in actions. When I beheld your edifices, I grieved that I had done nothing in this kind. Yet did the vulgar proverb somewhat lessen, though it could not entirely remove my concern, that Rome was not built in a day. For my age is not yet so far advanced, neither is it yet so long since I began to reign, but that before I pay my debt to nature, unless Atropos should prematurely cut my thread, I may still be able to execute some distinguished undertaking; and never will I be diverted from the intention while life shall animate this frame. Should it however happen, as it may, I know not how soon, that I should be overtaken by death before I have been able to perform this my promise, I will not fail to leave some great work to be executed after my decease, by which my memory may be rendered famous, others excited by my example, and all of you animated to great ardor in your studies." After such a speech, it might naturally be inquired which college did she endow? But alas, the prevailing disposition of Elizabeth was the reverse of liberal, and her revenues, it may be added, were narrow. During the whole course of her long reign, not a single conspicuous act of public munificence sheds its splendor on her name, and the pledge thus solemnly and publicly given was never redeemed by her, living or dying. An annuity of £20 bestowed, with the title of her scholar, on a pretty young man of the name of Preston, whose graceful performance in a public disputation and in the Latin play of Dido had particularly caught her fancy, appears to have been the only solid benefit bestowed by her majesty in return for all the cost and all the learned incense lavished on her reception by this loyal and splendid university. Soon after her return from her progress, the queen determined to gratify her feelings by conferring on her beloved Dudley some signal testimonies of her royal regard; and she invested him with the dignities of Baron of Denbigh and Earl of Leicester, accompanying these honors with the splendid gift of Kenilworth Castle, park and manor. For in behalf of Dudley, and afterwards of Essex, she could even forget for a time her darling virtue, frugality. The chronicles of the time describe with extraordinary care and minuteness the whole pompous ceremonial of this creation; but a much more lively and interesting description of this scene, as well as of several others of which he was an eye-witness in the court of Elizabeth, has been handed down to us in the entertaining memoirs of Sir James Melville, a Scotch gentleman noted among the political agents, or diplomatists of second rank, whom that age of intrigue brought forth so abundantly. A few particulars of the history of this person, curious in themselves, will also form a proper introduction to his narrative. Melville was born in Fifeshire in the year 1530, of a family patronized by the queen regent Mary of Guise, who, having taken into her own service his brothers Robert and Andrew, both afterwards noted in public life, determined to send James to France to be brought up as page to the queen her daughter, then dauphiness. He was accordingly placed under the care of the crafty Montluc, bishop of Valence, then on his return from his Scotch embassy; and previously to his embarkation for the Continent, he had the advantage of accompanying this master of intrigue on a secret mission to O'Neil, then the head of the Irish rebels. The youth was apparently not much delighted with his visit to this barbarous chieftain, whose dwelling was "a great dark tower, where," says he, "we had cold cheer, such as herrings and biscuit, for it was Lent." Arriving at Paris, the bishop caused him to be carefully instructed in all the requisite accomplishments of a page, the French tongue, dancing, fencing, and playing on the lute, and after 9 years spent under his protection, Melvil passed into the service of the Constable Montmorency, by whose interest he obtained a pension from the King of France. Whilst in this situation, he was dispatched on a secret mission to Scotland, to learn the real designs of the Prior of St. Andrews, and to inform himself of the state of parties in that country. In the year 1560, he obtained permission from his own sovereign to travel, and gained admission into the service of the Elector Palatine. This prince employed him in an embassy of condolence on the death of Francis II. Some time after his return, he received a commission from the Queen of Scots to make himself personally acquainted with the Archduke Charles, who was proposed to her for a husband. This done, he made a tour in Italy, and then returned to the Elector Palatine at Heidelberg. He was next employed by Maximilian, King of the Romans, to carry to France the portrait of one of his daughters, to whom proposals of marriage had been made on the part of Charles IX. At this court, Catherine de' Medici would gladly have detained him, but a summons from his own queen determined him to repair again to Scotland. Duke Casimir, son of the Elector Palatine, having some time before made an offer of his hand to Queen Elizabeth, to which a dubious answer had been returned, requested Melvil, in passing through England, to convey his picture to that princess. The envoy, secretly despairing of the suit, desired that he might also be furnished with portraits of the other members of the electoral family, and with some nominal commission, by means of which he might gain more easy access to the queen, and produce the picture as if without design. He was accordingly instructed to press for a more explicit answer than had yet been given to the proposal of an alliance, offensive and defensive, between England and the Protestant princes of Germany; and thus prepared, he reached London early in the year 1564. After some discourse with the queen on the ostensible object of his mission, Melvil found occasion to break forth into earnest commendations of the elector, whose service nothing, he said, but this duty to his own sovereign could have induced him to quit; and he added that for the remembrance of so good a master, he had desired to carry home with him his portrait, as well as those of all his sons and daughters. "So soon as she heard me mention the pictures," continues he, "she inquired if I had the picture of Duke Casimir, desiring to see it; and when I alleged that I had left the pictures in London, she being then at Hampton Court, and that I was ready to go forward on my journey, she said I should not part till she had seen the pictures. So the next day I delivered them all to her majesty, and she desired to keep them all night, and she called upon my lord Robert Dudley to be judge of Duke Casimir's picture, and appointed me to meet her the next morning in her garden, where she caused to deliver them all unto me, giving me thanks for the sight of them. I then offered unto her majesty all the pictures, so she would permit me to retain the electors and his ladies, but she would have none of them. I had also sure information that first and last she despised the said Duke Casimir." It was a little before this time that Elizabeth had been consulted by Mary on the proposal of the archduke, and had declared by Randolph her strong disapprobation of it. She now told Melvil, with whom she conversed on this and other subjects very familiarly and with apparent openness, that she intended soon to mention as fit matches for his queen 2 noblemen, one or other of whom she hoped to see her accept. These 2, according to Melvil, were Dudley and Lord Darnley, eldest son of the Lord of Lennox by the Lady Margaret Douglas. It must, however, be remarked that Melvil appears to be the only writer who asserts that the first suggestion of a union between Mary and Darnley came from the English queen, who afterwards so vehemently opposed this step. But be this as it may, it is probable that Elizabeth was more sincere in her desire to impede the Austrian match than to promote any other for the Queen of Scots; and with the former view Melvil accuses her of throwing out hints by which the archduke was encouraged to renew his suit to herself. Provoked, as he asserts, by this duplicity, of which she soon received certain information, Mary returned a sharp answer to a letter from her kinswoman of seemingly friendly advice, and hence had ensued a coldness and a cessation of intercourse between them. But Mary, "fearing that if their discord continued it would cut off all correspondence between her and her friends in England," thought good, a few weeks after Melvil had returned to Scotland, to dispatch him again towards London, "to deal with the Queen of England, with the Spanish ambassador, and with my lady Margaret Douglas, and with sundry friends she had in England of different opinions." It was the interest of neither sovereign at this time to be on bad terms with the other; and their respective ministers and secretaries being also agreed among themselves to maintain harmony between the countries, the excuses and explanations of Melvil were allowed to pass current, and the demonstrations of amity were resumed between the hostile queens. Some particulars of the reception of this envoy at the English court are curious, and may probably be relied on. "Being arrived at London, I lodged near the court, which was at Westminster. My host immediately gave advertisement of my coming, and that same night her majesty sent Mr. Hatton, afterwards governor of the Isle of Wight, to welcome me, and to show me that the next morning she would give me audience in her garden at 8 of the clock. The next morning Mr. Hatton and Mr. Randolph, late agent for the Queen of England in Scotland, came to my lodging to convey me to her majesty, who was, as they said, already in the garden. With them came a servant of my lord Robert's, with a horse and a footmantle of velvet, laced with gold, for me to ride upon; which servant, with the said horse, waited upon me all the time that I remained there." At a subsequent interview, "the old friendship being renewed, Elizabeth inquired if the queen had sent any answer to the proposition of marriage made to her by Mr. Randolph. I answered, as I had been instructed, that my mistress thought little or nothing thereof, but attended the meeting of some commissioners upon the borders, to confer and treat upon all such matters of greatest importance as should be judged to concern the quiet of both countries, and the satisfaction of both their majesties' minds," adding, "the queen my mistress is minded, as I have said, to send for her part my lord of Murray and the secretary Lidington, and expects your majesty will send my lord of Bedford and my lord Robert Dudley." She answered, "It appeared I made but small account of my lord Robert, seeing I named the Earl of Bedford before him, but that ere long she would make him a far greater earl, and that I should see it done before my returning home." For she esteemed him as her brother and best friend, whom she would have herself married had she ever minded to have taken a husband. But being determined to end her life in virginity, she wished the queen her sister might marry him, as meetest of all other with whom she could find in her heart to declare her second person. For being matched with him, it would remove out of her mind all fears and suspicions to be offended by any usurpation before her death; being assured that he was so loving and trusty that he would never suffer any such thing to be attempted during her time. And that the queen my mistress might have the higher esteem of him, I was required to stay till I should see him made Earl of Leicester and Baron of Denbigh, which was done at Westminster with great solemnity, the queen herself helping to put on his ceremonial mantle, he sitting upon his knees before her with a great gravity. But she could not refrain from putting her hand in his neck, smilingly tickling him, the French ambassador and I standing by. Then she turned, asking at me how I liked him. I answered that as he was a worthy servant, so he was happy who had a princess who could discern and reward good service. Yet, says she, you like better of yonder long lad, pointing towards my lord Darnley, who as nearest prince of the blood did bear the sword of honour that day before her. She appeared to be so affectionate to the queen her good sister, that she expressed a great desire to see her; and because there so much by her desired meeting could not so hastily be brought to pass, she appeared with great delight to look upon her majesty's picture. She took me to her bedchamber, and opened a little cabinet, wherein were divers little pictures wrapped within paper, and their names written with her own hand upon the papers. Upon the first that she took up was written, My Lord's Picture. I held the candle, and pressed to see that picture so named. She appeared loath to let me see it, yet my importunity prevailed for a sight thereof, and I found it to be the Earl of Leicester's picture. I desired that I might have it to carry home to my queen, which she refused, alleging that she had but that one picture of his. I said, your majesty hath here the original, for I perceived him at the furthest part of the chamber, speaking with Secretary Cecil. Then she took out the queen's picture and kissed it, and I adventured to kiss her hand, for the great love evidenced therein to my mistress. She showed me also a fair ruby, as great as a tennis ball. I desired that she would send either it or my lord of Leicester's picture, as a token to my queen. She said that if the queen would follow her counsel, she would in process of time get all that she had; that in the meantime she was resolved in a token to send her with me a fair diamond. It was at this time late after supper. She appointed me to be with her the next morning by 8 of the clock, at which time she used to walk in her garden. She inquired of me many things relating to this kingdom, Scotland, and other countries wherein I had travelled. She caused me to dine with her dame of honour, my lady Strafford, an honourable and godly lady, who had been at Geneva banished during the reign of Queen Mary, that I might be always near her, that she might confer with me. At diverse meetings we had diverse purposes. The queen my mistress had instructed me to leave matters of gravity sometimes, and cast in merry purposes, lest otherwise she should be wearied, she being well informed of that queen's natural temper. Therefore, in declaring my observations of the customs of Dutchland, Poland, and Italy, the buskins of the women was not forgot, and what country weed I thought best becoming gentlewomen. The queen said she had clothes of every sort, which every day thereafter, so long as I was there, she changed. One day she had the English weed, another the French, and another the Italian, and so forth. She asked me which of them became her best. I answered in my judgment the Italian dress, which answer I found pleased her well, for she delighted to show her golden coloured hair, wearing a caul and bonnet as they do in Italy. Her hair was rather reddish than yellow, curled in appearance naturally. She desired to know of me what colour of hair was reputed best, and whether my queen's hair or hers was best, and which of them two was fairest. I answered the fairness of them both was not their worst faults. But she was earnest with me to declare which of them I judged fairest. I said she was the fairest queen in England, and mine in Scotland. Yet she appeared earnest. I answered they were both the fairest ladies in their countries, that her majesty was whiter, but my queen was very lovely. She inquired which of them was of highest stature. I said my queen. Then, saith she is too high, for I myself am neither too high nor too low. Then she asked what exercises she used. I answered that when I received my dispatch, the queen was lately come from the Highland hunting; that when her more serious affairs permitted, she was taken up with reading of histories; that sometimes she recreated herself in playing upon the lute and virginals. She asked if she played well. I said reasonably for a queen. That same day after dinner, my lord of Hunsdon drew me up to a quiet gallery that I might hear some music, but he said he durst not avow it, where I might hear the queen play upon the virginals. After I had hearkened a while, I took by the tapestry that hung before the door of the chamber, and seeing her back was toward the door, I ventured within the chamber, and stood a pretty space hearing her play excellently well; but she left off immediately, so soon as she turned about and saw me. She appeared to be surprised to see me, and came forward, seeming to strike me with her hand, alleging that she used not to play before men, but when she was solitary, to shun melancholy. She asked how I came there. I answered as I was walking with my lord of Hunsdon, as we passed by the chamber door, I heard such melody as ravished me, whereby I was drawn in ere I knew how, excusing my fault of homeliness as being brought up in the court of France, where such freedom was allowed; declaring myself willing to endure what kind of punishment her majesty should be pleased to inflict upon me for so great an offence. Then she sat down low upon a cushion, and I upon my knees by her, but with her own hand she gave me a cushion to lay under my knee, which at first I refused, but she compelled me to take it. She then called for my lady Strafford out of the next chamber, for the queen was alone. She inquired whether my queen or she played best. In that I found myself obliged to give her the praise. She said my French was very good, and asked if I could speak Italian, which she spoke reasonably well. I told her majesty I had no time to learn the language, not having been above 2 months in Italy. Then she spake to me in Dutch, which was not good, and would know what kind of books I most delighted in, whether theology, history, or love matters. I said I liked well of all the sorts. Here I took occasion to press earnestly my dispatch. She said I was sooner weary of her company than she was of mine. I told her majesty that though I had no reason of being weary, I knew my mistress her affairs called me home. Yet I was stayed 2 days longer, that I might see her dance, as I was afterwards informed; which being over, she inquired of me whether she or my queen danced best. I answered the queen danced not so high or disposedly as she did. Then again she wished that she might see the queen at some convenient place of meeting. I offered to convey her secretly to Scotland by post, clothed like a page, that under this disguise she might see the queen, as James V. had gone in disguise with his own ambassador to see the Duke of Vendôme's sister, who should have been his wife; telling her that her chamber might be kept in her absence, as though she were sick; that none need be privy thereto except Lady Strafford and one of the grooms of her chamber. She appeared to like that kind of language, only answered it with a sigh, saying, "Alas, if I might do it thus!" Respecting Leicester, Melville says that he was conveyed by him in his barge from Hampton Court to London, and that by the way he inquired of him what the Queen of Scots thought of him and of the marriage proposed by Randolph. "Whereunto," says he, "I answered very coldly, as I had been by my queen commanded." Then he began to purge himself of so proud a pretence as to marry so great a queen, declaring that he did not esteem himself worthy to wipe her shoes, and that the invention of that proposition of marriage proceeded from Mr. Cecil, his secret enemy. "For if I," said he, "should have appeared desirous of that marriage, I should have offended both the queens and lost their favor." If we are to receive as sincere this declaration of his sentiments by Leicester, confessedly one of the deepest dissemblers of the age, what a curious view does it afford of the windings and intricacies of the character of Elizabeth, of the tissue of ingenious snares which she delighted to weave around the footsteps even of the man whom she most favored, loved, and trusted! Perhaps she encouraged, if she did not originally devise, this matrimonial project purely as a romantic trial of his attachment to herself, and pleased her fancy with the idea of his rejecting for her a younger and a fairer queen. Perhaps she entertained a transient thought of making him her own husband, and wished previously to give him consequence by this proposal. Perhaps she meant nothing more than to perplex Mary by a variety of suitors, and thus delay her marriage; an event which she could not anticipate without vexation. That she was not sincere in her recommendation of Leicester is certain from the circumstance that when the Queen of Scots, appearing to incline to a speedy conclusion of the business, pressed to know on what conditions Elizabeth would give her approbation to the union, the earnestness in the cause which she had before displayed immediately abated. Her conduct with respect to Darnley is equally involved in perplexity and double dealing. Melvil, as we have seen, asserts that it was Elizabeth herself who first mentioned him as a suitable match for the Queen of Scots; and if his relation be correct, which his partiality towards his own sovereign makes indeed somewhat doubtful, the English princess must have been well aware, when she conversed with him, of the favor with which the addresses of this young nobleman were likely to be received, though the envoy says that he forbore openly to express the sentiments of his court on this topic. It was after Melvil's departure that Elizabeth, not indeed without reluctance and hesitation, permitted Darnley to accompany the earl his father into Scotland, ostensibly for the purpose of witnessing the reversal of the attainder formerly passed against him and his solemn restoration in blood; but really, as she must well have known, with the object of pushing his suit with the queen. Mary no sooner beheld the handsome youth than she was seized with a passion for him, which she determined to gratify; but apprehensive, with reason, of the interference of Elizabeth, she disguised for the present her inclinations, and engaged with a feigned earnestness in negotiations preparatory to a union with Leicester. Meanwhile she was secretly soliciting at Rome the necessary dispensation for marrying within the prohibited degrees of the church; and it was not till the arrival of this instrument was speedily expected, and all her other preparations were complete, that, taking off the mask, she requested her good sister's approbation of her approaching nuptials with Lord Darnley. It is scarcely credible that a person of Elizabeth's sagacity, with her means of gaining intelligence and after all that had passed, could have been surprised by this notification of the intentions of the Queen of Scots, and it is even problematical how far she was really displeased at the occurrence. Except by imitating her perpetual celibacy, a compliment to her envy and her example which could not in reason be expected, it might seem impossible for the Queen of Scots better to consult the views and wishes of her kinswoman than by uniting herself to Darnley; a subject, and an English subject, a near relation both of her own and Elizabeth's, and a man on whom nature had bestowed not a single quality calculated to render him either formidable or respectable. The Queen of England, however, frowardly bent on opposing the match to the utmost, directed Sir Nicholas Throgmorton, her ambassador, to set before the eyes of Mary a long array of objections and impediments, and he was further authorized secretly to promise support to such of the Scottish nobles as would undertake to oppose it. She ordered in the most imperious terms the Earl of Lennox and his son to return immediately into England, threw the Countess of Lennox into the Tower by way of intimidation, and caused her privy councillor to exercise their ingenuity in discovering the manifold inconveniences and dangers likely to arise to herself and to her country from the alliance of the Queen of Scots with a house so nearly connected with the English crown. Mary, however, persisted in accomplishing the union on which her mind was set. Darnley and his father neglected Elizabeth's order of recall, and her privy council vexed her by drawing from the melancholy forebodings which she had urged them to promulgate two unwelcome inferences: that the queen ought to lose no time in forming a connection which might cut off the hopes of others, by giving to the nation posterity of her own; and that as the Lennox family were known papists, it would now be expedient to exercise against all of that persuasion the utmost severity of the penal laws. The Earl of Murray and some other malcontent lords in Scotland were the only persons who entered with warmth and sincerity into the measures of Elizabeth against the marriage, for they alone had any personal interest in impeding the advancement of the Lennox family. Rashly relying on the assurances which they had received of aid from England, they took up arms against their sovereign; but finding no support from any quarter, they were soon compelled to make their escape across the border and seek refuge with the Earl of Bedford, Lord Warden of the Marches. On their arrival in London, the royal dissembler insisted on their declaring, in presence of the French and Spanish ambassadors, that their rebellious attempts had received no encouragement from her; but after this open disavowal she permitted them to remain unmolested in her dominions, secretly supplying them with money and interceding with their offended sovereign in their behalf. Melvil acquaints us that when Sir Nicholas Throgmorton, on returning from his embassy, found that the promises which he had made to these malcontents had been disclaimed both by her majesty and by Randolph, he "stood in awe neither of queen nor council to declare the verity, that he had made such promises in her name; whereof the councillors and craftiest courtiers thought strange, and were resolving to punish him for avowing the same promise to be made in his mistress's name, had not he wisely and circumspectly obtained an act of council for his warrant, which he offered to produce. And the said Sir Nicholas was so angry that he had been made an instrument to deceive the said banished lords, that he advised them to sue humbly for pardon at their own queen's hand, and to engage never again to offend her for satisfaction of any prince alive. And because, as they were then stated, they had no interest, he penned for them a persuasive letter and sent to her majesty." On this occasion Throgmorton showed himself a warm friend to Mary's succession in England, and advised clemency to the banished lords as one mean to secure it. Mary, highly esteeming him and convinced by his reasons, resolved to follow his counsels. Elizabeth never willingly remitted anything of that rigor against the Puritans which she loved to believe it politic to exercise; but they were fortunate enough to find an almost avowed patron in Leicester, and secret favourers in several of her ministers and councillors; and during the persecutions of the Catholics which followed the marriage of Mary, she was compelled to press upon them with a less heavy hand. Archbishop Parker, who was proceeding with much self-satisfaction and success in the task of silencing by the pains of suspension and deprivation all scruples of conscience among the clergy respecting habits and ceremonies, was now mortified to find his zeal restrained by the interference of the queen herself, while the exulting Puritans studied to improve to the utmost the temporary connivance of the ruling powers. Section 20 of Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth. This recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth, Volumes 1 and 2, by Lucy Aikin. Chapter 14. 1565 and 1566. Whether or not it was with a view of impeding the marriage of the Queen of Scots that Elizabeth had originally encouraged the renewal of the proposals of the archduke to herself, certain it is that the treaty was still carried on, and even with increased earnestness, long after this motive had ceased to operate. It was subsequently to Mary's announcement of her approaching nuptials, that to the instances of the imperial ambassador Elizabeth had replied that she desired to keep herself free till she had finally decided on the answer to be given to the King of France, who had also offered her his hand. After breaking off this negotiation with Charles IX, she declared to the same ambassador that she would never engage to marry a person whom she had not seen; an answer which seemed to hint to the archduke that a visit would be well received. It was accordingly reported with confidence that this prince would soon commence his journey to England; and Cecil himself ventured to write to a friend that if he would accede to the national religion, and if his person proved acceptable to her majesty, "except God should please to continue his displeasure against us, we should see some success." But he thought that the archduke would never explain himself on religion to any one except the queen, and not to her until he should see hopes of speeding. The splendid dream of Leicester's ambition was dissipated forever by these negotiations, and a diminution of the queen's partiality towards him, distinctly visible to the observant eyes of her courtiers, either preceded or accompanied her entertaining so long and with such an air of serious deliberation the proposals of a foreign prince. The enemies of Leicester, a large and formidable party, comprehending almost all the highest names among the nobility and the greater part of the ministers, openly and zealously espoused the interest of the archduke. Leicester at first, with equal warmth and equal openness, opposed his pretensions, but he was soon admonished by the frowns of his royal mistress that if he would preserve or recover his influence, he must now be content to take a humbler tone, and disguise a disappointment which there was arrogance in avowing. The disposition of Elizabeth partook so much more of the haughty than the tender, that the slightest appearances of presumption would always provoke her to take a pleasure in mortifying the most distinguished of her favorites; and it might be no improbable guess that almost the whole of the encouragement given by her to the address of the archduke was prompted by the desire of humbling the pride of Leicester, and showing him that his ascendancy over her was not so complete or so secure as he imagined. A circumstance is related which we may conjecture to have occurred about this time, and which sets in a strong light this part of the character of Elizabeth. Boyer, a gentleman of the Black Rod, being charged by her express command to look precisely into all admissions into the privy chamber, one day stayed a very gay captain, and a follower of my lord of Leicester's, from entrance, for that he was neither well known nor a sworn servant to the queen; at which repulse the gentleman, bearing high on my lord's favor, told him he might perchance procure him a discharge. Leicester, coming into the contestation, said publicly, which was none of his wont, that he was a knave, and should not continue long in his office; and so turning about to go into the queen, Boyer, who was a bold gentleman and well beloved, stepped before him and fell at her majesty's feet, related the story, and humbly craves her grace's pleasure, and whether my lord of Leicester was king or her majesty queen. Whereunto she replied with her wonted oath, "God's death, my lord, I have wished you well, but my favor is not so locked up for you, that others shall not partake thereof. For I have many servants, to whom I have, and will at my pleasure, bequeath my favor, and likewise resume the same. And if you think to rule here, I will take a course to see you forthcoming. I will have here but one mistress and no master; and look that no ill happen to him, lest it be required at your hands." Which words so quelled my lord of Leicester, that his feigned humility was long after one of his best virtues." It might be some consolation to Leicester, under his own mortifications, to behold his ancient rival the earl of Arundel subjected to far severer ones. This nobleman had resigned in disgust his office of lord chamberlain. Subsequently the queen, on some ground of displeasure now unknown, had commanded him to confine himself to his own house; and at the end of several months passed under this kind of restraint, she still denied him for a further term the consolation and privilege of approaching her royal presence. Disgraces so public and so lasting determined him to throw up the desperate game on which he had hazarded so deep a stake. He obtained leave to travel, and hastened to conceal or forget in foreign lands the bitterness of his disappointment and the embarrassment of his circumstances. It is probable that from this time Elizabeth found no more serious suitors amongst her courtiers, though they flattered her by continuing, almost to the end of her life, to address her in the language of love, or rather of gallantry. With all her coquetry, her head was clear, her passions were cool, and men began to perceive that there was little chance of prevailing with her to gratify her heart or her fancy at the expense of that independence on which her lofty temper led her to set so high a value. Some were still uncharitable, unjust enough to believe that Leicester was, or had been, a fortunate lover, but few now expected to see him her husband, and none found encouragement sufficient to renew the experiment in which he had failed. Notwithstanding her short and capricious fits of pride and anger, it was manifest that Leicester still exercised over her mind an influence superior on the whole to that of any other person; and the high distinction with which she continued to treat him, both in public and private, alarmed the jealousy and provoked the hostility of all who thought themselves entitled by rank, by relationship, or by merit, to a larger share of her esteem and favor, or a more intimate participation in her counsels. One nobleman there was who had peculiar pretensions to supersede Leicester in his popular appellation of "heart of the court," and on whom he had already fixed in secret the watchful eye of a rival. This was Thomas, Duke of Norfolk. Inheriting through several channels the blood of the Plantagenets, nearly related to the queen by her maternal ancestry, and connected by descent or alliance with the whole body of the ancient nobility, endeared also to the people by many shining qualities and still more by his unfeigned zeal for reformed religion, his grace stood first amongst the peers of England, not in degree alone or in wealth, but in power, in influence, and in public estimation. He was in the prime of manhood and lately a widower; and when in the parliament of 1566 certain members did not scruple to maintain that the queen ought to be compelled to marry for the good of her country, the duke was named by some, as the earl of Pembroke was by others and the earl of Leicester by a third party, as the person whom she ought to accept as a husband. It does not however appear that the duke himself had aspired, openly at least, to these august but unattainable nuptials. Elizabeth seems to have entertained for him at this period a real regard. He could be to her no object of distrust or danger, and the example which she was ever careful to set of a scrupulous observance of the gradations of rank, led her on all occasions to prefer him to the post of honor. Thus, after the peace with France in 1564, when Charles IX, in return for the garter which the Queen of England had sent him, offered to confer the order of St. Michael on 2 English nobles of her appointment, she named without hesitation the Duke of Norfolk and the Earl of Leicester. The arrogance of Dudley seldom escaped from the control of policy, and as he had the sagacity to perceive that the duke was a competitor over whom treachery alone could render him finally triumphant, he cautiously avoided with him any open collision of interests, any offensive rivalry in matters of place and dignity. He even went further: he compelled himself by a feigned deference to administer food to that exaggerated self-consequence, the cherished foible of the house of Howard in general, and of this duke in particular, out of which he perhaps already hoped that matter would arise to work his ruin. The Chronicles of the year 1565 give a striking instance of this part of his behaviour, in the information, that the Duke of Norfolk, going to keep his Christmas in his own county, was attended out of London by the Earls of Leicester and Warwick, the Lord Chamberlain and other lords and gentlemen, who brought him on his journey, "doing him all the honour in their power." The Duke was not gifted with any great degree of penetration, and the generosity of his disposition combined with his vanity to render him generally the dupe of outward homage and fair professions. He repaid the insidious complaisance of Leicester with good will and even with confidence, and it was not till all was lost that he appears to have recognized this fatal and irreparable error. Thomas Earl of Sussex was an antagonist of a different nature, an enemy rather than a rival, and one who sought the overthrow of Leicester with as much zeal and industry as Leicester himself sought his, or that of the duke, but by means as open and courageous as those of his opponent were ever secret, base and cowardly. This nobleman, the 3rd Earl of the surname of Radcliffe, and son of him who had interfered with effect to procure more humane and respectful treatment of Elizabeth during the period of her adversity, had been first known by the title of Lord Fitzwalter, which he derived from a powerful line of barons well known in English history from the days of Henry I. By his mother, a daughter of Thomas, 2nd Duke of Norfolk, he was first cousin to Queen Anne Boleyn, and friendship, still more than the ties of blood, closely connected him with the head of the Howards. Several circumstances render it probable that he was not a zealous Protestant, though it is nowhere hinted that he was even secretly attached to the Catholic party. During the reign of Mary, his high character and approved loyalty had caused him to be employed, first in an embassy to the Emperor Charles V to settle the Queen's marriage articles, and afterwards in the arduous post of Lord Deputy of Ireland. Elizabeth continued him for some time in this situation, but wishing to avail herself of his counsels and service at home, she recalled him in 1655, conferred upon him the high dignity of Lord Chamberlain, vacant by the resignation of the Earl of Arundel, and appointed as his successor in Ireland his excellent second in office, Sir Henry Sidney, who stood in the same relation, that of brother-in-law, to Sussex and to Leicester, and whose singular merit and good fortune it was to preserve to the end the esteem and friendship of both. The ostensible cause of quarrel between these two earls seems to have been their difference of opinion respecting the Austrian match; but this was rather the pretext than the motive of an animosity deeply rooted in the natures and situation of each, and probably called into action by particular provocations now unknown. The disposition of Sussex was courageous and sincere; his spirit high, his judgment clear and strong, his whole character honorable and upright. In the arts of a courtier, which he despised, he was confessedly inferior to his wily adversary; in all the qualifications of a statesman and a soldier he vastly excelled him. Sussex was endowed with penetration sufficient to detect, beneath the thick folds of hypocrisy and artifice in which he had involved them, the monstrous vices of Leicester's disposition, and he could not without indignation and disgust behold a princess whose blood he shared, whose character he honored, and whose service he had himself embraced with pure devotion, the dupe of an impostor so despicable and so pernicious. That influence which he saw Leicester abuse to the dishonor of the queen and the detriment of the country, he undertook to overthrow by fair and public means, and so far as appears, without motives of personal interest or ambition. Thus far all was well, and for the effort, whether successful or not, he merited the public thanks. But there mingled in the bosom of the high-born Sussex an illiberal disdain of the origin of Dudley, with a just abhorrence of his character and conduct. He was wont to say of him, that 2 ancestors were all that he could number, his father and grandfather, both traitors and enemies to their country. His sarcasms roused in Leicester an animosity which he did not attempt to disguise. With the exception of Cecil and his friends, who stood neuter, the whole court divided into factions upon the quarrel of these two powerful peers; and to such extremity were matters carried, that for some time neither of them would stir abroad without a numerous train, armed, according to the fashion of the day, with daggers and spiked bucklers. Scarcely could the queen herself restrain these "angry opposites" from breaking out into acts of violence. At length, however, summoning them both into her presence, she forced them to a reconciliation neither more nor less sincere than such pacifications by authority have usually proved. The open and unmeasured enmity of Sussex seems to have been productive in the end of more injury to his own friends than to Leicester. The storm under which the favorite had bowed for an instant was quickly overpast, and he once more reared his head erect and lofty as before. To revenge himself by the ruin or disgrace of Sussex was, however, beyond his power. The well-founded confidence of Elizabeth in his abilities and his attachment to her person he found to be immovable; but against his friends and adherents, against the Duke of Norfolk himself, his malignant arts succeeded but too well; and it seems not improbable that Leicester, for the period of carrying on without molestation his practices against them, concurred in procuring for his adversary an honorable exile in the shape of an embassy to the imperial court, on which he departed in the year 1567. After his return from this mission, the queen named the earl of Sussex lord president of the North, an appointment which equally removed him from the immediate theatre of court intrigue. Not long after, the hand of death put a final close to his honorable career, and to an enmity destined to know no other termination. As he lay upon his deathbed, this eminent person is recorded to have thus addressed his surrounding friends: "I am now passing into another world, and must leave you to your fortunes and to the queen's grace and goodness. But beware of the gipsy," meaning Leicester, "for he will be too hard for you all. You know not the beast so well as I do." This earl left no children, and his widow became the munificent foundress of Sidney Sussex College, Cambridge. Of his negotiations with the court of Vienna respecting the royal marriage which he had so much at heart, particulars will be given in due time; but the miscellaneous transactions of 2 or 3 preceding years claim a priority of narration. By a proclamation of February 1566, the queen revived some former sumptuary laws respecting apparel. Chiefly, it should appear, from an apprehension that a dangerous confusion of ranks would be the consequence of indulging to her subjects the liberty of private judgment in a matter so important. The following clause concerning fencing schools is appended to this instrument: "Because it is daily seen what disorders do grow and are likely to increase in the realm, by the increase of numbers of persons taking upon them to teach the multitude of common people to play at all kind of weapons, and for that purpose set up schools called schools of fence, in places inconvenient, tending to the great disorder of such people as properly ought to apply to their labours and handiworks. Therefore her majesty ordereth and commandeth, that no teacher of fence shall keep any school or common place of resort in any place of the realm, but within the liberties of some city of the realm. Where also they shall be obedient to such orders as the governors of the cities shall appoint to them, for the better keeping of the peace, and for prohibition of resort of such people to the same schools as are not meet for that purpose." etc. On these restrictions, which would seem to imply an unworthy jealousy of putting arms and the skill to use them into the hands of the common people, it is equitable to remark that the custom of constantly wearing weapons, at this time almost universal, though prohibited by the laws of some of our early kings, had been found productive of those frequent acts of violence and outrage which have uniformly resulted from this truly barbarous practice in all the countries where it has been suffered to prevail. From the description of England prefixed to Holinshed's Chronicles, we learn several particulars on this subject. Few men, even of the gravest and most pacific characters, such as ancient burgesses and city magistrates, went without a dagger at their side or back. The nobility commonly wore swords or rapiers as well as daggers, as did every common serving man following his master. Some "desperate cutters" carried 2 daggers or 2 rapiers in a sheath, always about them, with which in every drunken fray they worked much mischief. Their swords and daggers also were of an extraordinary length, an abuse which was provided against by a clause of the proclamation above quoted. Some "suspicious fellows" also would carry on the highways staves of 12 or 13 feet long, with pikes of 12 inches at the end, wherefore the honest traveller was compelled to ride with a case of dags, or pistols, at his saddle bow, and none travelled without sword or dagger or hanger. About this time occurred what a contemporary reporter called "an unhappy chance and monstrous," the marriage of Lady Mary Grey to the sergeant porter, a circumstance thus recorded by Fuller with his accustomed quaintness: "Mary Grey, frighted with the infelicity of her two elder sisters, Jane and this Catherine, forgot her honor to remember her safety, and married one whom she could love and none need fear, Martin Kays, of Kent esquire, who was a judge at court, but only of doubtful casts at dice, being serjeant porter, and died without issue the 20th of April 1578." The queen, according to her usual practice in similar cases, sent both husband and wife to prison. What became further of the husband I do not find, but respecting the wife, Sir Thomas Gresham, the eminent merchant, in a letter to Lord Burleigh dated in April 1572, mentions that the Lady Mary Grey had been kept in his house nearly 3 years, and begs of his lordship that he will make interest for her removal. Thus it should appear that this unfortunate lady did not sufficiently "remember her safety" in forming this connexion, obscure and humble as it was; for all matrimony had now become offensive to the austerity or the secret envy of the maiden queen. Sir Henry Sidney, on arriving to take the government of Ireland, found that unhappy country in a state of more than ordinary turbulence, distraction and misery. Petty insurrections of perpetual recurrence harassed the English Pale, and the native chieftains, disdaining to accept the laws of a foreign sovereign as the umpire of their disputes, were waging innumerable private wars, which at once impoverished, afflicted and barbarized their country. The most important of these feuds was one between the Earls of Ormond and Desmond, which so disquieted the queen that, in addition to all official instructions, she deemed it necessary to address her deputy on the subject in a private letter written with her own hand. This document, printed in the Sidney papers, is too valuable as a specimen of her extraordinary style and her manner of thinking to be omitted. It is without date, but must have been written in 1565. Letter of Queen Elizabeth to Sir Henry Sidney on the quarrel between Thomas Earl of Ormond and the Earl of Desmond, anno 1565. Harry, if our partial slender managing of the contentious quarrel between the two Irish earls did not make the way to cause these lines to pass my hand, this gibberish should hardly have cumbered your eyes. But warned by my former fault, and dreading worser hap to come, I rede you take good heed that the good subject's lost state be so revenged, that I hear not the rest be won to a right, by way to breed more traitors' stocks, and so the goal is gone. Make some difference between tried, just, and false friend. Let the good service of well-deservers be never rewarded with loss. Let their thank be such as may encourage no strivers for the like. Suffer not that Desmond's denying deeds, far wide from promised works, make you to trust to other pledge than either himself or John Forgage. He hath so well performed his English vows, that I warn you trust him no longer than you see one of them. Prometheus let me be. Epimetheus hath been mine too long. I pray God your old strange sheep late, as you say, returned into the fold, wore not her woolly garment upon her wolvy back. You know a kingdom knows no kindred, si violandum jus regnandi causa. A strength to harm is perilous in the hand of an ambitious head. Where might is mixed with wit, there is too good an accord in a government. Essays be oft dangerous, specially when the cupbearer hath received such a preservative as, what might so ever betide the drinker's draught, the carrier takes no bane thereby. Believe not, though they swear, that they can be full sound, whose parents sought the rule that they full fain would have. I warrant you they will never be accused of bastardy. You were to blame to lay it to their charge. They will trace the steps that others have passed before. If I had not espied, though very late, legerdemain used in these cases, I had never played my part. No, if I did not see the balances held awry, I had never myself come into the weigh-house. I hope I shall have so good a customer of you, that all other officers shall do their duty among you. If aught have been amiss at home, I will patch, though I cannot whole it. Let us not, nor no more do you, consult so long as till advice come too late to the givers. Where then shall we wish the deeds while all was spent in words? A fool too late bewares when all the peril is past. If we still advise, we shall never do, thus are we still knitting a knot never tied. Yea, and if our web be framed with rotten hurdles, when our loom is well ny done, our work is new to begin. God send the weaver true prentices again, and let them be denizens. I pray you if they be not citizens, and such too as your ancientest aldermen, that have or now dwell in your official place, have had best cause to commend their good behaviour. Let this memorial be only committed to Vulcan's base keeping, without any longer abode than the reading thereof, yea, and with no mention made thereof to any other wight. I charge you as I may command you. Seem not to have had but secretary's letter from me. Your loving mistress, Elizabeth R. In the month of June 1566, the Queen of Scots was delivered of a son. James Melville was immediately dispatched with the happy intelligence to her good sister of England, and he has fortunately left us a narrative of this mission which equals in vivacity the relation of his former visit. "By 12 of the clock I took horse, and was that night at Berwick. The 4th day after I was at London, and did first meet with my brother Sir Robert, then ambassador to England, who that same night sent and advertised Secretary Cecil of my arrival and of the birth of the prince, desiring him to keep it quiet till my coming to court to show it myself under her majesty, who was for the time at Greenwich, where her majesty was in great mirth, dancing after supper. But so soon as the Secretary Cecil whispered in her ear the news of the prince's birth, all her mirth was laid aside for that night. All present marvelling whence proceeded such a change, for the queen did sit down, putting her hand under her cheek, bursting out to some of her ladies that the Queen of Scots was mother of a fair son, while she was but a barren stock. The next morning was appointed for me to get audience, at what time my brother and I went by water to Greenwich, and were met by some friends who told us how sorrowful her majesty was at my news, but that she had been advised to show a glad and cheerful countenance, which she did in her best apparel, saying that the joyful news of the queen her sister's delivery of a fair son, which I had sent her by Secretary Cecil, had recovered her out of a heavy sickness which she had lain under for 15 days. Therefore she welcomed me with a merry volt, and thanked me for the diligence I had used in hasting to give her that welcome intelligence." etc. "The next day her majesty sent unto me her letter with the present of a fair chain." Resolved to perform with a good grace the part which she had assumed, Elizabeth accepted with alacrity the office of sponsor to the Prince of Scotland, sending thither as her proxies the Earl of Bedford, Mr. Carey, son of Lord Hunsdon, and other knights and gentlemen, who met with so cordial a reception from Mary, now at open variance with her husband, and therefore desirous of support from England, as to provoke the jealousy of the French ambassadors. The present of the royal godmother was a font of pure gold worth above 1,000 pounds, in return for which rings, rich chains of diamond and pearl, and other jewels were liberally bestowed upon her substitutes. The birth of her son lent a vast accession of strength to the party of the Queen of Scots in England, and Melville was commissioned to convey back to her, from several of the principal personages of the court, warm professions of an attachment to her person and interests, which the jealousy of their mistress compelled them to dissemble. Elizabeth, on her part, was more than ever disturbed by suspicions on this head, which were kept in constant activity by the secret informations of the armies of spies whom it was her self-tormenting policy to set over the words and actions of the Scottish queen and her English partisans. The more she learned of the influence privately acquired by Mary amongst her subjects, the more of course she feared and hated her, and the stronger became her determination never to give her additional consequence by an open recognition of her right of succession. At the same time, she was fully sensible that no other person could be thought of as the inheritrix of her crown, and she resolved, perhaps wisely, to maintain on this subject an inflexible silence. This policy, however, connected with her perseverance in a state of celibacy, began to awaken in her people an anxiety respecting their future destinies, which, being artfully fomented by Scottish emissaries, produced in 1566 the first symptoms of discord between the queen and her faithful commons. A motion was made in the lower house for reviving the suit to her majesty touching the naming of a successor in case of her death without posterity, and in spite of the strenuous opposition of the court party, and the efforts of the ministers to procure a delay by declaring "that the queen was moved to marriage and inclined to prosecute the same," it was carried, and a committee appointed to confer with the lords. The business was not very agreeable to the upper house. A committee, however, was named, and the queen soon after required some members of both houses to wait upon her respecting this matter, when the Lord Keeper explained their sentiments in a long speech, to which her majesty was pleased to reply after her darkest and most ambiguous manner. "As to her marriage," she said, "a silent thought might serve. She thought it had been so desired that none other tree's blossom should have been minded, or ever any hope of fruit had been denied them. But that if any doubted that she was by vow or determination never bent to trade in that kind of life, she bade them put out that kind of heresy, for their belief was therein awry. And though she could think it best for a private woman, yet she strove with herself to think it not meet for a prince. As to the succession, she bade them not think that they had needed this desire, if she had seen a time so fit, and it so right to be denounced. That the greatness of the cause, and the need of their return, made her say that a short time for so long a continuance ought not to pass by rote." that as cause by conference with the learned should show her matter worth utterance for their behoof, so she would more gladly pursue their good after her days, than with all her prayers while she lived be a means to linger out her living thread. That for their comfort she had good record in that place that other means than they mentioned had been thought of perchance for their good, as much as for her own surety; which, if they could have been presently or conveniently executed, it had not been now deferred or overslipped. That she hoped to die in quiet with nunc dimittis, which could not be without she saw some glimpse of their following surety after her graved bones." These vague sentences tended little to the satisfaction of the House, and a motion was made, and strongly supported by the speeches of several members, for reiteration of the suit. At this her majesty was so incensed that she communicated by Sir Francis Knowles her positive command to the House to proceed no further in this business, satisfying themselves with the promises of marriage which she had made on the word of a prince. But that truly independent member, Paul Wentworth, could not be brought to acquiesce with tameness in this prohibition, and he moved the House on the question whether the late command of her majesty was not a breach of its privileges. The queen hereupon issued an injunction that there should be no debates on this point, but the spirit of resistance rose so high in the House of Commons against this her arbitrary interference, that she found it expedient, a few days after, to rescind both orders, making a great favor, however, of her compliance, and insisting on the condition that the subject should not at this time be further pursued. In her speech on adjourning Parliament she did not omit to acquaint both Houses with her extreme displeasure at their interference touching the name of a successor, a matter which she always chose to regard as belonging exclusively to her prerogative; and she ended by telling them, "that though perhaps they might have after her one better learned or wiser, yet she assured them none more careful over them; and therefore henceforth she bade them beware how they proved their prince's patience, as they had now done hers. And notwithstanding, not meaning, she said, to make a Lent of Christmas, the most part of them might assure themselves that they departed in their prince's grace." She utterly refused an extraordinary subsidy which the Commons had offered on condition of her naming her successor, and even of the ordinary supplies which she accepted, she remitted a fourth, popular observing that it was as well for her to have money in the coffers of her subjects as in her own. By such an alternation of menaces and flatteries did Elizabeth contrive to preserve her ascendancy over the hearts and minds of her people. The Earl of Leicester had lately been elected Chancellor of the University of Oxford, and in the autumn of 1566 the Queen consented to honour with her presence this seat of learning, long ambitious of such a distinction. She was received with the same ceremonies as at Cambridge, learned exhibitions of the same nature awaited her, and she made a similar parade of her bashfulness, and a still greater of her erudition, addressing this university not in Latin but in Greek. Of the dramatic exhibitions prepared for her recreation, an elegant writer has recorded the following particulars: "In the magnificent hall of Christ Church she was entertained with a Latin comedy called Marcus Geminus, the Latin tragedy of Prong, and an English comedy on the story of Palamon and Arcite, by Richard Edwards, gentleman of the Queen's Chapel, and master of the choristers, all acted by the students of the university. When the last play was over, the Queen summoned the poet into her presence, whom she loaded with thanks and compliments; and at the same time, turning to her levee, remarked that Palamon was so justly drawn as a lover, that he must have been in love indeed; that Arcite was a right martial knight, having a swart and manly countenance, yet with the aspect of a Venus clad in armor; that the lovely Amelia was a virgin of uncorrupted purity and unblemished simplicity; and that though she sung so sweetly, and gathered flowers alone in the garden, she preserved her chastity undeflowered. The part of Amelia, the only female part in the play, was acted by a boy of 14, whose performance so captivated her majesty that she made him a present of 8 guineas. During the exhibition, a cry of hounds belonging to Theseus was counterfeited without in the great square of the college. The young students thought it a real chase, and were seized with a sudden transport to join the hunters, at which the queen cried out from her box, "Oh, excellent! These boys, in very troth, are ready to leap out of the windows to follow the hounds." Dr. Lawrence Humphreys, who had lately been distinguished by his strenuous opposition to the injunctions of the queen and Archbishop Parker respecting the habits and ceremonies, was at this time vice-chancellor of Oxford, and when he came forth in procession to meet the queen, she could not forbear saying with a smile, as she gave him her hand to kiss, "That loose gown, Mr. Doctor, becomes you mighty well. I wonder your notions should be so narrow." End of section 20. Section 21 of Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth, Volumes 1 and 2, by Lucy Aikin. Chapter 15. 1567 and 1568, Part 1. Notwithstanding the uniform success and general applause which had hitherto crowned her administration, at no point perhaps of her whole reign was the path of Elizabeth more beset with perplexities and difficulties than at the commencement of the year 1567. The prevalence of the Scottish faction had compelled her to give a pledge to her parliament respecting matrimony, which must either be redeemed by the sacrifice of her darling independence, or forfeited with the loss of her credit and popularity. Her favorite state mystery, the choice of a successor, had also been invaded by rude and daring hands; and to such extremity was she reduced on this point, that she found it necessary to empower the commissioners whom she sent into Scotland for the baptism of the prince, distinctly to propound the following offer: that on a simple ratification by Mary of only so much of the treaty of Edinburgh as engaged her to advance no claim upon the English crown during the lifetime of Elizabeth or any posterity of hers, a solemn recognition of her right of succession should be made by the queen and parliament of England. The Scottish ministry, instead of closing instantly with so advantageous a proposal, were imprudent enough to insist upon a previous examination of the will of Henry VIII., which they fondly believed that they could show to be a forgery; and the delay which the refusal of Elizabeth occasioned gave time for the interposition of circumstances which ruined for ever the character and authority of Mary, and rescued her sister queen from this dilemma. On February 9th, 1567, Lord Darnley, then called King of Scots, perished by a violent and mysterious death. Bothwell, the queen's new favorite, was universally accused of the murder; and the open discord which had subsisted, even before the assassination of Rizzio, between the royal pair, gave strong ground of suspicion that Mary herself was a participator in the crime. Elizabeth behaved on this tragical occurrence with the utmost decorum and moderation. She expressed no opinion hostile to the fame of the Queen of Scots, and took no immediate measures of a public nature respecting it. It can scarcely be doubted, however, that in common with all Europe she secretly believed in the guilt of Mary; and even though at the bottom of her heart she may have desired rather to see her condemned than acquitted in the general verdict, such a feeling ought not, under all the circumstances, to be imputed to her as indicative of any extraordinary malignity of disposition. To announce to the Countess of Lennox, still her prisoner, the frightful catastrophe which had closed the history of her rash misguided son, was the first step taken by Elizabeth. It was a proper and even an indispensable one; but the respectful and considerate manner of the communication, contrasted with former harsh treatment, might be designed to intimate to the house of Lennox that it should now find in her a protectress, and perhaps an avenger. We possess a letter addressed by Cecil to Sir Henry Norris, ambassador in France, in which are found some particulars on this subject, oddly prefaced by a commission on which it is amusing to a modern reader to contemplate a prime minister at such a time and with so much gravity engaged. But the division of labor in public offices seems to have been in this age very imperfect. Elizabeth employed her secretary of state to procure her a mantua maker. James I occupied his in transcribing sonnets of his own composition. Sir William Cecil to Sir Henry Norris, February 20th, 1566-67. The queen's majesty would fain have a tailor that had skill to make her apparel both after the French and Italian manner; and she thinketh that you might use some means to obtain some one such there as serveth that queen, without mentioning any manner of request in the queen's majesty's name. First, to cause my lady your wife to use some such means to get one as thereof knowledge might not come to the queen mother's ears; of whom the queen's majesty thinketh thus: that if she did understand it were a matter wherein her majesty might be pleasured, she would offer to send one to the queen's majesty. Nevertheless, if it cannot be so obtained by this indirect means, then her majesty would have you devise some other good means to obtain one that were skilful. I have stayed your son from going hence now these 2 days, upon the queen's commandment, for that she would have him to have as much of the truth of the circumstances of the murder of the King of Scots as might be; and hitherto the same is hard to come by, other than in a generality. The queen's majesty sent yesterday my lady Howard and my wife to the lady Lennox to the Tower, to open this matter unto her, who could not by any means be kept from such passions of mind as the horribleness of the fact did require. And this last night were with her the said lady, the Dean of Westminster, and Dr. Huick, and I hope her majesty will show some favourable compassion of the said lady, whom any humane nature must needs pity." The liberation of the countess followed, and the earl her husband soon after gratified Elizabeth's desire to interfere, by invoking her assistance to procure, by representations to Mary, some extension of the unusually short time within which he was required to bring forward his proofs against Bothwell, whom he had accused of the assassination of his son. This petition produced a very earnest letter from one queen to the other, in which Elizabeth plainly represented to her royal sister that the refusal of such a request to the father of her husband would bring her into greater suspicion than, as she hoped, she was aware, or would be willing to hear; adding, "For the love of God, madam, use such sincerity and prudence in this case, which touches you so nearly, that all the world may have reason to judge you innocent of so enormous a crime; a thing which unless you do, you will be worthily blotted out from the rank of princesses, and rendered, not undeservedly, the opprobrium of the vulgar. Rather than which fate should befall you, I should wish you an honorable sepulture instead of a stained life." But to these and all other representations which could be made to her, this criminal and infatuated woman replied by marrying Bothwell 3 months after the death of her husband. She now attempted by the most artful sophistries to justify her conduct to the courts of France and England, but vain was the endeavour to excuse or explain away facts which the common sense and common feelings of mankind told them could admit of neither explanation nor apology. The nobles conspired, the people rose in arms against her, and within a single month after her ill-omened nuptials, she saw her guilty partner compelled to tear himself from her arms and seek his safety in flight, and herself reduced to surrender her person into the power of her rebellious subjects. The battle of Langside put all the power of the country into the hands of the insurgent nobles; but they were much divided in opinion as to the use to be made of their victory. Some wished to restore Mary to regal authority under certain limitations; others wanted to depose her and proclaim her infant son in her place; some proposed to detain her in perpetual imprisonment; others threatened to bring her to trial and capital punishment as an accessory to the death of the king. Meantime she was detained a prisoner in Lochleven Castle, subjected to various indignities and a prey to the most frightful apprehensions. But there was an eye which watched over her for her safety, and it was that of Elizabeth. Fears and rivalries, ancient offences and recent provocations, all the imprudence which she had censured, and all the guilt which she had imputed, vanished from the thought of this princess the moment that she beheld a woman, a kinswoman, and what was much more, a sister queen, reduced to this extremity of distress, and exposed to the menaces and insults of her own subjects. For a short time the cause of Mary seemed to her as her own. She interposed in her behalf in a tone of such imperative earnestness, that the Scotch nobles, who feared her power and sought her friendship, did not dare to withstand her; and in all probability Mary at this juncture owed no less than her life to the good offices of her who was destined finally to bring her, with more injustice and after many years of sorrow, to an ignominious death. It was not, however, within the power, if indeed it were the wish, of Elizabeth to restore the Queen of Scots to the enjoyment either of authority or of freedom. All Scotland seemed at this period united against her. She was compelled to sign a deed of abdication in favour of her son, who was crowned king in July 1567. The Earl of Murray was declared regent, and a parliament assembled about the close of the year confirmed all these acts of the confederate lords, and sanctioned the detention of the deposed queen in a captivity of which none could then foresee the termination. Elizabeth ordered her ambassador to abstain from countenancing by his presence the coronation of the King of Scots, and she continued to negotiate for the restoration of Mary. But her ministers strongly represented to her the danger of driving the lords, by a further display of her indignation at their proceedings, into a confederacy with France; and Throgmorton, her ambassador in Scotland, urged her to treat with them to deliver their young king into her hands, in order to his being educated in England. Some proposal of this nature she accordingly made; but the lords, whom former experience had rendered suspicious of her dealings, absolutely refused to give up their prince without the pledge of a recognition of his right of succession to the English throne; and Elizabeth, reluctant as ever to come to a declaration on this point, reluctant also to desert entirely the interests of Mary, with whose remaining adherents she still maintained a secret intercourse, seems to have abstained for some time from any very active interference in the perplexed affairs of the neighbour kingdom. The recent occurrences in Scotland had procured Elizabeth some respite from the importunities of her subjects relative to the succession; but it was not the less necessary for her to take some steps in discharge of her promise respecting marriage. Accordingly, the Earl of Sussex, in this cause a negotiator no less zealous than able, was dispatched in solemn embassy to Vienna, to congratulate the Emperor Maximilian on his coronation, and at the same time to treat with his brother the Archduke Charles respecting his long agitated marriage with the queen. Two obstacles were to be surmounted: the attachment of the archduke to the Catholic faith, and the repugnance of Elizabeth to enter into engagements with a prince whose person was unknown to her. Both are attempted to be obviated in two extant letters from the ambassador to the queen, which at the same time so well display the manly spirit of the writer, and present details so interesting, that it would be an injury to give their more important passages in other language than his own. In the first, dated Vienna, October 1567, the Earl of Sussex acquaints her Majesty with the arrival of the archduke in that city, and his admission to a first audience, which was one of ceremony only, after which he thus proceeds: "On Michaelmas day in the afternoon, the Emperor rode in his coach to see the archduke run at the ring, who commanded me to run at his side, and my Lord North, Mr. Cobham, and Mr. Powell on the other side. And after the running was done, he rode on a courser of Naples; and surely his highness, in the order of his running, the managing of his horse and the manner of his seat, governed himself exceedingly well, and so as in my judgment it was not to be amended. Since which time I have had divers conferences with the emperor, and with his highness apart, as well in times of appointed audience as in several huntings; wherein I have viewed, observed, and considered of his person and qualities as much as by any means I might, and have also by good diligence inquired of his state, and have so thought fit to advertise your Majesty what I conceive of myself, or understand by others, which I trust your Majesty shall find to be true in all respects. His highness is of a person higher surely a good deal than my lord marquis, his hair and beard of a light auburn, his face well proportioned, amiable, and of a good complexion, without show of redness or over paleness; his countenance and speech cheerful, very courteous, and not without some state; his body well shaped, without deformity or blemish; his hands very good and fair; his legs clean, well proportioned, and of sufficient bigness for his stature; his foot as good as may be. So as upon my duty to your Majesty, I find not one deformity, misshape, or anything to be noted worthy disliking in his whole person; but contrariwise, I find his whole shape to be good, worthy commendation and liking in all respects, and such as is rarely to be found in such a prince. His highness, besides his natural language of Dutch, speaketh very well Spanish and Italian, and, as I hear, Latin. His dealings with me be very wise; his conversation such as much contenteth me; and, as I hear, none returneth discontented from his company. He is greatly beloved here of all men; the chiefest gallants of these parts be his men, and follow his court. The most of them have travelled other countries, speak many languages, and behave themselves thereafter. And truly we cannot be so glad there to have him come to us, as they will be sad here to have him go from them. He is reported to be wise, liberal, valiant, and of great courage, which in the last wars he well showed, in defending all his countries free from the Turk with his own force only, and giving them divers overthrows when they attempted any thing against his rules. And he is universally, which I most weigh, noted to be of such virtue as he was never spotted or touched with any notable vice or crime, which is much in a prince of his years, endued with such qualities. He delighteth much in hunting, riding, hawking, exercise of feats of arms, and hearing of music, whereof he hath very good. He hath, as I hear, some understanding in astronomy and cosmography, and taketh pleasure in clocks that set forth the course of the planets. He hath for his portion the countries of Styria, Carinthia, Friola, Trieste, and Histria, and hath the government of that is left in Croatia, wherein, as I hear, he may ride without entering into any other man's territories, near 300 miles. Surely he is a great prince in subjects, territories, and revenues, and liveth in great honor and state, with such a court as he, that seeth it will say is fit for a great prince." etc. On October 26th he writes thus: "Since the writing of my other letters, upon the resolution of the emperor and the archduke, I took occasion to go to the archduke, meaning to sound him to the bottom in all causes, and to feel whether such matter as he had uttered to me before, contained in my other letters, proceeded from him bona fide, or were but words of form. After some ordinary speech, used to minister occasion, I began after this sort: Sir, I see it as a great matter to deal in the marriage of princes, and therefore it is convenient for me, that by the queen my mistress's order intermeddle in this negotiation, to foresee that I neither deceive you, be deceived myself, nor by my ignorance be the cause that she be deceived. In respect whereof, I beseech your highness to give me leave to treat as frankly with you in all things, now I am here, as it pleased her majesty to give me leave to deal with her before my coming from thence. Whereby I may be as well assured of your disposition, upon your assured word, as I was of hers upon her word, and so proceed in all things thereafter. Whereunto his highness answered me that he thanked me for that kind of dealing, and he would truly utter to me what he thought and meant in all things that I should demand. Which upon his word he willed me to credit, and I should not be abused myself, nor abuse your majesty. I then said that, your licence granted, I was bold humbly to beseech your majesty to let me understand your inward disposition in this cause, and whether you meant a lingering entertaining of the matter, or a direct proceeding to bring it to a good end, with a determination to consummate the marriage if conveniently you might. Whereupon your majesty not only used such speeches to me as did satisfy me of your plain and good meaning to proceed in this matter without delay, if by convenient means you might, but also gave me in commission to affirm, upon your word, to the emperor, that ye had resolved to marry. You were free to marry where God should put it in your heart to like, and you had given no grateful ear to any motion of marriage but to this, although you had received sundry great offers from others. And therefore your majesty by your letters, and I by your commandment, had desired of his majesty some determinate resolution whereby the matter might one ways or another grow to an end with both your honours. The like whereof I had also said to his highness before, and did now repeat it. And for that his highness had given me the like licence. I would be as bold with him as I had been with your majesty, and therefore beseeched him to let me, upon his honour, understand whether he earnestly desired, for love of your person, the good success and end of this cause, and had determined in his heart upon this marriage, or else to satisfy others that procured him thereto, was content to entertain the matter, and cared not what became thereof; that I also might deal thereafter. For in the one I would serve your majesty and him truly, and in the other I was no person of quality to be a convenient minister. His highness answered, Count, I have heard by the emperor of the order of your dealing with him, and I have had dealings with you myself, wherewith he and I rest very well contented. But truly I never rested more contented of anything than I do of this dealing, wherein, besides your duty to her that hath trusted you, you show what you be yourself, for the which I honour you as you be worthy. Pardon me, I beseech your majesty, in writing the words he spake of myself, for they serve to utter his natural disposition and inclination. And although I have always had a good hope of the queen's honourable dealing in this matter, yet I have heard so much of her not meaning to marry as might give me cause to suspect the worst. But understanding by the emperor of your manner of dealing with him, perceiving that I do presently by your words, I think myself bound (wherewith he put off his cap) to honour, love, and serve her majesty while I live, and will firmly credit that you on her majesty's behalf have said; and therefore, so I might hope her majesty would bear with me for my conscience, I know not that thing in the world that I would refuse to do at her commandment. And surely I have from the beginning of this matter settled my heart upon her, and never thought of other wife, if she would think me worthy to be her husband. And therefore be bold to inform her majesty truly herein, for I will not fail of my part in any thing, as I trust sufficiently appeareth to you by that I have heretofore said. I thanked his highness of his frank dealing, wherein I would believe him and deal thereafter, and now I am satisfied in this, I beseech your highness satisfy me also in another matter, and bear with me though I be somewhat busy, for I mean it for the best. I have many times heard of men of good judgment, and friends to this cause, that as the emperor's majesty, being in disposition of the Augustan confession, hath been forced in these great wars of the Turk to temporize in respect of Christendom, so your highness, being of his mind inwardly, hath also upon good policy forborne to discover yourself until you might see some end of your own causes; and expecting, by marriage or other means, a settling of yourself in further advancement of state than your own patrimony, you temporize until you see on which side your lot will fall. And if you find you shall settle in this marriage, ye will, when ye are sure thereof, discover what ye be. If this be true, trust me, sir, I beseech you, And I will not betray you, and let me know the secret of your heart, whereby you may grow to a shorter end of your desire. And as I will upon my oath assure you, I will never utter your counsel to any person living but to the queen my mistress, so do I deliver unto you her promise upon her honour not to utter it to any person without your consent. And if you will not trust me herein, commit it to her majesty's trust by your own letters or messenger of trust, and she will not deceive you. Surely, said his highness, whoever hath said this of me to the queen's majesty, or to you, or to any other, hath said more than he knoweth. God grant he meant well therein. My ancestors have always holden this religion that I hold, and I never knew other, and therefore I never could have mind hitherto to change. And I trust, when her majesty shall consider my case well, her determination herein shall not hurt me towards her in this cause. For, count, said he, how could you with reason give me counsel to be the first of my race that so suddenly could change the religion that all my ancestors have so long holden, when I know no other? Or how can the queen like of me in any other thing, that should be so light in changing of my conscience? Where on the other side, in knowing my duty constantly to God for conscience, I have great hope that her majesty, with good reason, will conceive that I will be the more faithful and constant to her in all that honour and conscience bindeth. And therefore I will myself crave of her majesty, by my letters, her granting of this my only request. And I pray you with all my heart to further it in all you may. And shrink not to assure her majesty, that if she satisfy me in this, I will never slack to serve and satisfy her, while I live, in all the rest. In such like talk to this effect, his highness spent almost 2 hours with me, which I thought my duty to advertise your majesty. And hereupon I gather that reputation ruleth him much for the present in this case of religion, and that if God couple you together in liking, you shall have of him a true husband, a loving companion, a wise counsellor and a faithful servant, and we shall have as virtuous a prince as ever ruled. God grant, though you be worthy a great deal better than he, if he were to be found, that our wickedness be not such as we be unworthy of him, or of such as he is." etc. It may be matter as much of surprise as regret to the reader of these letters that a negotiation should have failed of success, which the manly plainness of the envoy on one hand, and the honourable unreserve of the prince on the other, had so quickly freed from the customary intricacies of diplomatic transactions. Religion furnished, to appearance, the only objection which could be urged against the union; and on this head the archduke would have been satisfied with terms the least favourable to himself that could be devised. He only stipulated for the performance of Catholic worship in a private room of the palace, at which none but himself and such servants of his own persuasion as he should bring with him should have permission to attend. He consented regularly to accompany the queen to the services of the Church of England, and for a time to intermit the exercise of his own religion should any disputes arise; and he engaged that neither he nor his attendants should in any manner contravene, or give countenance to such as contravened, the established religion of the country. In short, he asked no greater indulgence on this head than what was granted without scruple to the ambassadors of Catholic powers. But even this, it was affirmed, was more than the queen could with safety concede; and on this ground the treaty was finally closed. There was great room, however, to suspect that the real and ostensible reasons for the failure of this marriage were by no means the same. It could scarcely have been expected or hoped that a prince of the house of Austria would consent to desert the religion of his ancestors, which he must have regarded himself as pledged by the honour of his birth to maintain; and without deserting it he could not go beyond the terms which Charles actually offered. This religion, as a system of faith and worship, was by no means regarded by Elizabeth with such abhorrence as would render it irksome to her to grant it toleration in a husband, though on political grounds she forbade under heavy penalties its exercise to her subjects. It is true that to the Puritans the smallest degree of indulgence to its idolatrous rites appeared a heinous sin, and from them the Austrian match would have had to encounter all the opposition that could prudently made by a sect itself obnoxious to the rod of persecution. The Duke of Norfolk is said to have given great offence to this party, with which he was usually disposed to act, by the cordial approbation which he was induced, probably by his friendship for the Earl of Sussex, to bestow on this measure. Leicester is believed to have thwarted the negotiations by means of one of his creatures, for whom he had procured the second rank in the embassy of the Earl of Sussex. He also laboured in person to fill the mind of the queen with fears and scruples respecting it; But it is probable that, after all, the chief difficulty lay in Elizabeth's settled aversion to the married state; and notwithstanding all her professions to her ambassador, the known dissimulation of her character permits us to believe, not only that small obstacles were found sufficient to divert her from accomplishing the union which she pretended to have at heart, but that from the very beginning she was insincere, and that not even the total sacrifice of his religion would have exempted her suitor from final disappointment. The decease of Sir Richard Sackville in 1566 called his son, the accomplished poet, to the inheritance of a noble fortune, and opened to him the career of public life. At the time of his father's death he was pursuing his travels through France and Italy, and had been subjected to a short imprisonment in Rome, "which trouble," says his eulogist, "was brought upon him by some who hated him for his love to religion and his duty to his sovereign." Immediately on his return to his native country, the Duke of Norfolk, by the queen's command, conferred upon him the honor of knighthood, and on the same day he was advanced by her to the degree of a baron by the style of Lord Buckhurst. The new peer immediately shone forth one of the brightest ornaments of the court; but carried away by the ardor of his imagination, he plunged so deeply into the expensive pleasures of the age as seriously to injure his fortune, and in part his credit. Timely reflection, however, added, it is said, to the counsels of his royal kinswoman, cured him of the foible of profusion, and he lived not only to retrieve, but to augment his patrimony to a vast amount. Amid the factions of the court, Lord Buckhurst, almost alone, preserved a dignified neutrality, resting his claims to consideration and influence not on the arts of intrigue, but on his talents, his merit, his extensive possessions, and his interest in his royal kinswoman. Leicester was jealous of his approach, as of that of every man of honor who affected an independence on his support. But it was not till many years afterwards, and on an occasion in which his own reputation and safety were at stake, that the wily favorite ventured a direct attack upon the credit of Lord Buckhurst. At present they preserved towards each other those exteriors of consideration and respect which in the world, and especially at courts, are found so perfectly compatible with fear, hatred, or contempt. It was about this time that in one of her majesty's summer progresses an incident occurred which the painter or the poet might seize and embellish. Passing through Northamptonshire, she stopped to visit her royal castle of Fotheringay, then or soon after committed by her to the keeping of Sir William Fitzwilliam, several times Lord Deputy of Ireland. The castle was at this time entire and magnificent, and must have been viewed by Elizabeth with sentiments of family pride. It was erected by her remote progenitor Edmund of Langley, son of King Edward III. And founder of the house of York. By his directions the keep was built in the likeness of a fetterlock, the well-known cognizance of that line, and in the windows the same symbol with its attendant falcon was repeatedly and conspicuously emblazoned. From Edmund of Langley it descended to his son Edward Duke of York, slain in the field of Agincourt, and next to the son of his unfortunate brother the decapitated Earl of Cambridge, to that Richard who fell at Wakefield in the attempt to assert his title to the crown, which the victorious arms of his son Edward IV. Afterwards vindicated to himself and his posterity. In a collegiate church adjoining were deposited the remains of Edward and Richard Dukes of York, and of Cecily, wife to the latter, who survived to behold so many bloody deeds, of which her children were the perpetrators or the victims. Elizabeth, attended by all the pomp of royalty, proceeded to visit the spot of her ancestors' interment. But what was her indignation and surprise on discovering that the splendid tombs which had once risen to their memory had been involved in the same destruction with the college itself, of which the rapacious Northumberland had obtained a grant from Edward VI., and that scarcely a stone remained to protect the dust of these descendants and progenitors of kings. She instantly gave orders for the erection of suitable monuments to their honor; but her commands were ill obeyed, and a few miserable plaster figures were all that the illustrious dead obtained at last from her pride or her piety. These monuments, however, such as they are, remain to posterity, whilst of the magnificent castle, the only adequate commemoration of the power and greatness of its possessors, one stone is not left upon another. It was levelled with the ground by order of James I., that not a vestige might remain of the last prison of his unhappy mother, the fatal scene of her trial, condemnation, and ignominious death. The close of the year 1567 had left the Queen of Scots a prisoner in Lochleven Castle, her infant son declared king, and the regent Murray, a man of vigor, prudence, and in the main of virtue, holding the reins with a firm hand. For the peace and welfare of Scotland, for the security of reformed religion, and for the ends of that moral retribution from which the crimes and vices of the rulers of mankind ought least of all to be exempt, nothing could be more desirable than that such a state of things should become permanent, by the acquiescence of the potentates of Europe, and of that powerful aristocracy which in Scotland was unhappily superior to the whole force of the laws and the constitution. But for its destruction many interests, many passions and prejudices conspired. It was rather against Bothwell than against the queen that many of the nobles had taken arms; and more favorable terms would at first have been granted her could she have been brought to consent as a preliminary to divorce and banish him for ever from her presence. The flight of Bothwell and the prolongation of her own captivity had subdued her obstinacy on this point. It was understood that she was now willing that her marriage should be dissolved, and this concession alone sufficed to bring her many partisans. Sentiments of pity began to arise in favor of an unfortunate queen in beauty, and to cause her crimes to be extenuated or forgotten. All the Catholics in Scotland were her earnest friends, and the foreign princes of the same persuasion were unceasingly stimulating them to act openly in her behalf. With these, Elizabeth, either by her zeal for the common cause of sovereigns, or by some treacherous designs of her own, was brought into the most preposterous conjunction, and she had actually proposed to the court of France that they should by joint consent cut off all communication with Scotland till the queen should be reinstated. The haughty and unconciliating temper of Murray had embittered the animosity entertained against him by several nobles of the blood royal, each of whom regarded himself as the person best entitled to the office of regent; and an insurrection against his authority was already in contemplation, when Mary, having by her promises and blandishments bribed an unthinking youth to effect her liberation, suddenly reappeared in readiness to put herself at the head of such of her countrymen as still owned her allegiance. Several leading nobles flocked hastily to her standard. A bond was entered into for her defence, and in a few days she saw herself at the head of 6,000 men. Elizabeth made her an immediate offer of troops and succour, stipulating, however, from a prudent jealousy of the French, that no foreign forces should be admitted into Scotland; and further, that all disputes between Mary and her subjects should be submitted to her arbitration. Section 22. Of Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth. This recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth, Volumes 1 and 2, by Lucy Aikin. Chapter 15. 1567 and 1568, Part 2. Fortunately for Scotland, though disastrously for the future days of Mary and the fame of Elizabeth, this formidable rising in favor of the deposed sovereign was crushed at a single blow. Murray, with inferior forces, marched courageously against the queen, gained a complete and easy victory, and compelled her to a hasty flight. Accompanied only by a few attendants, the defeated princess reached the English border. What should she do? Behind her was the hostile army, acting in the name of her son, to whom she had signed an abdication of the throne, in virtue of which her late attempt to reinstate herself might lawfully be visited with the rigors of perpetual imprisonment, or even with death itself. Before her lay the dominions of a princess whose titles she had once usurped, and whose government she had never ceased to molest by her intrigues; of one who had hated her as a competitor in power and in beauty, as an enemy in religion, and most of all as the heiress of her crown. But this very princess had interfered, generously interfered, to save her life. She had shown herself touched by her situation. She had offered her, under certain conditions, succours and protection. Perhaps she would no longer remember in the suppliant who embraced her knees the haughty rival who had laid claim to her crown. Perhaps she would show herself a real friend. The English people, too, could they behold unmoved "a queen, a beauty," hurled from her throne, chased from her country by the rude hands of her rebellious subjects, and driven to implore their aid? No, surely. 10,000 swords would spring from their scabbards to avenge her injuries. So she hoped. So she reasoned. For merited misfortune had not yet impaired her courage or abated her confidence, nor had the sense of guilt impressed upon her mind one lesson of humility. Her situation also, admitted of no other alternative than to confide herself to Elizabeth or surrender to Murray, a step not to be thought of. Time pressed, fear urged, and resolved to throw herself at the feet of her kinswoman, she crossed, never to return, the Rubicon of her destiny. A common fishing boat, the only vessel that could be procured, landed her on May 16th 1568, with about 20 attendants, at Workington in Cumberland, whence she was conducted with every mark of respect to Carlisle Castle, and from this asylum she instantly addressed to Elizabeth a long letter, relating her fresh reverse of fortune, complaining of the injuries which she had received at the hands of her subjects, and earnestly imploring her favor and protection. With what feelings this important letter was received it would be deeply interesting to inquire, were there any possibility of arriving at the knowledge of a thing so secret. If indeed the professions of friendship and offers of effectual aid lavished by Elizabeth upon Mary during the period of her captivity were nothing else than a series of stratagems by which she sought to draw an unwary victim within her toils, and to wreak on her the vengeance of an envious temper and unpitying heart, we might now imagine her exulting in the success of her wiles, and smiling over the atrocious perfidy which she was about to commit. If, on the other hand, we judge these demonstrations to have been at the time sincere, and believe that Elizabeth, though profoundly sensible of Mary's misconduct, was yet anxious to save her from the severe retribution which her exasperated subjects had taken upon them to exact, we must imagine her whole soul agitated at this crisis by a crowd of conflicting thoughts and adverse passions. In the first moments, sympathy for an unhappy queen, and the intuitive sense of generosity and honor, would urge her to fulfil every promise, to satisfy or surpass every hope which her conduct had excited. But soon the mingled suggestions of female honor, of policy, of caution, uniting with the sentiment of habitual enmity, would arise, first to moderate, then to extinguish, her ardor in the cause of her supplicant. Further reflection, enforced perhaps by the reasonings of her most trusted counsellors, would serve to display in tempting colours the advantages to be taken of the now defenceless condition of a competitor once formidable and always odious; and gradually, but not easily, not without reluctance and shame and secret pangs of compunction, she would suffer the temptation, one, it must be confessed, of no common force, and aided by pleas of public utility not a little plausible, to become victorious over her first thoughts, her better feelings, her more virtuous resolves. For the honor of human nature, it may be believed that the latter state of feeling must have been that experienced by a princess whose life had been as yet unsullied by any considerable violations of faith, justice, or humanity. But it must not escape remark, that the first steps taken by her in this business were strong, decided in their character, and almost irretrievable. Lady Scrope, sister of the Duke of Norfolk, was indeed sent to attend the illustrious stranger at Carlisle; and Lord Scrope, warden of the West Marches, and Sir Francis Knowles, the vice-chamberlain, were soon after dispatched thither with letters for her of kind condolence. But when Mary applied to these persons for permission to visit their queen, they replied that, until she should have cleared herself of the shocking imputation of her husband's murder, public decorum and her own reputation must preclude a princess so nearly related to the late King of Scots from receiving her into her presence; that it was however with regret that their mistress admitted this delay, and as soon as the Queen of Scots should have vindicated herself on this point, they were empowered to promise her a reception suited at once to a sovereign and a kinswoman in distress. Had not Elizabeth previously committed herself in some degree by interference in behalf of Mary, and by promises to her of support, no one could reasonably have blamed the caution or the coldness of this reply to a request which, under all the circumstances, might justly be taxed with effrontery. But in the judgment of Mary and her friends, and perhaps even of more impartial judges, the part already taken by Elizabeth had deprived her of the right of recurring to former events as a plea for the exclusion of the Queen of Scots from her presence and favor. Tears of grief and anger burst from the eyes of Mary on this unexpected check, which struck her heart with the most melancholy forebodings; but aware of the necessity of disguising fears which would pass for an evidence of guilt, she hastily replied that she was willing to submit her whole conduct to the judgment of the queen her sister, and did not doubt of being able to produce such proofs of her innocence as would satisfy her and confound her enemies. This was enough for Elizabeth. She was now constituted umpire between the Queen of Scots and her subjects, and the future fate of both might be said to lie in her hands. In the meantime, she had gained a pretext for treating as a culprit the party who had appealed to her tribunal. We learn that Lord Scrope and Sir Francis Knowles had from the first received secret instructions not only to watch the motions of Mary, but to prevent her departure. Her person had also been surrounded with sentinels under the semblance of a guard of honor. But hitherto these measures of precaution had probably remained concealed from their object. They were now gradually replaced by others of a more open and decided character, and it was not much longer permitted to the hapless fugitive to doubt the dismal truth, that she was once more a prisoner. Alarmed at her situation, and secretly conscious how ill her conduct would stand the test of judicial inquiry, Mary no sooner learned that Elizabeth had actually named commissioners to hear the pleadings on both sides, and written to summon the regent to produce before them whatever he could bring in justification of his conduct towards his sovereign, than she hastened to retract her former unwary concession. In a letter full of impotent indignation, assumed majesty and real dismay, she now sought to explain away or evade her late appeal. She repeated her demand of admission to the presence of Elizabeth, refused to compromise her royal dignity by submitting to a trial in which her own subjects were to appear as parties against her, and ended by requiring that the queen would either furnish her with that assistance which it behooved her more than any one to grant, or would suffer her to seek the aid of other princes whose delicacy on this head would be less, or their resentment of her wrongs greater. This last proposal might have suggested to Elizabeth the safest, easiest, and most honorable mode of extricating herself from the dilemma in which, by further intermeddling in the concerns of Scotland, she was likely to become involved. Happy would it have been for her credit and her peace of mind had she suffered her perplexing guest to depart and seek for partisans and avengers elsewhere; but her pride of superiority and love of sway were flattered by the idea of arbitrating in so great a cause. Her secret malignity enjoyed the humiliation of her enemy, and her characteristic caution represented to her in formidable colours the danger of restoring to liberty one whom she had already offended beyond forgiveness. She laid Mary's letter before her privy council; and these confidential advisers, after wisely and uprightly deciding that it would be inconsistent with the honor and safety of the queen and her government to undertake the restoration of the Queen of Scots, were induced to add that it would also be unsafe to permit her departure out of the kingdom, and that the inquiry into her conduct ought to be pursued. In spite of her remonstrances, Mary was immediately removed to Bolton Castle in Yorkshire, a seat of Lord Scrope's. Her communications with her own country were cut off. Her confinement was rendered more strict; and by secret promises from Elizabeth of finally causing her to be restored to her throne under certain limitations, she was led to renew her consent to the trial of her cause in England, and to engage herself to name commissioners to confer with those of the regent and of Elizabeth at York. It would be foreign from the purpose of the present work to engage in a regular narrative of the celebrated proceedings begun soon after at the city last mentioned, and ended at Westminster. Some remarkable circumstances illustrative of the character of the English princess, or connected with the fate of her principal noble, will however be related hereafter, as well as their final result. At present, other subjects claim attention. An embassy arrived in London in 1567 from Ivan Basilovitz, Tsar of Muscovy, the second which had been addressed to an English sovereign from that country, plunged as yet in barbarous ignorance, and far from anticipating the day when it should assume a distinguished station in the system of civilized Europe. It was by a bold and extraordinary enterprise that the barrier of the frozen sea had been burst, and a channel of communication opened between this country and Russia, by means of which an intercourse highly beneficial to both nations was now begun. The leading circumstances were the following. During the reign of Henry VII., just after the unparalleled achievement of Columbus had rendered voyages of discovery the ruling passion of Europe, a Venetian pilot, named Cabot, who had resided long in Bristol, obtained from this monarch for himself and his sons a patent for making discoveries and conquests in unknown regions. By this navigator and his son Sebastian, Newfoundland was soon after discovered; and by Sebastian, after his father's death, a long series of maritime enterprises were subsequently undertaken with various success. For many years he was in the service of Spain; but returning to England at the close of Henry VIII.'s reign, He was received with merited favour at court. Young King Edward listened with eagerness to the relations of the aged navigator, and, touched by the unquenchable ardour of discovery which still burned in the bosom of this contemporary and rival of Columbus, granted with alacrity his royal license for the fitting out of 3 ships to explore a northern passage to the East Indies. The instructions for this voyage were drawn up in a masterly manner by Cabot himself, and the command of the expedition was given to Sir Hugh Willoughby, and under him to Richard Chancellor, a gentleman who had long been attached to the service of the excellent Sir Henry Sidney, by whom he was recommended to this appointment in the warmest terms of affection and esteem. The ships were separated by a tempest off the Norwegian coast, and Willoughby, having encountered much foul weather, and judging the season too far advanced to proceed on so hazardous a voyage, laid up his vessel in a bay on the shore of Lapland, with the purpose of awaiting the return of spring. But such was the rigor of the season on this bleak and inhospitable coast, that the admiral and his whole crew were frozen to death in their cabin. Chancellor, in the meantime, by dint of superior sailing, was enabled to surmount the perils of the way. He doubled the North Cape, a limit never passed by English keel before, and, still proceeding eastward, found entrance into an unknown gulf, which proved to be the White Sea, and dropped anchor at length in the port of Archangel. The rude natives were surprised and terrified by the appearance of a strange vessel much superior in size to any which they had before beheld. But after a time, venturing on an intercourse with the navigators, they acquainted them that they were the subjects of the Czar of Muscovy, and that they had sent to apprise him of so extraordinary an arrival. On the return of the messenger, Chancellor received an invitation to visit the court of Moscow. The Czar, barbarian as he was in manners and habits, possessed, however, strong sense and an inquiring mind. He had formed great projects for the improvement of his empire, and he was immediately and fully aware of the advantages to be derived from a direct communication by sea with a people capable of supplying his country with most of the commodities which it now received from the southern nations of Europe by a tedious and expensive land carriage. He accordingly welcomed the Englishmen with distinguished honours, returned a favourable answer to the letter from King Edward of which they were the bearers, and expressed his willingness to enter into commercial relations with their country, and to receive an ambassador from their sovereign. Edward did not live to learn the prosperous success of this part of the expedition, but fortunately his successor extended equal encouragement to the enterprise. A Russian company was formed, of which the veteran Sebastian Cabot was made governor, and Chancellor was dispatched on a second voyage, charged with further instructions for the settlement of a commercial treaty. His voyage was again safe and prosperous, and he was accompanied on his return by a Russian ambassador. But off the coast of Scotland the ship was unhappily wrecked, and Chancellor, with several other persons, was drowned, the ambassador himself reaching the land with much difficulty. The vessel was plundered of her whole cargo by the neighbouring peasantry, but the ambassador and his train were hospitably entertained by the Queen Regent of Scotland, and forwarded on their way to London, where their grotesque figures and the barbaric pomp of their dress and equipage astonished the court and city. The present embassy, which reached its destination without accident, was one of greater importance, and appeared with superior dignity. It conveyed to the queen, besides all verbal assurances of the friendship of the Czar, a magnificent present of the richest furs and other articles of great rarity, and the ambassadors had it in charge to conclude a treaty of amity and commerce, of which the terms proved highly advantageous for England. They were accompanied by an Englishman named Jenkinson, who had been sent out several years before by the Russia Company to explore the southern and eastern limits of that vast empire, and to endeavour to open an overland trade with Persia. By the assistance of the Czar he had succeeded in this object, and was the first Englishman who ever sailed upon the Caspian, or travelled over the wild region which lies beyond. In return for all favours, he had now undertaken on behalf of the Czar to propose to his own sovereign certain secret articles in which this prince was more deeply interested than in any commercial matters, and which he deemed it unsafe to commit to the fidelity or discretion of his own ambassadors. Ivan, partly by a marked preference shown to foreigners, which his own barbarians could not forgive, partly by his many acts of violence and cruelty, had highly incensed his subjects against him. In the preceding year a violent insurrection had nearly hurled him from the throne, and, still apprehensive of some impending disaster, he now proposed to the Queen of England a league, offensive and defensive, of which he was anxious to make it an article that she should bind herself by oath to grant a kind and honorable reception in her dominions to himself, his wife and children, should any untoward event compel them to quit their country. But that never failing caution which, in all the complication and diversity of her connexions with foreign powers, withheld Elizabeth from ever, in a single instance, committing herself beyond the power of retreat, caused her to waive compliance with the extraordinary proposal of Ivan. She entertained his ambassadors, however, with the utmost cordiality, gratified his wishes in every point where prudence would permit, and finally succeeded, by the adroitness of her management, in securing for her country, without sacrifice or hazard on her own part, every real benefit which an intercourse with such a people and such a sovereign appeared capable of affording. To have come off with advantage in a trial of diplomatic skill with a barbarous Czar of Muscovy was, however, an exploit of which a civilized politician would be ashamed to boast. On him no glory could be won, and we may imagine Elizabeth turning from him with a kind of disdain to an antagonist more worthy of her talents. The king and court of France were at this time subjected to the guidance of the execrable Catherine de' Medici. To this woman the religious differences which then agitated Europe were in themselves perfectly indifferent, and on more than one occasion she had allowed it to be perceived that they were so. But a close and dispassionate study of the state of parties in her son's kingdom had at length convinced her that it was necessary to the establishment of his authority and her own consequence, that the Huguenot faction should be crushed, and she stood secretly prepared and resolved to procure the accomplishment of this object by measures of perfidy and atrocity from which bigotry itself, in a mind not totally depraved, must have revolted. By the secret league of Bayonne, the courts of France and Spain had pledged themselves to pursue in concert the great work of the extirpation of heresy; and while Catherine was laying hidden trains for the destruction of the Huguenots, Philip II, by measures of open force and relentless cruelty, was striving to annihilate the Protestants of the Low Countries, and to impose upon those devoted provinces the detested yoke of the Inquisition. Elizabeth was aware of all that was going on, and she well knew that when once these worthy associates had succeeded in crushing the Reformation in their own dominions, Scotland and England would become the immediate theatre of their operations. Already were the Catholics of the two countries privately encouraged to rely on them for support, and incited to aid the common cause by giving all the disturbance in their power to their respective governments. Considerations of policy, therefore, no less than of religion, moved her to afford such succours, first to the French Protestants and afterwards to the Flemings, as might enable them to prolong at least the contest. But her caution and her frugality conspired to restrain her from involving herself in actual warfare for the defence of either. At the very time, therefore, that she was secretly supplying the Huguenots with money and giving them assurances of her support, she was more than ever attentive to preserve all the exteriors of friendship with the court of France. It suited the views of the queen mother to receive with complacency and encouragement the dissembling professions of Elizabeth, by which she was not herself deceived, but which served to deceive and to alarm her enemies the Protestants, and in some measure to mask her designs against them. We have seen what high civilities had passed between the courts on occasion of the admission of the French king into the order of the Garter, but this is little to what followed. In 1568, after the remonstrances and intercession of Elizabeth, the succours lent by the German Protestants, and the strenuous resistance made by the Huguenots themselves, had procured for this persecuted sect a short and treacherous peace. Catherine, in proof and confirmation of her entire friendship with the Queen of England, began to drop hints to her ambassador of a marriage between his mistress and her third son, the Duke of Anjou, then only 17 years of age. Elizabeth was assuredly not so much of a dupe as to believe the queen mother sincere in this strange proposal; yet it was entertained by her with the utmost apparent seriousness. She even thought proper to give it a certain degree of cautious encouragement, which Catherine was doubtless well able rightly to interpret; and with this extraordinary kind of mutual understanding, these two ingenious females continued for months, nay years, to amuse themselves and one another with the representation of carrying on of negotiations for a treaty of marriage. Elizabeth, with the most candid and natural air in the world, remarked that difference of religion would present the most serious obstacle to so desirable a union. Catherine, with equal plausibility, hoped that on this point terms of agreement might be found satisfactory to both parties; and warming as they proceeded, one began to imagine the conditions to which a Catholic prince could with honor accede, and the other to invent the objections which ought to be made to them by a Protestant princess. The philosophical inquirer, who has learned from the study of history how much more the high destinies of nations are governed by the permanent circumstances of geographical position and relative force, and the great moral causes which act upon whole ages and peoples, than by negotiations, intrigues, schemes of politicians and tricks of traits, will be apt to regard as equally futile and base the petty manoeuvres of dissimulation and artifice employed by each queen to incline in her own favor the political balance. But in justice to the memories of Catherine and Elizabeth, women whom neither their own nor any after times have taxed with folly, it ought at least to be observed, that in mistaking the excess of falsehood for the perfection of address, the triumphs of cunning for the masterpieces of public wisdom, they did but partake the error of the ablest male politicians of that age of statesmen. The same narrow views of the interest of princes and of states governed them all. They seem to have believed that the right and the expedient were constantly opposed to each other. In the intercourses of public men they thought that nothing was more carefully to be shunned than plain speaking and direct dealings; and in these functionaries they regarded the use of every kind of "indirection" as allowable, because absolutely essential to the great end of serving their country. Amongst the wiser and better part of Elizabeth's council, however, such a profound abhorrence of the measures of the French court at this time prevailed, and such an honest eagerness to join heart and hand with the oppressed Huguenots for the redress of their intolerable grievances, that it required all her vigilance and address to keep them within the limits of that temporizing moderation which she herself was bent on preserving. In the correspondence of Cecil with Sir Henry Norris, then ambassador in France, the bitterness of his feelings is perpetually breaking out, and he cannot refrain from relating with extreme complacency such words of displeasure as her majesty was at any time moved to let fall against her high allies. In November 1567, when civil war had again broken out in France, he acquaints the ambassador that the queen dislikes to give assistance to Condé and his party against their sovereign, but recommends it to him to do it occasionally notwithstanding, as the council are their friends. In September 1568 he writes thus: "The French ambassador has sent his nephew to require audience, and that it might be ordered to have her majesty's council present at the bishop's missado. Her majesty's answer was, that they forgot themselves, in coming from a king that was but young, to think her not able to conceive an answer without her council; and although she could use the advice of her council, as was meet, yet she saw no cause why they should thus deal with her, being of full years, and governing her realm in better sort than France was. So the audience, being demanded on Saturday, was put off till Tuesday, wherewith I think they are not contented." Again, "Monsieur de Montausier was brought to the queen's presence to report the victory which God had given the French king by a battle, as he termed it, wherein was slain the Prince of Condé, whereunto, as I could conceive, her majesty answered, that of any good fortune happening to the king she was glad; but that she thought it also to be condoled with the king, that it should be counted a victory to have a prince of his blood slain; and so with like speech not fully to their contentation." With the Spanish court the queen was on the worst possible terms short of open hostilities. Her ambassador at Madrid had been banished from the city to a little village in the neighbourhood. The Spanish ambassador at London had been placed under guard for dispersing libels against her person and government; and in consequence of her adroit seizure of a sum of money belonging to some Genoese merchants designed as a loan to the Duke of Alva, to enable him to carry on the war against the Protestants in Flanders, the King of Spain had ordered all commerce to be broken off between those provinces and England. In the midst of these menaces of foreign war, cabals were forming against Elizabeth in her own kingdom and court, which threatened her with nearer dangers. Of all these plots the Scottish queen was, directly or indirectly, the cause or the pretext; and in order to place them in a clear light, it will now be necessary to return to the conferences at York. Section 23 of Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth. This recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth, volumes 1 and 2, by Lucy Aikin. Chapter 16, 1568 to 1570, Part 1. The 3 commissioners named by Elizabeth to sit as judges in the great cause between Mary and her subjects, of which she had been named the umpire, were the Duke of Norfolk, the Earl of Sussex, and Sir Ralph Sadler, a very able negotiator and man of business. On the part of the Scottish nation, the regent Murray, fearing to trust the cause in other hands, appeared in person, attended by several men of talent and consequence. The situation of Mary herself was not more critical or more unprecedented, and scarcely more humiliating, than that in which Murray was placed by her appeal to Elizabeth. Acting on behalf of the infant king his nephew, he saw himself called upon to submit to the tribunal of a foreign sovereign such proofs of the atrocious guilt of the queen his sister as should justify in the eyes of this sovereign, and in those of Europe, the degradation of Mary from the exalted station which she was born to fill, her imprisonment, her violent expulsion from the kingdom, and her future banishment or captivity for life; an attempt in which, though successful, there was both disgrace to himself and detriment to the honor and independence of his country, and from which, if unsuccessful, he could contemplate nothing but certain ruin. Struck with all the evils of this dilemma, with the danger of provoking beyond forgiveness his own queen, whose restoration he still regarded as no improbable event, and with the imprudence of relying implicitly on the dubious protection of Elizabeth, Murray long hesitated to bring forward the only charge dreaded by the illustrious prisoner, that of having conspired with Bothwell the murder of her husband. In the meantime, Maitland, a Scottish commissioner secretly attached to Mary, found means to open a private communication with the Duke of Norfolk, and to suggest to this nobleman, now a widower for the 3rd time, the project of obtaining for himself the hand of Mary, and of replacing her by force on the throne of her ancestors. The vanity of Norfolk, artfully worked upon by the Bishop of Ross, Mary's prime agent, caused him to listen with complacency to this rash proposal; and having once consented to entertain it, he naturally became earnest to prevent Murray from preferring that heinous accusation which he had at length apprised the English commissioners that he was provided with ample means of substantiating. After some deliberation on the means of effecting this object, he accordingly resolved upon the step of discovering his views to the regent himself, and endeavouring to obtain his concurrence. Murray, who seems to have felt little confidence in the stability of the government of which he was the present head, and who judged perhaps that the return of the queen as the wife of an English Protestant nobleman would afford the best prospect of safety to himself and his party, readily acceded to the proposal, and consented still to withhold the "damning proofs" of Mary's guilt which he held in his hand. But neither the Scottish associates of Murray nor the English cabinet were disposed to rest satisfied with this feeble and temporizing conduct. Mary's commissioners too, emboldened by his apparent timidity, of which the motives were probably not known to them all, began to push their advantage in a manner which threatened final defeat to his party. The Queen of England artfully incited him to proceed; and in spite of his secret engagements with the duke and his own reluctance, he at length saw himself compelled to let fall the long suspended stroke on the head of Mary. He applied to the English court for encouragement and protection in his perilous enterprise; and Elizabeth, being at length suspicious of the intrigue which had hitherto baffled all her expectations from the conferences at York, suddenly gave orders for the removal of the Queen of Scots from Bolton Castle, and the superintendence of Lord Scrope, the duke's brother-in-law, to the more secure situation of Tutbury Castle in Staffordshire, and the vigilant custody of the Earl of Shrewsbury. At the same time, she found pretexts for transferring the conferences from York to Westminster, and added to the number of her commissioners Sir Nicholas Bacon, Lord Keeper; the Earls of Arundel and Leicester, Lord Clinton, and Cecil. Anxious to preserve an air of impartiality, Elizabeth declined giving to the regent all the assurances for his future security which he required; but on his arrival in London she extended to him a reception equally kind and respectful, and by alternate caresses and hints of intimidation, she gradually led him on to the production of the fatal casket containing the letters of Mary to Bothwell, by which her participation in the murder of her husband was clearly proved. After steps on the part of his sovereign, from which the duke might have inferred her knowledge of his secret machinations, after discoveries respecting the conduct of Mary which impeached her of guilt so heinous, and covered her with infamy so indelible, prudence and honor alike required that he should abandon forever the thought of linking his destiny with hers. But in the light and unbalanced mind of Norfolk, the ambition of matching with royalty unfortunately preponderated over all other considerations. he speedily began to weave anew the tissue of intrigue which the removal of the conferences had broken off, and turning once more with fond credulity to Murray, by whom his cause had been before deserted, he again put confidence in his assurances that the marriage project had his hearty approbation, and should receive his effectual support. Melvil informs us that this fresh compact was brought about by Sir Nicholas Throgmorton, "being a man of a deep reach and great prudence and discretion, who had ever travelled for the union of this isle." But notwithstanding his "deep reach," he was certainly imposed upon in this affair; for the regent, insincere perhaps from the beginning, had now no other object than to secure his present personal safety by lavishing promises which he had no intention to fulfil. Melvil, who attended him on his return to Scotland, thus explains the secret of his conduct. "At that time the duke commanded over all the north parts of England, where our mistress was kept, and so might have taken her out when he pleased. And when he was angry at the regent, he had appointed the earl of Westmoreland to lie in his way, and cut off himself and so many of his company as were most bent upon the queen's accusation. But after the last agreement, the duke sent and discharged the said earl from doing us any harm. Yet upon our return, the earl came in our way with a great company of horse, to signify to us that we were at his mercy." It is difficult to believe, notwithstanding this positive testimony, that the Duke of Norfolk, a man of mild dispositions and guided in the main by religion and conscience, would have hazarded, or would not have scrupled, so atrocious, so inexpiable an act of violence as that of cutting off the regent of Scotland returning to his own country under sanction of the public faith and the express protection of the queen. But he may have indulged himself in vague menaces, which Westmoreland, a bigoted papist, ripe for rebellion against the government of Elizabeth, would have felt little reluctance to carry into effect; and thus the regent's duplicity might in fact be prompted and excused to himself by a principle of self-defence. Whatever degree of confidence Norfolk and his advisers might place in Murray's sincerity, they were well aware that other steps must be taken, and other confederates engaged, before the grand affair of the marriage could be put in a train to ensure its final success. There was no immediate prospect of Mary's regaining her liberty by means of the Queen of England, or with her concurrence; for since the production of the great charge against her, to which she had instructed her commissioners to decline making any answer, Elizabeth had regarded her as one who had suffered judgment to go against her by default, and began to treat her accordingly. Her confinement was rendered more rigorous, and henceforth the still pending negotiations respecting her return to her own country were carried on with a slackness which evidently proceeded from the dread of Mary, and the reluctance of Elizabeth, to bring to a decided determination a business which could not now be ended either with credit or advantage to the deposed queen. Elizabeth had dismissed the regent to his government without open approbation of his conduct as without censure; but he had received from her in private an important supply of money, and such other effectual aids as not only served to establish the present preponderance of his authority, but would enable him, it was thought, successfully to withstand all future attempts for the restoration of Mary. Evidently, then, it was only by the raising of a formidable party in the English court that any thing could be effected in behalf of the royal captive; but her agents and those of the duke assured themselves that ample means were in their hands for setting this machine in action. Elizabeth, it was now thought, would not marry. The Queen of Scots was generally admitted to be her legal heir, and it appeared highly important to the welfare of England that she should not transfer her claims with her hand to any of the more powerful princes of Europe. Consequently the duke entertained little doubt of uniting in favor of his suit the suffrages of all those leading characters in the English court who had formerly conveyed to Mary assurances of their attachment to her title and interests. His own influence amongst the nobility was very considerable, and he readily obtained the concurrence of the Earl of Pembroke, the Earl of Arundel, his first wife's father, and Lord Lumley, a Catholic peer closely connected with the house of Howard. The design was now imparted to Leicester, who entertained into it with an ostentation of affectionate zeal which ought perhaps to have alarmed the too credulous duke. As if impatient to give an undeniable pledge of his sincerity, he undertook to draw up with his own hand a letter to the Queen of Scots, warmly recommending the duke to her matrimonial choice, which immediately received the signatures of the 3 nobles above mentioned and the rest of the confederates. By these subscribers it was distinctly stipulated that the union should not take place without the knowledge and approbation of the Queen of England, and that the reformed religion should be maintained in both the British kingdoms; conditions by which they at first perhaps believed that they had provided sufficiently for the interests of Elizabeth and of Protestantism. It was, however, immediately obvious that the duke and his agents had the design of concealing carefully all their measures from their sovereign, till the party should have gained such strength that it would no longer be safe for her to refuse a consent which it was well known that she would always be unwilling to grant. But when, on encouragement being given by Mary to the hopes of her suitor, the kings of France and Spain, and even the Pope himself, were made privy to the scheme and pledged to give it their assistance, all its English, and especially all its Protestant supporters, ought to have been aware that their undertaking was assuming the form of a conspiracy within the enemies of their queen and country against her government and personal safety, against the public peace, and the religion by law established, and nothing can excuse the blindness or palliate the guilt of their perseverance in a course so perilous and so crooked. Private interests were doubtless at the bottom with most or all of the participators in this affair who were not papists; and those, they were not a few, who envied or who feared the influence and authority of Cecil, eagerly seized the occasion to array against him a body of hostility by which they trusted to work his final and irretrievable ruin. It seems to have been by an ambitious rivalry with the secretary that Sir Nicholas Throgmorton, whose early life had exhibited so bold a spirit of resistance to tyranny and popery, when triumphant and enthroned, had been carried into a faction which all his principles ought to have rendered odious to him. In his intercourses with the Queen of Scots as ambassador from Elizabeth, he had already shown himself her zealous partisan. In advising her to sign for her safety the deed of abdication tendered to her at Lochleven, he had basely suggested that the compulsion under which she acted would excuse her from regarding it as binding. To the English crown he also regarded her future title as incontrovertible. He now represented to his party that Cecil was secretly inclined to the house of Suffolk, and that no measure favorable to the reputation or authority of the Queen of Scots could be carried whilst he enjoyed the confidence of his mistress. By these suggestions, the duke, unfortunately for himself, was led to sanction an attempt against the power and reputation of this great minister. Leicester, who had long hated his virtues, the old corrupt statesmen Winchester, Pembroke and Arundel, and the discontented Catholic peers Northumberland and Westmoreland, eagerly joined in the plot. It was agreed to attack the secretary in the privy council, on the ground of his having advised the detention of the money going into the Low Countries for the service of the King of Spain, and thus exposing the nation to the danger of a war with this potentate. And Throgmorton is said to have advised that, whatever he answered, they should find some pretext for sending him to the Tower, after which he said it would be easy to compass his overthrow. But the penetration of Elizabeth enabled her to appreciate justly, with a single exception, the principles, characters and motives of all her servants; and she knew that while his enemies were exclusively attached to their own interests, Cecil was attached also to the interests of his prince, his country and his religion; that while others, with that far-sighted selfishness which involves men in so many intrigues, usually rendered fruitless or needless by the after-course of events, were bent on securing to themselves the good graces of her successor, he was content to depend on her alone; that while others were the courtiers, the flatterers, or the ministers of the queen, he, and perhaps he only, was the friend of Elizabeth. All the rest she knew that she could replace at a moment, him never. Secret information was carried to her of all that her council were contriving, and had almost executed, against the secretary. Full of indignation, she hurried to their meeting, where she was not expected, and by her peremptory mandate put an instant stop to their proceedings, making Leicester himself sensible, by a warmth which did her honor, that the man who held the first place in her esteem was by no one to be injured with impunity. The Earl of Sussex, the true friend of Norfolk, and never his abettor in designs of which his sober judgment could discern all the criminality and all the rashness, was grieved to the soul that the artifices of his followers should have set him at variance with Cecil. He was doubtless aware of the advantage which their disagreement would minister against them both to the malignant Leicester, his and their common enemy; and trembling for the safety of the duke and the welfare of both, he addressed to the secretary, from the north, where he was then occupied in the queen's service, a letter on the subject, eloquent by its uncommon earnestness. He tells them that he knows not the occasion of the coldness between him and the duke, of which he had acknowledged the existence; but that he cannot believe other, esteeming both parties as he does, than that it must have had its origin in misrepresentation and the ill offices of their enemies, and he implores him, as the general remedy of all such differences, to resort to a full and fair explanation with the duke himself, in whom he will find "honor, truth, wisdom and plainness." These excellent exhortations were not without effect. It is probable that the incautious duke, had either been led inadvertently or dragged unwillingly by his faction into the plot against the secretary, whose ruin he was not likely to have sought from any personal motive of enmity; and accordingly, a few weeks after, June 1569, we find Sussex congratulating Cecil, in a second letter, on a reconciliation between them which he trusts will prove entire and permanent. Hitherto the queen had preserved so profound a silence respecting the intrigues of the duke, that he flattered himself she was without a suspicion of their existence; but this illusion was soon to vanish. In August 1569, the queen being at Farnham in her progress and the duke in attendance on her, she took him to dine with her, and in the course of conversation found occasion "without any show of displeasure," but with sufficient significance of manner, to give him the advice "to be very careful on what pillow he rested his head." Afterwards she cautioned him in plain terms against entering into any marriage treaty with the Queen of Scots. The duke, in his first surprise, made no scruple to promise on his allegiance that he would entertain no thoughts of her. He even affected to speak of such a connexion with disdain, declaring that he esteemed his lands in England worth nearly as much as the whole kingdom of Scotland, wasted as it was by wars and tumults, and that in his tennis court at Norwich he reckoned himself equal to many a prince. These demonstrations were all insincere. The duke remained steady to his purpose, and his correspondence with the Queen of Scots was not for a single day intermitted in submission to his sovereign. But he felt that it was now time to take off the mask; and fully confiding in the strength of his party, he requested the Earl of Leicester immediately to open the marriage proposal to her Majesty and solicit her consent. This the favorite promised, but for his own ends continued to defer the business from day to day. Cecil, who had recently been taken into the consultations of the duke, urged upon him with great force the expediency of being himself the first to name his wishes to the queen. But Norfolk, either from timidity, or more probably from an ill-founded reliance on Leicester's sincerity, and a distrust, equally misplaced, of that of Cecil, whom he was conscious of having ill treated, neglected to avail himself of this wise and friendly counsel, by which he might yet have been preserved. Leicester, who watched all his motions, was at length satisfied that his purpose was effected. The victim was inveigled beyond the power of retreat or escape, and it was time for the decoy bird to slip out of the snare. He summoned to his aid a fit of sickness, the never-failing resource of the courtiers of Elizabeth in case of need. His pitying mistress, as he had doubtless anticipated, hastened to pay him a charitable visit at his own house, and he then suffered her to discover that his malady was occasioned by some momentous secret which weighed upon his spirits; and after due ostentation of penitence and concern, at length revealed to her the whole of the negotiations for the marriage of the duke with the Queen of Scots, including the part which he had himself taken in that business. Elizabeth, who seems by no means to have suspected that matters had gone so far, or that so many of her nobles were implicated in this transaction, was moved with indignation, and commanded the immediate attendance of the duke, who, conscious of his delinquency, and disquieted by the change which he thought he had observed in the countenance of her Majesty, and the carriage towards him of his brother peers, had some time before quitted the court, and retired first to his house in London, and afterwards to his seat in Kenninghall in Norfolk. The duke delayed to appear, not daring to trust himself in the hands of his offended sovereign; and after a short delay, procured for him by the compassion of Cecil, who persisted in assuring the queen that he would doubtless come shortly of his own accord, a messenger was sent to bring him up to London. This messenger, on his arrival, found the duke apparently, and perhaps really, labouring under a violent ague; and he suffered himself to be prevailed upon to accept his solemn promise of appearing at court as soon as he should be able to travel, and to return without him. Meanwhile the queen, now bent upon sifting this matter to the bottom, had written to require the Scottish regent to inform her of the share which he had taken in the intrigue, and whatever else he knew respecting it. Murray had become fully aware how much more important it was to his interests to preserve the favor and friendship of Elizabeth than to aim at keeping any measures with Mary, by whom he was now hated with extreme bitterness; and learning that the confidence of the duke had already been betrayed by the Earl of Leicester, he made no scruple of acquainting her with all the particulars in which he was immediately concerned. It thus became known to Elizabeth that, as early as the conferences at York, the regent had been compelled, by threats of personal violence on his return to Scotland, to close with the proposals of the duke relative to his marriage; that it was with a view to this union that Mary had solicited from the States of Scotland a sentence of divorce from Bothwell, which Murray, by the exertion of his influence, had induced them to refuse, and thus delayed the completion of the contract. But it appeared from other evidence that written promises of marriage had actually been exchanged between the duke and Mary, and committed to the safe keeping of the French ambassador. It was also found to be a part of the scheme to betroth the infant King of Scots to a daughter of the Duke of Norfolk. The anger of Elizabeth disdained to be longer trifled with, and she dispatched a messenger with peremptory orders to bring up the duke, "his ague notwithstanding," who found him already preparing to set out on his journey. Cecil, in one of his letters to Sir Henry Norris, dated October 1569, relates these circumstances at length, and expresses his satisfaction in the last, both for the sake of the state and of the duke himself, whom of all subjects he declares he most loved and honored. He then proceeds thus: "The queen's majesty hath willed the earl of Arundel and my lord of Pembroke to keep their lodgings here, for that they were privy of this marriage intended, and did not reveal it to her majesty. But I think none of them did so with any evil meaning, and of my lord of Pembroke's intent herein I can witness that he meant nothing but well to the queen's majesty. My lord Lumley is also restrained. The queen's majesty hath also been grievously offended with my lord of Leicester. But considering that he hath revealed all that he saith he knoweth of himself, her majesty spareth her displeasure the more towards him. Some disquiets must arise, but I trust not hurtful; for her majesty saith she will know the truth, so as every one shall see his own fault, and so stay. My lord of Huntingdon is joined with the earl of Shrewsbury for the Scots queen's safety. Whilst this matter was in passing, you must not think but the queen of Scots was nearer looked to than before." The duke, on his arrival, was committed to the Tower; but neither against him nor any of his adherents did the queen think proper to proceed by course of law, and they were all liberated after a restraint of longer or shorter duration. It is proper to mention that the adherents of Mary in her own time, and various writers since, have conspired to cast severe reflections upon Elizabeth for committing her to the joint custody of the earl of Huntingdon, because this nobleman, being descended by his mother, a daughter of Henry Pole lord Montacute, from the house of Clarence, was supposed to put his right of succession to the crown in competition with hers, and therefore to entertain against her peculiar animosity. But on the part of Elizabeth it may be observed, first, that there is not the slightest ground to suspect that this nobleman, who was childless, entertained the most distant idea of reviving the obsolete claims of his family; and certainly if Elizabeth had suspected him of it, he would never have held so high a place in her confidence. Secondly, nothing less than the death of Mary would have served any designs that he might have formed; and by joining him in commission with others for her safe keeping, Elizabeth will scarcely be said to have put it in his power to make away with her. Thirdly, the very writers who complain of the vigilance and strictness with which the Queen of Scots was now guarded, all acknowledge that nothing less could have baffled the plans of escape which the zeal of her partisans was continually setting on foot. Amongst the warmest of these partisans was Leonard Dacre, a gentleman whose personal qualities, whose errors, injuries and misfortunes, all conspire to render him an object of attention, illustrative as they also are of the practices and sentiments of his age. Leonard was the second son of William lord Dacre of Gilsland, descended from the ancient barons Vaux who had held lordships in Cumberland from the days of the Conqueror. In 1568, on the death without issue of his nephew, a minor in wardship to the Duke of Norfolk, Leonard as heir male laid claim to the title and family estates, but the three sisters of the last lord disputed with him this valuable succession; and being supported by the interest of the Duke of Norfolk their stepfather, to whose 3 sons they were married, they found means to defend the claims of their uncle, though indisputably good in law; one instance in 1,000 of the scandalous partiality towards the rich and powerful exhibited in the legal decisions of that age. Section 24 of Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth, Volumes 1 and 2, by Lucy Aikin. Chapter 16, 1568 to 1570, Part 2. Stung with resentment against the government and the queen herself, by whom justice had been denied him, Leonard Dacre threw himself, with all the impetuosity of his character, into the measures of the malcontents and the interests of the Queen of Scots, and he laid a daring plan for her deliverance from Tutbury Castle. This plan the duke, on its being communicated to him, had vehemently opposed, partly from his repugnance to measures of violence, partly from the apprehension that Mary, when at liberty, might fall into the hands of a foreign and Catholic party, and desert her engagements with him for a marriage with the King of Spain. Dacre, however, was not to be diverted from his design, especially by the man with whom he was at open enmity, and he assembled a troop of horse for its execution. But suspicions had probably been excited, and the sudden removal of the prisoner to Wingfield frustrated all his measures. This was not the only attempt of that turbulent and dangerous faction of which the inconsiderate ambition of the duke had rendered him nominally the head, but really the tool and victim, which he had now the grief to find himself utterly unable to guide or restrain. The earls of Northumberland and Westmoreland, heads of the ancient and warlike families of Percy and Neville, were the first to break that internal tranquillity which the kingdom had hitherto enjoyed, without the slightest interruption, under the wise and vigorous rule of Elizabeth. The remoteness of these noblemen from the court and capital, with the poverty and consequent simplicity, almost barbarism, of the vassals over whom they bore sway, and whose homage they received like native and independent princes, appears to have nourished in their minds ideas of their own importance better suited to the period of the Wars of the Roses than to the happier age of peace and order which had succeeded. The offended pride of the Earl of Westmoreland, a man destitute in fact of every kind of talent, seems on some occasion to have conducted him to the discovery that at the court of Elizabeth the representative of the king-making Warwick was a person of very slender consideration. The failure of the grand attack upon the secretary, in which he had taken part, confirmed this mortifying impression, and the committal of his brother-in-law, the great and powerful Duke of Norfolk himself, must subsequently have carried home to the bottom of his heart unwilling conviction that the preponderance of the ancient aristocracy of the country was subverted, and its proudest chieftains fast sinking to the common level of subjects. His attachment to the religion, with the other practices and prejudices of former ages, gave additional exasperation to his discontent against the established order of things. The incessant invectives of Romish priests against a princess whom the Pope was on the point of anathematizing represented the cause of her enemies as that of heaven itself, and the spirit of the earl was roused at length to seek full vengeance for all the injuries sustained by his pride, his interests, or his principles. Every motive of disaffection which wrought upon the mind of Westmoreland affected equally the Earl of Northumberland, and to the cause of popery the latter was still further pledged by the example and fate of his father, that Sir Thomas Percy who had perished on the scaffold for his share in Aske's rebellion. The attainder of Sir Thomas had debarred his son from succeeding to the titles and estates of the last unhappy earl his uncle, and he had suffered the mortification of seeing them go to raise the fortunes of the house of Dudley. But on the accession of Mary, by whom his father was regarded as a martyr, he had been restored to all the honors of his birth, and treated with a degree of favor which could not but strengthen his predilection for the faith of which she was the patroness. It appears, however, that the attachment of the earl to the cause of popery had not on all occasions been proof against immediate personal interest. Soon after the marriage of the Queen of Scots with Darnley, that rash and ill-judging pair, esteeming their authority in the country sufficiently established to enable them to venture on an attempt for the restoration of the old religion, the Pope, in furtherance of their pious designs, had remitted the sum of 8,000 crowns. "But the ship wherein the said gold was," says James Melville in his Memoirs, "did shipwreck upon the coast of England, within the Earl of Northumberland's bounds, who alleged the whole to appertain to him by just law, which he caused his advocate to read unto me, when I was directed to him for the demanding restitution of the said sum, in the old Norman language, which neither he nor I understood well, it was so corrupt. But all my entreaties were ineffectual, he altogether refusing to give any part thereof to the queen, albeit he was himself a Catholic, and professed secretly to be her friend." And through this disappointment Mary was compelled to give up her design. An additional trait of the earl's character is furnished by the same author in transcribing the instructions which he carried home from his brother Sir Robert Melville, then ambassador to England, on his return from that country, after announcing the birth of the Prince of Scotland. Item, that her majesty cast not off the Earl of Northumberland, albeit as a fearful and facile man he delivered her letter to the Queen of England. Neither appear to find fault with Sir Henry Percy as yet for his dealings with Mr. Ruxby, an English spy in Scotland, which he doth to gain favor at court, being upon a contrary faction to his brother the earl." The machinations of the two earls, however cautiously carried on, did not entirely escape the penetration of the Earl of Sussex, Lord President of the North, who sent for them both and subjected them to some kind of examination. But no sufficient cause for their detention then appearing, he dismissed them, hoping probably that the warning would prove efficacious in securing their peaceable behavior. In this idea, however, he was deceived. On their return they instantly resumed their mischievous designs, and they were actually preparing for an insurrection which was to be supported by troops from Flanders promised by the Duke of Alva, when a summons from the queen for their immediate attendance at court disconcerted all their measures. To comply with the command seemed madness in men who were conscious that their proceedings had already amounted to high treason; but to refuse obedience, and thus set at defiance a power to which they were as yet unprepared to oppose any effectual resistance, seemed equally desperate. They hesitated, and it is said that the irresolution of Northumberland was only ended by the stratagem of some of his dependents, who waked him one night with a false alarm that his enemies were upon him, and thus carried him into the irretrievable step of quitting his home and joining Westmoreland, on which the country flocked in for their defence, and they found themselves compelled to raise their standard. The enterprise immediately assumed the aspect of a holy war, or crusade against heresy. On the banners of the insurgents were displayed the cross, the 5 wounds of Christ, and the cup of the Eucharist. Mass was regularly performed in their camp, and on reaching Durham they carried off from the cathedral and committed to the flames the Bible and the English service books. The want of money to purchase provisions compelled the earls to relinquish their first idea of marching to London. They took, however, a neighbouring castle, and remained masters of the country as long as no army appeared to oppose them. But on the approach of the Earl of Sussex and Lord Hunsdon from York with a large body of troops, they gradually retreated to the Scotch borders, and there disbanded their men without a blow. The Earl of Westmoreland finally made his escape to Flanders, where he dragged out a tedious existence in poverty and obscurity, barely supplied with the necessaries of life by a slender pension from the King of Spain. Northumberland, being betrayed for a reward by a Scottish borderer to whom, as to a friend, he had fled for refuge, was at length delivered up by the regent Morton to the English government, and was beheaded at York. Posterity is not called upon to respect the memory of these rebellious earls as martyrs even to a mistaken zeal for the good of their country, or to any other generous principle of action. The objects of their enterprise, as assigned by themselves, were the restoration of the old religion, the removal of evil counsellors, and the liberation of the Duke of Norfolk and other imprisoned nobles. But even their attachment to popery appears to have been entirely subservient to their views of personal interest, and so little was the duke inclined to blend his cause with theirs, that he exerted himself in every mode that his situation would permit to strengthen the hands of government for their overthrow; and it was in consideration of the loyal spirit manifested by him on occasion of this rebellion, and of a subsequent rising in Norfolk, that he soon after obtained his liberty on a solemn promise to renounce all connection with the Queen of Scots. In the northern counties, however, the cause and the persons of the 2 earls, who had well maintained the hospitable fame of their great ancestors, were alike the objects of popular attachment. The miserable destiny of the outlawed and ruined Westmoreland, and the untimely death of Northumberland through the perfidy of the false friend in whom he had put his trust, were long remembered with pity and indignation, and many a minstrel "tuned his rude harp of border frame" to the fall of the Percy or the wanderings of the Neville. There was also an ancient gentleman named Norton, of Norton in Yorkshire, who bore the banner of the cross and the 5 wounds before the rebel army, whose tragic fall, with that of his 8 sons, has received such commemoration and embellishment as the pathetic strains of a nameless but probably contemporary bard could bestow. The excellent ballad entitled "The Rising in the North" impressively describes the mission of Mercy's "little foot page" to Norton to pray that he will "ride in his company." The council held by Richard Norton with his 9 sons when "8 of them did answer make, 8 of them spake hastily, 'O Father, till the day we die, we'll stand by that good earl and thee,'" while Francis, the eldest, seeks to dissuade his father from rebellion, but finding him resolved, offers to accompany him "unarmed and naked." Their standard is then mentioned, and after recording the flight of the 2 earls, the minstrel adds, "Thee, Norton, with thine 8 good sons, they doomed to die, alas for ruth! Thy reverend locks thee could not save, nor them their fair and blooming youth." But how slender is the authority of a poet in matters of history! It is quite certain that Richard Norton did not perish by the hands of the executioner, and it is uncertain whether any one of his sons did. It is true that the old man with 3 more of the family was attainted, that his great estates were confiscated, and that he ended his days a miserable exile in Flanders. We also know that 2 gentlemen of the name of Norton were hanged at London, but some authorities make them brothers of the head of the family, and 2 of the sons of Richard Norton, Francis and Edmund, ancestor of the present Lord Grantley, certainly lived and died in peace on their estates in Yorkshire. It is little to the honor of Elizabeth's clemency that a rebellion suppressed almost without bloodshed should have been judged by her to justify and require the unmitigated exercise of martial law over the whole of the disaffected country. Sir John Bowes, marshal of the army, made it his boast that in a tract 60 miles in length and 40 in breadth there was scarcely a town or village where he had not put some to death; and at Durham the Earl of Sussex caused 63 constables to be hanged at once, a severity of which it should appear that he was the unwilling instrument, for in a letter written soon after to Cecil, he complains that during part of the time of his command in the north he had nothing left to him "but to direct hanging matters." But the situation of this nobleman at the time was such as would by no means permit him at his own peril to suspend or evade the execution of such orders as he received from court. Egremond Ratcliffe, his half-brother, was one of about 40 noblemen and gentlemen attainted for their concern in this rebellion. He had in the Earl of Leicester an enemy equally vindictive and powerful, and some secret informations had infused into the mind of the queen a suspicion that there had been some wilful slackness in his proceedings against the insurgents. There was, however, at the bottom of Elizabeth's heart a conviction of the truth and loyalty of her kinsman which could not be eradicated, and he soon after took a spirited step which disconcerted entirely the measures of his enemies, and placed him higher than ever in her confidence and esteem. Cecil thus relates the circumstance in one of his letters to Norris, dated February 1570. "The Earl of Sussex, upon desire to see her majesty, came hither unlooked for. And although in the beginning of this northern rebellion her majesty sometimes uttered some misliking of the earl, yet this day she, meaning to deal very princely with him in presence of her council, charged him with such things as she had heard to cause her misliking, without any note of mistrust towards him for his fidelity. Whereupon he did with such humbleness, wisdom, plainness and dexterity answer her majesty, as both she and all the rest were fully satisfied, and he adjudged by good proofs to have served in all this time faithfully, and so circumspectly, as it manifestly appeareth that if he had not so used himself in the beginning, the whole north part had entered into the rebellion." A formidable mass of discontent did in fact subsist among the Catholics of the north, and it was not long before a new and more daring leader found means to set it again in fierce and violent action. Leonard Dacre had found no opportunity to take part in the enterprise of the 2 earls, though a deep participator in their councils; for knowing that their design could not yet be ripe for execution, and foreseeing as little as the rest of the faction those measures of the queen by which their affairs were prematurely brought to a crisis, he had proceeded to court on his private concerns, and was there amusing her majesty with protestations of his unalterable fidelity and attachment, while his associates in the north were placing their lands and lives on the hazard of rebellion. Learning on his journey homewards the total discomfiture of the earls, he carefully preserved the semblance of a zealous loyalty, till having armed the retainers of his family on pretence of preserving the country in the queen's obedience, and having strongly garrisoned its hereditary castles of Naworth and Greystock, which he wrested from the custody of the Howards, he declared himself and broke out into violent rebellion. The late severities had rather exasperated than subdued the spirit of disaffection in this neighbourhood, and 3000 men ranged themselves under the scallop shells of Dacre, a well-known ensign which from age to age had marshalled the hardy borderers to deeds of warlike prowess. Lord Hunsdon, the governor of Berwick, marched promptly forth with all the force he could muster to disperse the rebels; but this time they stood firmly on the banks of the little river Gelt to give him battle. Such indeed was the height of fanaticism or despair to which these unhappy people were wrought up, that the frenzy gained the softer sex, and there were seen in their ranks, says the chronicler, "many desperate women that gave the adventure of their lives, and fought right stoutly." After a sharp action in which about 300 were left dead on the field, victory at length declared for the queen's troops; and Leonard Dacre, who had bravely sustained, notwithstanding the deformity of his person, the part of soldier as well as general, seeing that all was lost, turned his horse's head and rode off full speed for Scotland, whence he passed into Flanders and took up at Louvain his melancholy abode. The treason of this unfortunate gentleman was, it must be confessed, both notorious and heinous; and had he been intercepted in making his escape, no blame could have attached to Elizabeth in exacting the full penalty of his offence. But when 25 years after this time we find his aged mother at court, "an earnest suitor," for the pardon of her 2 sons, obtaining, probably by costly bribes, a promise of admission to the queen's presence, and at length gaining nothing more, it is impossible not to blame or lament that relentless severity of temper which rendered Elizabeth so much a stranger to the fairest attribute of sovereign power. The case of Francis Dacre, indeed, was one which ought to have appealed to her sense of justice rather than to her feelings of mercy. This gentleman, after the expatriation and attainder of his elder brother, had prosecuted at law the claims to the honours and lands of the barony of Gilsland, which had thus devolved upon him; but being baffled in all his appeals to the equity of the courts, he had withdrawn in disgust to Flanders, and on this account suffered a sentence of outlawry. He lived and died in exile, leaving a son named Ranulph, heir only to poverty and misfortunes, to noble blood, and to rights which he was destitute of the power of rendering available. Lord Dacre of the South, as he was usually called, settled on this poor man, his very distant relation, a small annuity, and on his death the following Lord Dacre, becoming the heir male of the family, received by way of compromise from the Howards no less than 13 manors which they had enjoyed to the prejudice of Leonard Dacre, of his brother and of his nephew. On the suppression of this second rising in the north, the queen, better advised or instructed by experience, granted a general pardon to all but its leader; and such was the effect of this lenity, or of the example of repeated failure on the part of the insurgents, that the internal tranquillity of her kingdom was never more disturbed from this quarter, the most dangerous of all from the vicinity of Scotland. The Earl of Sussex had been kept for some time in a state of dissatisfaction, as appears from one of his letters to Cecil, by her majesty's dilatoriness in conferring upon him such a mark of her special favor as she had graciously promised at the conclusion of his satisfactory defence of himself before the council; but she appeased at length his wounded feelings, by admitting him to the council board and giving him the command of a strong force appointed to act on the Scottish border. The occasion for this military movement arose out of the tragical incident of the assassination of the regent Murray, which had proved the signal for a furious inroad upon the English limits by some of the southern clans, who found themselves immediately released from the restraints of an administration vigorous enough to make the lawless tremble. Sussex was ordered to chastise their insolence, and he performed the task thoroughly and pitilessly, laying waste with fire and sword the whole obnoxious district. Besides recognizing in Murray a valuable coadjutor, neighbor and ally, Elizabeth appears to have loved and esteemed him as a man and a friend, and she bewailed his death with an excess of dejection honorable surely to her feelings, though regarded by some as derogatory from the dignity of her station. It was indeed an event which broke all her measures, and which, at a period when difficulties and dangers were besetting her on all hands, added fresh embarrassment to her perplexity and presented new chances of evil to her fears. What degree of compunction she felt for her unjustifiable detention of Mary may be doubtful; but it is certain that her mind was now shaken with perpetual terrors and anxieties for the consequences of that irrevocable step, and that there was nothing which she more earnestly desired than to transfer to other hands the custody of so dangerous a prisoner. She had nearly concluded an agreement for this purpose with Murray, to whom she was to have surrendered the person of the captive queen, receiving 6 Scottish noblemen as hostages for her safe keeping; and though the interference of the French and Spanish ambassadors had obliged her to suspend its execution, there is no reason to suppose that the design was relinquished when this unexpected stroke rendered it for ever impracticable. The regency of Scotland, too, was now to be contested by the enraged factions of that distracted country, and it was of great importance to Elizabeth that the victory should fall to the party of the young king; yet such were the perplexities of her political situation, that it was some time before she could satisfy herself that there would not be too great a hazard in supporting by arms the election of the Earl of Lennox, to whom she gave her interest. Her first recourse was to her favorite arts of intrigue, and she sent Randolph, her chosen instrument for these occasions, to tamper with various party leaders, while Sussex, whose character inclined him more to measures of coercion, exhorted her to put an end to her irresolution and throw the sword into the scale of Lennox. She at length found reason to adopt this counsel, and the earl, re-entering Scotland with his army, laid waste the lands and took or destroyed the castles of Mary's adherents. Sir William Drury, marshal of the army, was afterwards sent further into the country to chastise the Hamiltons, of which clan was the assassin of Murray. The contemporary accounts of this expedition, amid many lamentable particulars of ravages committed, afford one amusing trait of manners. Lord Fleming, who held out Dunbarton Castle for the Queen of Scots, had demanded a parley with Sir William Drury, during which he treacherously caused him to be fired upon, happily without effect. Sir George Carey, burning to avenge the injury offered to his commander, sent immediately a letter of defiance to Lord Fleming, challenging him to meet him in a single combat on this quarrel, when, where, and how he dares, concluding thus: "Otherwise I will baffle your good name, sound with the trumpet your dishonor, and paint your picture with the heels upward, and bear it in despite of yourself." That this was not the only species of affront to which portraits were in these days exposed, we learn from an expression of Ben Jonson's, "take as unpardonable offence as if he had torn your mistress's colours or breathed on her picture." The Scotch war was terminated a few months after, by an agreement between Elizabeth and Mary, by virtue of which the former consented to withdraw her troops from the country on the engagement of the latter that no French forces should enter it in support of her title. After this settlement, Elizabeth returned to her usual ambiguous dealing in the affairs of Scotland; and so far from insisting that Lenox should be named regent, she sent a request to the heads of the king's party that they would refrain for a time from the nomination of any person to that office. In consequence of this mandate, which they dared not disobey, Lenox was only chosen lieutenant for a time; an appointment which served equally well the purposes of the English queen. Connected with all the other measures adopted by the zeal of the great Catholic combination for the destruction of Elizabeth and the ruin of the Protestant cause, was one from which their own narrow prejudices or sanguine wishes, rather than any just views of the state of public opinion in England, led them to anticipate important results. This was the publication of a papal bull solemnly anathematizing the queen, and dispensing her subjects from their oath of allegiance. A fanatic named Fulton was found willing to earn the crown of martyrdom by affixing this instrument to the gate of the bishop of London's palace. He was taken in the fact, and suffered the penalty of treason without exciting a murmur among the people. A trifling insurrection in Norfolk ensued, of which however the papal bull was not openly assigned as the motive, and which was speedily suppressed with the punishment of a few of the offenders according to law. Even the Catholic subjects of Elizabeth for the most part abhorred the idea of lifting their hands against her government and the peace of their native land; and several of them were now found among the foremost and most sincere in their offers of service against the disaffected. On the whole, the result of the great trial of the hearts of her people afforded to the queen by the alarms of this anxious period was satisfactory beyond all example. Henceforth she knew, and the world knew, the firmness of that rock on which her throne was planted. Based on religion, supported by wisdom and fortitude, and adorned by every attractive art, it stood dear and venerable to her people, defying the assaults of her baffled and malignant enemies. The anniversary of her accession began this year to be celebrated by popular festivals all over the country, a practice which was retained not only to the end of her reign, but for many years afterwards, during which the 17th of November continued to be solemnly observed under the designation of the birthday of the Gospel. End of section 24. End of the first volume. Section 25 of Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth, Volumes 1 and 2, by Lucy Aikin. Chapter 17, 1571 to 1573, Part 1. From the intrigues and violences of crafty politicians and discontented nobles, we shall now turn to trace the prosperous and honorable career of a private English merchant, whose abilities and integrity introduced him to the notice of his sovereign, and whose patriotic munificence still preserves to him the respectful remembrance of posterity. This merchant was Thomas Gresham. Born of a family at once enlightened, wealthy and commercial, he had shared the advantage of an education at the University of Cambridge previously to his entrance on the walk of life to which he was destined, and which, fortunately for himself, his superior acquirements did not tempt him to desert or to despise. His father, Sir Richard Gresham, had been agent to Henry VIII for the negotiation of loans with the merchants of Antwerp, and in 1552 he himself was nominated to act in a similar capacity to Edward VI, when he was eminently serviceable in redeeming the credit of the king, sunk to the lowest ebb by the mismanagement of his father's immediate successor in the agency. Under Elizabeth he enjoyed the same appointment, to which was added that of queen's merchant, and it appears by the official letters of the time that political as well as pecuniary affairs were often entrusted to his discreet and able management. He was also a spirited promoter of the infant manufactures of his country, several of which owed to him their first establishment. By his diligence and commercial talents he at length rendered himself the most opulent subject in the kingdom, and the queen showed her sense of his merit and consequence by bestowing on him the honor of knighthood. Gresham had always made a liberal and patriotic use of his wealth; but after the death of his only son, in 1564, he formed the resolution of making his country his principal heir. The merchants of London had hitherto been unprovided with any building in the nature of a burse or exchange, such as Gresham had seen in the great commercial cities of Flanders, and he now munificently offered, if the city would give him a piece of ground, to build them one at his own expense. The edifice was begun accordingly in 1566, and finished within 3 years. It was a quadrangle of brick, with walks on the ground floor for the merchants, who now ceased to transact their business in the middle aisle of St. Paul's Cathedral, with vaults for warehouses beneath and a range of shops above, from the rent of which the proprietor sought some remuneration for his great charges. But the shops did not immediately find occupants, and it seems to have been partly with the view of bringing them into vogue that the queen promised her countenance to the undertaking. In January 1571, attended by a splendid train, she entered the city, and after dining with Sir Thomas at his spacious mansion in Bishopsgate Street, still remaining, she repaired to the Burse, visited every part of it, and caused proclamation to be made by sound of trumpet that henceforth it should bear the name of the Royal Exchange. Gresham offered the shops rent-free for a year to such as would furnish them with wares and wax-lights against the coming of the queen, and a most sumptuous display was made of the richest commodities and manufactures of every quarter of the globe. Afterwards the shops of the Exchange became the favorite resort of fashionable customers of both sexes. Much money was squandered here, and if we are to trust the representations of satirists and comic writers, many reputations lost. The building was destroyed in the fire of London, and the divines of that day, according to their custom, pronounced this catastrophe a judgment on the avarice and unfair dealing of the merchants and shopkeepers, and the pride, prodigality and luxury of the purchasers and idlers by whom it was frequented and maintained. Elizabeth soon after paid homage to merit in another form, by conferring on her invaluable servant Cecil, whose wisdom, firmness and vigilance had most contributed to preserve her unhurt amid the machinations of her implacable enemies, the dignity of Baron of Burleigh, an elevation which might provoke the envy or resentment of some of the courtiers his opponents, but which was hailed by the applauses of the people. Before the close of the year, the death, at a great but not venerable age, of that corrupt and selfish statesman the Marquis of Winchester, afforded her an opportunity of apportioning to the new dignity of her secretary a suitable advance in office and emolument, by conferring on him the post of Lord High Treasurer, which he continued to enjoy to the end of his life. On the 1st of May and the 2 following days, solemn jousts were held before the Queen at Westminster, in which the challengers were the Earl of Oxford, Charles Howard, Sir Henry Lee and Sir Christopher Hatton, all 4 deserving of biographical commemoration. Edward, Earl of Oxford, was the 17th of the illustrious family of Vere who had borne that title, and his character presented an extraordinary union of the haughtiness, violence and impetuosity of the feudal baron, with many of the elegant propensities and mental accomplishments which adorn the noblemen of a happier age. It was probably to his travels in Italy that he owed his more refined tastes both in literature and in luxury, and it was thence that he brought those perfumed and embroidered gloves which he was the first to introduce into England. A superb pair which he presented to her majesty were so much approved by her, that she sat for her portrait with them on her hands. These gloves became of course highly fashionable, but those prepared in Spain were soon found to excel in scent all others, and the importance attached to this discovery may be estimated by the following commission given by Sir Nicholas Throgmorton, then in France, to Sir Thomas Challoner, ambassador in Spain. "I pray you, good my lord ambassador, send me 2 pair of perfumed gloves, perfumed with orange flowers and jasmine, the one for my wife's hand, the other for mine own, and whereinsoever I can pleasure you with any thing in this country, you shall have it in recompense thereof, or else so much money as they shall cost you, provided always that they be of the best choice, wherein your judgment is inferior to none." The Earl of Oxford enjoyed in his own times a high poetical reputation; but his own celebrated comedies have perished, and 2 or 3 fugitive pieces inserted in collections are the only legacy bequeathed to posterity by his muse. Of these, "the complaint of a lover wearing black and tawny" has ceased, in the change of manners and fashions, to interest or affect the reader. Fancy and desire," may still lay claim to the praise of ingenuity, though the idea is perhaps not original even here, and has since been exhibited with very considerable improvements both in French and English, especially in Ben Jonson's celebrated song, "Tell me where was fancy bred." 2 or 3 stanzas may bear quotation. "Where wert thou born, Desire? In pomp and pride of May. By whom, sweet boy, wert thou begot? By fond Conceit, men say. Tell me who was thy nurse? Fresh youth in sugared joy. What was thy meat and daily food? Sad sighs with great annoy. What hadst thou then to drink? Unsavoury lovers' tears. What cradle wert thou rocked in? In hope devoid of fears," etc. In the chivalrous exercises of the tilt and tournament, the Earl of Oxford had few superiors. He was victor in the jousts both of this year and of the year 1580, and on the latter occasion he was led by 2 ladies into the presence chamber, all armed as he was, to receive a prize from her majesty's own hand. Afterwards, by gross misconduct, he incurred from his sovereign a disgrace equally marked and public, being committed to the Tower for an attempt on one of her maids of honor. On other occasions, his lawless propensities broke out with a violence which Elizabeth herself was scarcely able to restrain. He had openly begun to muster his friends, retainers and servants, to take vengeance on Sir Thomas Knevet, by whom he had been wounded in a duel, and the queen, who interfered to prevent the execution of this savage design, was obliged for some time to appoint Knevet a guard in order to secure his life. He also publicly insulted Sir Philip Sidney in the tennis court of the palace, and her majesty could discover no other means of preventing fatal consequences than compelling Sir Philip Sidney, as the inferior in rank, to compromise the quarrel on terms which he regarded as so inequitable and degrading, that after transmitting to her majesty a spirited remonstrance against encouraging the insolence of the great nobles, he retired to Penshurst in disgust. The Duke of Norfolk was the nephew of this Earl of Oxford, who was very strongly attached to him, and used the utmost urgency of entreaty with Burleigh, whose daughter he had married, to prevail on him to procure his pardon. "But not succeeding," says Lord Orford, "he was so incensed against that minister, that in most absurd and unjust revenge, though the cause was amiable, he swore he would do all he could to ruin his daughter, and accordingly not only forsook her bed, but sold and consumed great part of the vast inheritance descended to him from his ancestors." This remarkable person died very aged early in the reign of James I. Sir Charles Howard, eldest son of Lord Howard of Effingham, was at this period of his life chiefly remarkable for the uncommon beauty of his person, a species of merit never overlooked by her majesty, for grace and agility in his exercises, and for the manners of an accomplished courtier. At no time was he regarded as a person of profound judgment, and of vanity and self-consequence he is said to have possessed an abundant share. He was, however, brave, courteous, liberal and diligent in affairs, and the favor of the queen admitted him in 1585 to succeed his father in the office of Lord High Admiral. His intrepid bearing, in the year 1588, encouraged his sailors to meet the terrible armada with stout hearts and cheerful countenances, and the glory of its defeat was as much his own as the participation of winds and waves would allow. In consideration of this distinguished piece of service he was created Earl of Nottingham, and the queen's partiality towards her relations increasing with her years, he became towards the end of the reign one of the most considerable persons at her court, where his hostility to Essex grew equally notorious with the better grounded antipathy entertained by Sussex, also a royal kinsman, against Leicester, the earlier favorite of her majesty. The Earl of Nottingham survived to the year 1624, the 88th of his age. Sir Henry Lee was one of the finest courtiers and certainly the most complete knight-errant of his time. He was now in the 40th year of his age, had travelled and had seen some military service, but the tilt-yard was ever the scene of his most conspicuous exploits and those in which he placed his highest glory. He had declared himself the queen's own knight and champion, and having inscribed upon his shield the constellation of Ariadne's crown, culminant in her majesty's nativity, bound himself by a solemn vow to appear armed in the tilt-yard on every anniversary of her happy accession till disabled by age. This vow gave origin to the annual exercises of the Knights Tilters, a society consisting of 25 of the most gallant and favoured of the courtiers of Elizabeth. The modern reader may wonder to find included in this number so grave an officer as Bromley Lord Chancellor, but under the maiden reign neither the deepest statesman, the most studious lawyer, nor the rudest soldier was exempted from the humiliating obligation of accepting, and even soliciting, those household and menial offices usually discharged by mere courtiers, nor from the irksome one of assuming, for the sake of their sovereign lady, the romantic disguise of armed champions and enamoured knights. Sir Henry Lee, however, appears to have devoted his life to these chivalrous pageantries rather from a quixotical imagination than with any serious views of ambition or interest. He was a gentleman of an ancient family and plentiful fortune, little connected, as far as appears, with any court faction or political party, and neither capable nor ambitious of any public station of importance. It is an amiable and generous trait of his character that he attended the unfortunate Duke of Norfolk even to the scaffold, received his last embrace, and repeated to the assembled multitude his request that they would assist him with their prayers in his final agony. His royal Dulcinea rewarded his fatigues and his adoration by the lieutenancy of Woodstock Manor, the office of keeper of the armoury, and especially by the appropriate meed of admission into the most noble order of the Garter. He resigned the championship at the approach of old age with a solemn ceremony hereafter to be described, died at his mansion of Carendon in Bucks, in 1611, in his 81st year, and was interred in the parish church under a splendid tomb hung round with military trophies, and inscribed with a very long, very quaint, and very tumid epitaph. Christopher Hatton, the last of this undaunted band of challengers, was a new competitor for the smiles of royalty, and bright was the dawn of fortune and of favour which already broke upon him. He was of a decayed family of Northamptonshire gentry, and had just commenced the study of the law at one of the Inns of Court, when hope or curiosity stimulated him to gain admittance at some court festival, where he had an opportunity of dancing before the queen in a mask. His figure and his performance so captivated her fancy, that she immediately bestowed upon him some flattering marks of attention, which encouraged him to quit his profession and turn courtier. This showy outside and these gay accomplishments were unexpectedly found in union with a moderate and cautious temper, enlightened views, and a solid understanding; and after due deliberation, Elizabeth, that penetrating judge of men, decided, in spite of ridicule, that she could not do better than make this superlatively excellent dancer of galliards her lord chancellor. The enemies of Hatton are said to have promoted this appointment in expectation of his disgracing himself by ignorance and incapacity; but their malice was disappointed. Whatever he did not know, he was able to learn and willing to be taught. He discharged the duties of his high office with prudence first and afterwards with ability, and died in 1591 in possession of it and of the public esteem. It is remarkable, considering the general predilection of the queen in favor of celibacy, that Hatton was the only one of her ministers who lived and died a bachelor. Early in this year the King of France married a daughter of the Emperor Maximilian; and Elizabeth, desirous at this time of being on the best terms both with the French and Imperial courts, sent Lord Buckhurst to Paris on a splendid embassy of congratulation. Catherine of Medici took this opportunity of renewing proposals of marriage to the Queen of England on the part of her son the Duke of Anjou, and they were listened to with an apparent complacency which perplexed the politicians. It is certainly to this negotiation, and to the intrigues of the Duke of Norfolk and other nobles with the Queen of Scots, that Shakespeare alludes in the following ingenious and exquisite passage. "Once I sat upon a promontory, and heard a mermaid on a dolphin's back, uttering such dulcet and harmonious breath, that the rude sea grew civil at her song, and certain stars shot madly from their spheres, to hear the sea maid's music. That very time I saw, but thou couldst not, flying between the cold moon and the earth, Cupid all armed, a certain aim he took at a fair vestal throned by the west, and loosed his love shaft smartly from his bow, as it should pierce 100,000 hearts, but I might see young Cupid's fiery shaft, quenched in the chaste beams of the watery moon, and the imperial votress passed on, in maiden meditation, fancy free." Midsummer Night's Dream. Unfortunately for himself, the Duke of Norfolk had not acquired, even from the severe admonition of a long imprisonment, resolution sufficient to turn a deaf ear to the enchantments of this siren. His situation was indeed perplexing. He had entered into the most serious engagements with his sovereign to abstain from all further intercourse with the Queen of Scots. At the same time, the right of Elizabeth to interdict him an alliance so flattering to his vanity might plausibly be questioned, and the previous interchange between himself and Mary of solemn promises of marriage seemed to have brought him under obligations to her too sacred to be dissolved by any subsequent stipulation of his, though one to which Mary herself had been compelled to become a party. Neither had chivalrous ideas by any means lost their force in this age, and as a knight and a gentleman the duke must have esteemed himself bound in honor to procure the release of the captive princess, and to claim through all perils the fair hand which had been plighted to him. Impressed by such sentiments, he returned to a letter of eloquent complaint which she found means to convey to him an answer filled with assurances of his inviolable constancy, and the intrigues of the party were soon renewed with as much activity as ever. But the vigilance of the ministry of Elizabeth could not long be eluded. An important packet of letters written by Ridolfi, a Florentine who had been sent abroad by the party to confer with the Pope and with the Duke of Alva, was intercepted, and in consequence of the plots thus unfolded, the Bishop of Ross, who bore the character of Mary's ambassador in England, was given into private custody. Soon after, a servant of the duke's, entrusted by him with the conveyance of a sum of money from the French ambassador to Mary's adherents in Scotland, carried the parcel containing it to the Secretary of State. The duke's secretary was then sent for and examined. This man, who was probably in the pay of government, not only confessed with readiness all that he knew, but produced some letters from the Queen of Scots, which his lord had commanded him to burn after deciphering them. Other concurring indications of the duke's guilt appearing, he was recommitted to the Tower in September 1571. After various consultations of civilians on the extent of an ambassador's privilege, and the title which the agent of a deposed sovereign might have to avail himself of that sacred character, it was determined that the laws of nations did not protect the Bishop of Ross, and he was carried to the Tower, where in fear of death he made full confession of all his machinations against the person and state of Elizabeth. In the most guilty parts of these designs he affirmed that the duke had constantly refused his concurrence, and in fact, weak and infatuated as he was, the agents of Mary seem to have found it impracticable, by all their artifices, to bring this unfortunate nobleman entirely to forget that he was a Protestant and an Englishman. He would never consent directly to procure the death or dethronement of Elizabeth, though it must have been perfectly evident to any man of clear and unbiased judgment that under all the circumstances the accomplishment of his wishes could by no other means be attained. This affair was regarded in so very serious a light that the queen thought it necessary, before the duke was put on his trial, to lay all the circumstances of his case before the court of France, and the Parliament, which was again assembled after an interval of 5 years, passed some new laws for the protection of the queen's person from the imminent perils by which they saw her environed. The illustrious prisoner was now brought before the tribunal of his brother peers, and a perfectly fair and regular trial, according to the practices of that age, was accorded him. Whatever his intentions might have been, his actions appear to have come clearly within the limits of treason, and the Earl of Shrewsbury, as Lord High Steward for the day, pronounced upon him, with tears, a verdict of guilty. But the queen hesitated, or deferred, from clemency or caution, to sign his death warrant, and he was remanded to the Tower under some uncertainty whether or not the last rigor of the offended laws awaited him. The name of Sir Nicholas Throgmorton was so mixed up in the confessions of the Bishop of Ross, that it was perhaps an indulgent fate which had removed him some months previously from the sphere of human action. He died at the house of the Earl of Leicester, and certainly of a pleurisy; but the malevolent credulity of that age seldom allowed a person of any eminence to quit the world without imputing the occurrence in some manner, direct or indirect, to the malice of his enemies. It was rumored that Throgmorton had fallen a victim to the hostility of Leicester, which he was thought to have provoked by quitting the party of the earl to reconcile himself with Burleigh, his secret enemy; and the suspicion of proficiency in the art of poisoning, which had so long rested upon the favorite, obtained credit to this absurd report. Possibly there might be more truth in the general opinion that it was in some measure owing to the enmity of Burleigh that a person of such acknowledged abilities in public affairs, and one who had conducted himself so skillfully in various important negotiations, should never have been advanced to any considerable office of trust or profit. But the lofty and somewhat turbulent spirit of Throgmorton himself ought probably to bear the chief blame both of this enmity and of his want of success at the court of a princess who extracted from her servants the exercise of the most refined and cautious policy, as well as an entire and implicit submission to all her views and wishes. It is highly probable that she never entirely pardoned Throgmorton for giving the lie to her declarations respecting the promises made to the Earl of Murray and his party, by the open production of his own diplomatic instructions. Section 25. Section 26 of Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth, Volumes 1 and 2, by Lucy Aikin. Chapter 17. 1571 to 1573. Part II. The hostility of Leicester extended, as we shall see hereafter, to other branches of the unfortunate family of Throgmorton, whom an imprudent or criminal zeal in the cause of popery exposed without defence to the whole weight of his vengeance. On some slight pretext he procured the dismissal of Sir John Throgmorton, the brother of Sir Nicholas, from his office of chief justice of Chester, who did not long survive the disgrace, though apparently unmerited. Puttenham, author of the "Art of English Poesy," ventured, though a professed courtier, to compose an epitaph on this victim of oppression, of which he has preserved to us the following lines in the work above mentioned: "Whom virtue reared, envy hath overthrown, And lodged full low under this marble stone. Nay, never were his values so well known, Whilst he lived here, as now that he is gone. No sun by day that ever saw him rest, Free from the toils of his so busy charge, No night that harboured rancour in his breast, Nor merry mood made reason run at large. His head a source of gravity and sense, His memory a shop of civil art, His tongue a stream of sugared eloquence, Wisdom and meekness lay mingled in his heart," etc. The literary propensities of Elizabeth have already come under our notice. They had frequently served to divert her mind from the cares of government; but in the state of unremitted anxiety occasioned by her dread of the machinations relative to the Queen of Scots, in which she had found the first peer of her realm a principal actor, her thoughts, even in the few leisure hours which she found means to bestow on these soothing recreations, still hovered about the objects from which she most sought to withdraw them. The following sonnet of her composition will illustrate this remark. It was published during her lifetime in Puttenham's Art of English Poesy, and its authenticity, its principal merit, has never been called in question. Sonnet by Queen Elizabeth. The doubt of future foes exiles my present joy, And wit me warns to shun such snares as threaten mine annoy. For falsehood now doth flow, and subjects' faith doth ebb, Which would not be if reason ruled, or wisdom weaved the web. But clouds of toys untried do cloak aspiring minds, Which turn to rain, of late repent by course of changed winds. The top of hope suppose the root of ruth will be, And fruitless all their graft guiles, as shortly ye shall see. Those dazzled eaves with pride, which great ambition blinds, Shall be unsealed by worthy wights whose foresight falsehood finds. The daughter of debate, that eke discord doth sow, Shall reap no gain where former rule hath taught still peace to grow. No foreign banished wight shall anchor in this port. Our realm it brooks no stranger's force, let them elsewhere resort. Our rusty sword with rest shall first his edge employ, To pull their tops that seek such change, and gape for joy." The House of Commons, in which great dread and hatred of the Queen of Scots and her adherents now prevailed, showed itself strongly disposed to pass an act by which Mary should be declared for ever unworthy and incapable of the English succession. But Elizabeth, with her usual averseness to all unqualified declarations and irrevocable decisions, interfered to prevent the completion of a measure which most sovereigns, under all the circumstances, would have been eager to embrace. To the unanimous expression of the opinion of the House that the execution of the sentence against the Duke of Norfolk ought not to be longer delayed, she was however prevailed upon to lend a more favourable ear; and on June 2nd, 1572, this nobleman received his death on Tower Hill. Norfolk was a man of many amiable and several estimable qualities, and much too good for the faction with which he had been enticed to act and the cause in which he suffered. On the scaffold he acknowledged, with great apparent sincerity, the justice of his sentence, and his peculiar guiltiness in breaking the solemn promise which he had pledged to his sovereign. He declared himself to have been an earnest Protestant ever since he had had any taste for religion, and in this faith he died very devoutly. He bequeathed by his will his best George to his kinsman and true friend the Earl of Sussex, whose faithful counsels he too late reproached himself with neglecting. By his attainder the dukedom was lost to the family of Howard; but Philip, his eldest son, succeeded his maternal grandfather in the earldom of Arundel. Lord Thomas, his second son, whose mother was the daughter and heiress of Lord Audley, was created Lord Howard of Walden by Elizabeth, and Earl of Suffolk by James, and Lord William, the youngest, who possessed Naworth Castle in right of Elizabeth Dacre, his wife, and was known upon the west border, of which he was warden, by the appellation of "Belted Will," was ancestor to the Earls of Carlisle. The King of Spain had long been regarded in England as the most implacable and formidable of the enemies of Elizabeth, and on good grounds. It was believed to be through his procurement that Sixtus V had been led to fulminate his anathema against her. It was well known that the Pope had made a donation to him of the kingdom of Ireland, of which he was anxious to avail himself. There was strong ground to suspect that he had sent one of his ablest generals in embassy to England with no other view than to have taken the command of the northern rebels, had their enterprise prospered, and the intimate participation of his agents in all the intrigues of the Queen of Scots was notorious. Dr. Wilson, a learned civilian, an accomplished scholar, and one of the first refiners of English prose, had published in 1571, with the express view of rousing the spirit of his readers against this formidable tyrant, a version of the orations of Demosthenes against the King Philip of his day, and had been at the pains of pointing out in the notes coincidences in the situation of Athens and of England. The author, who was an earnest Protestant, had the further motive in this work of paying a tribute to the memory of the learned and unfortunate Cheke, who during his voluntary exile had read gratuitous lectures to his countrymen at Padua on the works of the great Grecian orator, of which Wilson had been an auditor, and who had also made a Latin version of them, of which the English translator freely availed himself. It was principally her dread of the Spaniards which led Elizabeth into those perpetual reciprocations of deceitful professions and empty negotiations with the profligate and perfidious court of France, which in the judgment of posterity have redounded so little to her honor, but which appeared to her of so much importance that she now thought herself peculiarly fortunate in having discovered an agent capable of conducting with all the wariness, penetration and profound address so peculiarly requisite where sincerity and good faith are wanting. This agent was Sir Francis Walsingham, whose rare acquisitions of political knowledge, made principally during the period of his voluntary exile for religion, and still rarer talents for public business, had induced Lord Burleigh to recommend him to the service and confidence of his mistress. For several years from this time he resided as the queen's ambassador at the court of France, at first as coadjutor to Sir Thomas Smith, a learned and able man, who afterwards became a principal secretary of state, the rest of the time alone. There was not in England a man who was regarded as a more sincere and earnest Protestant than Walsingham. Yet such was at this time his sense of the importance to the country of the French alliance, that he expressed himself strongly in favor of the match between Elizabeth and the Duke of Anjou, and as a minister spared no pains to promote it. Similar language was held on this subject both by Leicester and Burleigh, but the former was perhaps no more in earnest on the subject than his mistress, and finally all parties, except the French Protestants, who looked to the conclusion of these nuptials as their best security, seem to have been not ill pleased when, the marriage treaty being at length laid aside, a strict league of amity between the two countries was agreed upon in its stead. Splendid embassies were reciprocally sent to receive the ratifications of this treaty, and Burleigh writes to a friend, between jest and earnest, that an unexpected delay of the French ambassador was cursed by all the husbands whose ladies had been detained at great expense and inconvenience in London, to contribute to the splendor of the court on his reception. On the 9th of June 1572, the Duke de Montmorency and his suite at length arrived. His entertainment was magnificent, all seemed peace and harmony between the rival nations, and Elizabeth even instructed her ambassadors to give favourable ear to a hint which the queen mother had dropped of a matrimonial treaty between the Queen of England and her youngest son, the Duc d'Alençon, who had then scarcely attained the age of 17. Lulled by these flattering appearances of tranquillity, her majesty set out on her summer progress, and she was enjoying the festivities prepared by Leicester for her reception at his splendid castle of Kenilworth, when news arrived of the execrable massacre of Paris, an atrocity not to be paralleled in history. Troops of affrighted Huguenots, who had escaped through 1,000 perils with life, and life alone, from the hands of their pitiless assassins, arrived on the English coast, imploring the commiseration of their brother Protestants, and relating in accents of despair their tales of horror. After such a stroke no one knew what to expect. The German Protestants flew to arms. Even the subjects of Elizabeth trembled for their countrymen travelling on the continent and for themselves in their island home. The Pope applauded openly the savage deed. The court of Spain showed itself united hand and heart with that of France, to the astonishment of Elizabeth, who had been taught to believe them at enmity; and it seemed as if the signal had been given of a general crusade against the reformed churches of Europe. For several days fears were entertained for the safety of Walsingham himself, who had not dared to transmit any account of the event, except one by a servant of his own, whose passage had been by some accident delayed. Even this minister, cautious and crafty and sagacious as he was, assisted by all the spies whom he constantly kept in pay, had been unable to penetrate any part of the bloody secret. He was completely taken by surprise. But of his personal safety the perfidious young king and his detestable mother were, for their own sakes, careful; and not only were himself and his servants protected from injury, but every Englishman who had the presence of mind to take shelter in his house found it an inviolable sanctuary. 2 persons only of this nation fell victims to the fury of that direful night, but the property of many was plundered. The afflicted remnant of the French Protestants prepared to stand upon their defence with all the intrepidity of despair. They closed the gates of Rochelle, their stronghold, against the king's troops, casting at the same time an imploring eye towards England, where thousands of brave and generous spirits were burning with impatience to hasten to their succour. No act would have been hailed with such loud and general applause of her people as an instant renunciation by Elizabeth of all friendship and intercourse with the perjured and blood-stained Charles, the midnight assassin of his own subjects, and it is impossible to contemplate without disdain the coldness and littleness of that character which, in such a case, could consent to measure its demonstrations of indignation and abhorrence by the narrow rules of a self-interested caution. But that early experience of peril and adversity, which had formed the mind of this princess to penetration, wariness, and passive courage, and given her a perfect command of the whole art of simulation and dissimulation, had at the same time robbed her of some of the noblest impulses of our nature, of generosity, of ardor, of enterprise, of magnanimity. Where more exalted spirits would only have felt, she calculated; where bolder ones would have flown to action, she contented herself with words. Charles and his mother, while still in uncertainty how far their master stroke of policy, so they regarded it, would be successful in crushing entirely the Huguenots, prudently resolved to spare no efforts to preserve Elizabeth their friend, or to prevent her at least from becoming an open enemy. Instructions had therefore been in the first instance dispatched to La Motte Fenelon, the French ambassador in England, to communicate such an account of the massacre and its motives as suited these views, and to solicit a confirmation of the late treaty of amity. His reception at court on this occasion was extremely solemn. The courtiers and ladies who lined the rooms leading to the presence chamber were all habited in deep mourning, and not one of them would vouchsafe a word or a smile to the ambassador, though himself a man of honor, and one whom they had formerly received on the footing of cordial intimacy. The queen herself, in listening to his message, assumed an aspect more composed, but extremely cold and serious. She expressed her horror at the idea that a sovereign could imagine himself under a necessity of taking such vengeance on his own subjects, represented the practicability of proceeding with them according to law, and desired to be better informed of the reality of the treasonable designs imputed to the Huguenots. She also declared that it would be difficult for her to place reliance hereafter on the friendship of a prince who had shown himself so deadly a foe to those who professed her religion, but that the suit of the ambassador she consented to suspend in some degree her judgment of the deed till further information. Even these feeble demonstrations of sensibility to crime so enormous were speedily laid aside. In spite of Walsingham's declared opinion that the demonstrations of the French court towards her were so evidently treacherous that its open enmity was less to be dreaded than its feigned friendship, Elizabeth suffered her indignation to evaporate in a few severe speeches, restrained her subjects from carrying such aid to the defenders of Rochelle as could be made a ground of serious quarrel, and even permitted a renewal of the shocking and monstrous overtures for her marriage with the youngest son of Catherine de Medici herself. By this shameless woman various proposals were now made for bringing about a personal interview between herself and Elizabeth. She first named England as the place of meeting, then the sea between Dover and Calais, and afterwards the Isle of Jersey, but from the first plan she herself departed, and the others were rejected in anger by the English council, who remarked, with a proper and laudable spirit, that they who had ventured upon such propositions must imagine them strangely careless of the personal safety of their sovereign. Charles IX. Was particularly anxious that Elizabeth, as a pledge of friendship, should consent to stand sponsor to his new-born daughter, and with this request, after some difficulties and a few declarations of horror at his conduct, she had the baseness to comply. She refused, however, to indulge that king in his further desire that she would appoint either the Earl of Leicester or Lord Burleigh as her proxy, not choosing, apparently, to trust these pillars of state and of the Protestant cause within his reach, and she sent instead her cousin the Earl of Worcester, "a good simple gentleman," as Leicester called him, and a Catholic. All this time Elizabeth was in her heart as hostile to the court of France as the most zealous of her Protestant subjects, for she well knew that it was, and ever must be, essentially hostile to her and her government, and in the midst of her civilities she took care to supply to the Huguenots such secret aids as should enable them still to persevere in a formidable resistance. It is worth recording, on the subject of these negotiations between Elizabeth and the royal family of France, that Burleigh seems to have been encouraged to expect a successful issue by a calculation of the queen's nativity, seen by Strype in his own handwriting, from which it was foretold that she should marry, in middle life, a foreign prince younger than herself, and probably be the mother of a son, who should be prosperous in his middle age. Catherine de Medici also, to whom some female fortune-teller had predicted that all her sons should be kings, hoped, after the election of her second son to the throne of Poland, to find the full accomplishment of the prophecy in the advancement of the youngest to the matrimonial crown of England. So serious was the belief of that age in the lying oracles of judicial astrology. Among the English travellers doomed to be eyewitnesses of the horrors of the massacre of St. Bartholomew was the celebrated Philip Sidney, then a youth of 18. He was the eldest son of Sir Henry Sidney, Lord Deputy of Ireland, and from this excellent man and parent he had received, amongst his earliest and strongest impressions, those elevated principles of honour, veracity, and moral purity which regulated and adorned the whole tenor of his after life. An extraordinary solidity of character with great vivacity of parts had distinguished him from a child, and fortune conspired with genius to bring him early before the public eye. He was nephew and presumptive heir to the Earl of Leicester, by whom he was in a manner adopted; and thus patronized, his rapid advancement was anticipated as a matter of course. It was the practice of that day for parents in higher life to dispose of their children in marriage at an age now justly accounted immature; and no sooner had young Sidney completed his 14th year than arrangements were made for his union with Anne Cecil, daughter of the secretary. Why the connection never took place we do not learn. Sir Henry Sidney in a letter to Cecil says, with reference to this affair, "I am sorry that you find coldness anywhere in proceeding, where such good liking appeared in the beginning; but for my part, I was never more ready to perfect that affair than presently I am," etc. Shortly after, the lady, unfortunately for herself, became the wife of the Earl of Oxford, and Sidney, still unfettered by matrimonial engagements, obtained license to travel, and reached Paris in May 1572. Charles IX, in consideration no doubt of the influence of his uncle at the English court, gave him the appointment of a gentleman of his bedchamber, a fortnight only before the massacre. On that night of horrors Sidney took shelter in the house of Walsingham, and thus escaped all personal danger; but his after conduct fully proved how indelible was the impression left upon his mind of the monstrous wickedness of the French royal family, and the disgrace and misery which an alliance with it must entail on his queen and country. He readily obeyed his uncle's directions to quit France without delay, and proceeding to Frankfort, there formed a highly honorable and beneficial friendship with the virtuous Hubert Languet, who opened to him at once his heart and his purse. The remonstrances of this patron, who dreaded to excess for his youthful friend the artifices of the papal court, deterred him from extending his travels to Rome, an omission which he afterwards deeply regretted; but a leisurely survey of the northern cities of Italy, during which he became advantageously known to many eminent characters, occupied him profitably and delightfully till his return to his native country in 1575, after which he will again occur to our notice as the pride and wonder of the English court. Section 27 of Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth, Volumes 1 and 2, by Lucy Aikin. Chapter 18. 1573 to 1577. Great as had been the injustice committed by Elizabeth in the detention of the Queen of Scots, it must be confessed that the offence brought with it its own sufficient punishment in the fears, jealousies, and disquiets which it entailed upon her. Where Mary was concerned, the most approved loyalty, the longest course of faithful service, and the truest attachment to the Protestant cause, were insufficient pledges to her oppressor of the fidelity of her nobles or ministers. The Earl of Shrewsbury, whom she had deliberately selected from all others to be the keeper of the captive queen, and whose vigilance had now for so long a period baffled all attempts for her deliverance, was to the last unable so to establish himself in the confidence of his sovereign as to be exempt from such starts of suspicion and fits of displeasure as kept him in a state of continual apprehension. Feeling with acuteness all the difficulties of his situation, this nobleman judged it expedient to cause Gilbert Lord Talbot, his eldest son, to remain in close attendance on the motions of the queen, charging him to study with unremitting attention all the intrigues of the court, on which in that day so much depended, and to acquaint him with them frequently and minutely. To this precaution of the earl's we owe several extant letters of Lord Talbot, which throw considerable light on the minor incidents of the time. In May 1573, this diligent newsgatherer acquaints his father, that the earl of Leicester was much with her majesty, that he was more than formerly solicitous to please her, and that he was as high in favor as ever; but that two sisters, Lady Sheffield and Lady Frances Howard, were deeply in love with him and at great variance with each other; that the queen was on this account very angry with them, and not well pleased with him, and that spies were set upon him. To such open demonstrations of feminine jealousy did this great queen condescend to have recourse. Yet she remained all her life in ignorance of the true state of this affair, which in fact is not perfectly cleared up at the present day. It appears that a criminal intimacy was known to subsist between Leicester and Lady Sheffield even before the death of her lord, in consequence of which, this event, which was sudden, and preceded, it is said, by violent symptoms, was popularly attributed to the Italian arts of Leicester. During this year Lady Sheffield bore him a son, whose birth was carefully concealed for fear of giving offence to the queen, though many believed that a private marriage had taken place. Afterwards he forsook the mother of his child to marry the Countess of Essex, and the deserted lady became the wife of another. In the reign of James I., many years after the death of Leicester, Sir Robert Dudley, his son, to whom he had left a great part of his fortune, laid claim to the family honors, bringing several witnesses to prove his mother's marriage, and among others his mother herself. This lady declared on oath that Leicester, in order to compel her to form that subsequent marriage in his lifetime which must deprive her of the power of claiming him as her husband, had employed the most violent menaces, and had even attempted her life by a poisonous potion which had thrown her into an illness by which she lost her hair and nails. After the production of all this evidence, the heirs of Leicester exerted all their interest to stop proceedings. No great argument of the goodness of their cause, and Sir Robert Dudley died without having been able to bring the matter to a legal decision. In the next reign the evidence formerly given was reviewed, and the title of Duchess Dudley conferred on the widow of Sir Robert, the patent setting forth that the marriage of the Earl of Leicester with Lady Sheffield had been satisfactorily proved. So close were the contrivances, so deep, as it appears, the villainies of this celebrated favorite. But his consummate art was successful in throwing over these and other transactions of his life a veil of doubt and mystery which time itself has proved unable entirely to remove. Hatton was at this time ill, and Lord Talbot mentions that the queen went daily to visit him, but that a party with which Leicester was thought to co-operate was endeavouring to bring forwards Mr. Edward Dyer to supplant him in her majesty's favour. This gentleman, it seems, had been for 2 years in disgrace; and as he had suffered during the same period from a bad state of health, the queen was made to believe that the continuance of her displeasure was the cause of his malady, and that his recovery was, without her pardon, hopeless. This was taking her by the weak side. She loved to imagine herself the dispenser of life and death to her devoted servants, and she immediately dispatched to the sick gentleman a comfortable message, on receipt of which he was made whole. The letter writer observes, to the honor of Lord Burleigh, that he concerned himself as usual only in state affairs, and suffered all these love matters and petty intrigues to pass without notice before his eyes. All the caution, however, and all the devotedness of this great minister were insufficient to preserve him, on the following occasion, from the unworthy suspicions of his mistress. The Queen of Scots had this year with difficulty obtained permission to resort to the baths of Buxton for the recovery of her health; and a similar motive led thither at the same time the lord treasurer. Elizabeth marked the coincidence, and when a year or two afterwards it occurred for the second time, her displeasure broke forth. She openly accused her minister of seeking occasions of entering into intelligence with Mary by means of the Earl of Shrewsbury and his lady, and it was not without difficulty that he was able to appease her. This striking fact is thus related by Burleigh himself in a remarkable letter to the Earl of Shrewsbury. Lord Burleigh to the Earl of Shrewsbury. "My very good lord, my most hearty and due commendations done, I cannot sufficiently express in words the inward hearty affection that I conceive by your lordship's friendly offer of the marriage of your younger son, and that in such a friendly sort, by your own letter, and as your lordship writeth, the same proceeding of yourself. Now, my lord, as I think myself much beholding to you for this your lordship's kindness, and manifest argument of a faithful good will, so must I pray your lordship to accept mine answer with assured opinion of my continuance in the same towards your lordship. There are specially 2 causes why I do not in plain terms consent by way of conclusion hereto. The one for that my daughter is but young in years, and upon some reasonable respects I have determined, notwithstanding I have been very honorably offered matches, not to treat of marrying of her, if I may live so long, until she be above 15 or 16, and if I were of more likelihood myself to live longer than I look to do, she should not, with my liking, be married before she were near 18 or 20. The second cause why I defer to yield to conclusion with your lordship, is grounded upon such a consideration as, if it were not truly to satisfy your lordship, and to avoid a just offence which your lordship might conceive of my forbearing, I would not by writing or message utter, but only by speech to your lordship's self. My lord, it is over true and over much against reason, that upon my being at Buxton's last, advantage was sought by some that loved me not, to confirm in her majesty a former conceit which had been laboured to be put into her head, that I was of late time become friendly to the Queen of Scots, and that I had no disposition to encounter her practices, and now at my being at Buxton's, her majesty did directly conceive that my being there was, by means of your lordship and my lady, to enter into intelligence with the Queen of Scots. And hereof, at my return to her majesty's presence, I had very sharp reproofs for my going to Buxton's, with plain charging of me for favouring the Queen of Scots, and that in so earnest a sort as I never looked for, knowing my integrity to her majesty. But specially knowing how contrariously the Queen of Scots conceived of me for many things past to the offence of the said Queen of Scots. And yet, true it is, I never indeed gave just cause by any private affection of my own, or for myself, to offend the Queen of Scots. But whatsoever I did was for the service of mine own lady and queen, which if it were again to be done I would do. And though I know myself subject to contrary workings of displeasure, yet I will not, for remedy of any of them both, decline from the duty I owe to God and my sovereign queen; for I know and do understand that I am in this contrary sort maliciously depraved, and yet in secret sort; on the one part, and that of long time, that I am the most dangerous enemy and evil willer to the Queen of Scots; on the other side, that I am also a secret well willer to her and her title, and that I have made my party good with her. Now, my lord, no man can make both these true together, but it sufficeth for such as like not me in doing my duty to deprave me, and yet in such sort is done in darkness as I cannot get opportunity to convince them in the light. In all these crossings, my good lord, I appeal to God, who knoweth, yea, I thank him infinitely, who directeth my thoughts to intend principally the service and honor of God, and jointly with that, the surety and greatness of my sovereign lady the queen's majesty; and for any other respect but that may tend to those two, I appeal to God to punish me if I have any. As for the Queen of Scots, truly I have no spot of evil meaning to her, neither do I mean to deal with any titles to the crown. If she shall intend any evil to the queen's majesty my sovereign, for her sake I must and will mean to impeach her, and therein I may be her unfriend or worse. Well now, my good lord, your lordship seeth I have made a long digression from my answer, but I trust your lordship can consider what moveth me thus to digress. Surely it behoveth me not only to live uprightly, but to avoid all probable arguments that may be gathered to render me suspected to her majesty, whom I serve with all dutifulness and sincerity, and therefore I gather this, that if it were understood that there were a communication, or a purpose of a marriage between your lordship's son and my daughter, I am sure there would be an advantage sought to increase these former suspicions. Listener's note, there is a word missing here. Purpose. Considering the young years of our two children, again word missing. As if the matter were fully agreed betwixt us, the parents, the marriage could not take effect, I think it best to refer the motion in silence, and yet so to order it with ourselves, that when time shall hereafter be more convenient, we may, and then also with less cause of vain suspicion, renew it. And in the meantime, I must confess myself much bounden to your lordship for your goodness, wishing your lordship's son all the good education that may be meet to teach him to fear God, love your lordship his natural father, and to know his friends, without any curiosity of human learning, which, without the fear of God, I see doth much hurt to all youth in this time and age. My lord, I pray you bear with my scribbling, which I think your lordship shall hardly read, and yet I would not use my man's hand in such a matter as this. From Hampton Court, 25th December, 1575. Your lordship's most assured at command, W. Burleigh." A similar caution to that of Lord Burleigh was not observed in the disposal of her daughters by the Countess of Shrewsbury, a woman remarkable above all her contemporaries for a violent, restless, and intriguing spirit, and an inordinate thirst of money and of sway. She brought to effect in 1574 a marriage between Elizabeth Cavendish, her daughter by a former husband, and Charles Stuart, brother of Darnley, and next to the King of Scots in the order of succession to the crowns both of England and Scotland. Notwithstanding the rooted enmity between Mary and the house of Lenox, this union was supposed to be the result of some private intrigue between Lady Shrewsbury and the captive queen; and in consequence of it, Elizabeth committed to custody for some time both the mother of the bride and the unfortunate Countess of Lennox, doomed to expiate by such a variety of sufferings the unpardonable offence, in the eyes of Elizabeth, of having given heirs to the British sceptres. A signal occasion presented itself to the queen in 1575, of demonstrating to all neighbouring powers that whatever suspicions her close and somewhat crooked system of policy might now and then have excited, self-defence was in reality its genuine principle and single object, and that the clear and comprehensive view which she had taken of her own true interests, joined to the habitual caution of her character, would ever restrain her from availing herself of the most tempting opportunities of aggrandizement at their expense. The provinces of Holland and Zealand, goaded into revolt by the bigotry and barbarity of Philip of Spain, had from the first experienced in the English nation, and even in Elizabeth herself, a disposition to encourage and shelter them; and despairing of being able longer to maintain alone the unequal contest which they had provoked, yet resolute to return no more under the tyranny of a detested master, they now embraced the resolution of throwing themselves entirely upon her protection. It was urged that Elizabeth, as descended from Philippa wife of Edward III., a daughter of that count of Hainault and Holland, from one of whose co-heiresses the king of Spain derived the Flemish part of his dominions, might claim somewhat of a hereditary title to their allegiance, and a solemn deputation was appointed to offer to her the sovereignty of the provinces on condition of defending them from the Spaniards. There was much in the proposal to flatter the pride and tempt the ambition of a prince; much also to gratify that desire of retaliation which the encouragement given by Philip to the northern rebellion and to certain movements in Ireland, as well as to all the machinations of the Queen of Scots, may reasonably be supposed to have excited in the bosom of Elizabeth. Zeal for the Protestant cause, had she ever entertained it separately from considerations of personal interest and safety, might have proved a further inducement with her to accept the patronage of these afflicted provinces; but not all the motives which could be urged were of force to divert her from her settled plan of policy; and after a short interval of anxious hesitation, she resolved to dismiss the envoys with an absolute refusal. The speech which she addressed to them on this occasion was highly characteristic, and in one point extremely remarkable. She reprobated, doubtless with great sincerity, the principle that there were cases in which subjects might be justified in throwing off allegiance to their lawful prince, and protested that for herself nothing could ever tempt her to usurp upon the dominions either of her good brother of Spain or any other prince. Finally, she took upon her to advert to the religious scruples which had produced the revolt of the Hollanders, in a tone of levity which it is difficult to understand her motive for assuming, since it could not fail, from her lips especially, to give extreme scandal to the deputies and to all other serious men. She said that it was unreasonable in the Dutch to have stirred up so great a commotion merely on account of the celebration of mass; and that so contumacious a resistance to their king could never redound to their honor, since they were not compelled to believe in the divinity of the mass, but only to be spectators of its performance, as at a public spectacle. "What," said she, "if I were to begin to act some scene in a dress like this," for she was clad in white like a priest, "should you regard it as a crime to behold it?" Was the queen here making the apology of her own compliances under the reign of her sister, or was she generously furnishing a salvo for others? In any case, the sentiment, as coming from the heroine of Protestantism, is extraordinary. An ineffectual remonstrance, addressed by Elizabeth to the king of Spain, was the only immediate result of this attempt of the provinces to engage her in their concerns. She kept a watchful eye, however, upon their great and glorious struggle; and the time at length came when she found it expedient to unite more closely her interest with theirs. England now enjoyed profound tranquillity, internal and external, and our annalists find leisure to advert to various circumstances of domestic history. They mention a corporation formed for the transmutation of iron into copper by the method of one Medley an alchemist, of which the learned but credulous Sir Thomas Smith, secretary of state, was a principal promoter, and in which both Leicester and Burleigh embarked some capital. The master of the mint ventured to express a doubt of the success of the experiment, because the adept had engaged that the weight of copper procured should exceed that of all the substances employed in its production; but nobody seems to have felt the force of this simple objection, and great was the disappointment of all concerned when at length the bubble burst. About the same time the famous Dr. Dee, mathematician, astrologer, and professor of the occult sciences, being pressed by poverty, supplicated Burleigh to procure her majesty's patronage for his infallible method of discovering hidden treasures. This person, who stood at the head of his class, had been early protected by Leicester, who employed him to fix a lucky day for the queen's coronation. He had since been patronized by her majesty, who once visited him at his house at Mortlake, took lessons of him in astronomy, and occasionally supplied him with money to defray the expenses of his experiment. She likewise presented him to some ecclesiastical benefices, but he often complained of the delay or non-performance of her promises of pensions and preferment. On one occasion he was sent to the Continent, ostensibly for the purpose of consulting physicians and philosophers on the state of her majesty's health, but probably not without some secret political commission. After a variety of wild adventures in different countries of Europe, in which he and his associate Kelly discovered still more knavery than credulity in the exercise of their various false sciences and fallacious arts, Dee was invited home by her majesty in 1589, and was afterwards presented by her with the wardenship of Manchester College. But he was hated and sometimes insulted by the people as a conjurer, quarrelled with the fellows of his college, quitted Manchester in disgust, and failing to obtain the countenance of King James, died at length in poverty and neglect, the ordinary fate of his class of projectors. Elizabeth performed a more laudable part in lending her support to the enterprise of that able and spirited navigator Martin Frobisher, who had long been soliciting in vain among the merchants the means of attempting a northwest passage to the Indies, and was finally supplied by the queen with 2 small vessels. With these he set sail in June 1576, and though unsuccessful in the prime object of his voyage, extended considerably the previous acquaintance of navigators with the coasts of Greenland, and became the discoverer of the straits which still bear his name. A sect called "the Family of Love" had lately sprung up in England. Its doctrines, notwithstanding the frightful reports raised of them, were probably dangerous neither to the established church, with the rites of which the brethren willingly complied, nor yet to the state, and it may be doubted whether they were in any respect incompatible with private morals; but no innovations in religion were regarded as tolerable or venial under the rigid administration of Elizabeth, and the leaders of the new heresy were taken into custody, and compelled to recant. Some Anabaptists were apprehended about the same time, who acknowledged their error at Paul's Cross, bearing faggots, the tremendous symbol of the fate from which their recantation had rescued them. 2 of these unhappy men, however, repented of the disingenuous act into which human frailty had betrayed them, and returning to the open profession of their opinions were burned in Smithfield, to the eternal opprobrium of Protestant principles and the deep disgrace of the governess and institutress of the Anglican Church. The observation of Lord Talbot, that the Earl of Leicester showed himself more than ever solicitous to improve the favor of his sovereign, received confirmation from the unparalleled magnificence of the reception which he provided for her when, during her progress in the summer of 1575, she honored him with a visit in Warwickshire. The "princely pleasures of Kenilworth" were famed in their day as the quintessence of all courtly delight, and very long and very pompous descriptions of these festive devices have come down to our times. They were conducted on a scale of grandeur and expense which may still surprise; but taste as yet was in its infancy, and the whole was characterized by the unmerciful tediousness, the ludicrous incongruities, and the operose pedantry of a semi-barbarous age. A temporary bridge 70 feet in length was thrown across a valley to the great gate of the castle, and its posts were hung with the offerings of 7 of the Grecian deities to her majesty, displaying in grotesque assemblage cages of various large birds, fruits, corn, fishes, grapes and wine in silver vessels, musical instruments of many kinds, and weapons and armor hung trophy-wise on 2 ragged staves. A poet standing at the end of the bridge explained in Latin verse the meaning of all. The Lady of the Lake, invisible since the disappearance of the renowned Prince Arthur, approached on a floating island along the moat to recite adulatory verses. Arion, being summoned for the like purpose, appeared on a dolphin 24 feet long, which carried in its belly a whole orchestra. A Sibyl, a "salvage man," and an Echo posted in the park, all harangued in the same strain. Music and dancing enlivened the Sunday evening. Splendid fireworks were displayed both on land and water. A play was performed. An Italian tumbler exhibited his feats. 13 bears were baited. There were 3 stag hunts, and representation of a country bridal, followed by running at the quintin. Finally, the men of Coventry exhibited, by express permission, their annual mock fight in commemoration of a signal defeat of the Danes. 19 days did the Earl of Leicester sustain the overwhelming honor of this royal visit; a demonstration of her majesty's satisfaction in her entertainment quite unexampled, but which probably awakened less envy than any other token of her peculiar grace by which she might have been pleased to distinguish her favorite. No domestic incident had for a long time excited so strong a sensation as the death of Walter Devereux, Earl of Essex, which took place at Dublin in the autumn of the year 1576. This nobleman is celebrated for his talents, his virtues, his unfortunate and untimely death, and also as the father of a son still more distinguished and destined to a fate yet more disastrous. He was of illustrious descent, deriving a part of his hereditary honors from the lords Ferrers of Chartley, and the rest from the noble family of Bourchier, through a daughter of Thomas of Woodstock, youngest son of Edward III. In his 19th year he succeeded his grandfather as Viscount Hereford, and coming to court attracted the merited commendations of her majesty by his learning, his abilities, and his ingenuous modesty. During a short period the viscount was joined in commission with the earls of Huntingdon and Shrewsbury for the safe keeping of the queen of Scots. On the breaking out of the Northern Rebellion, he joined the royal army with all the forces he could raise, and in reward of this forwardness in her service, her majesty conferred on him the garter, and subsequently invested him, after the most solemn and honorable form of creation, with the dignity of Earl of Essex, long hereditary in the house of Bourchier. By these marks of favor the jealousy of Leicester and of other courtiers was strongly excited, but with little cause. The spirit of the earl had too much of boldness, of enterprise, of a high-souled generosity, to permit him to take root and flourish in that scene of treachery and intrigue, a court. It quickly prompted him to seek occupation at a distance, in the attempt to subdue and civilize a turbulent Irish province. He solicited and obtained from the queen, by a kind of agreement then not unusual, a grant to himself and the adventurers under him of half of the district of Clandeboy in Ulster, on condition of his rescuing and defending the whole of it from the rebels, and defraying half the expenses of the service. Great things were expected from his expedition, on which he embarked in August 1573, but Sir William Fitzwilliams, deputy of Ireland, viewed the arrival of the earl with sentiments which led him to oppose every possible obstacle to his success. Probably, too, Essex himself found, on trial, the task of subduing the Irishry, as the natives of the island were then called, a more difficult one than he had anticipated. Some brilliant service, however, amid many delays and disappointments, he performed in various parts of the country; and having returned to England in 1575 to lay all his grievances before the queen, and face the court faction which injured him in his absence, he was sent back with the title of Marshal of Ireland, an appointment which Leicester, for his own purposes, is said to have been active in procuring him. Sir Henry Sidney had now succeeded Fitzwilliams as lord deputy; and from him it does not appear that Essex had the same systematic opposition to encounter. On the contrary, having been applied to by the queen for his opinion of the expediency of granting several requests of the earl relative to this service, Sir Henry advised her majesty to comply with most of them, prefacing his counsel with the following sentence: "Of the earl I must say, that he is so noble and worthy a personage, and so forward in all his actions, and so complete a gentleman, wherein he may either advance your honor or service, as you may take comfort to have in store so rare a subject, who hath nothing in greater regard than to show himself such a one indeed as the common fame reporteth him, which hath been no more in troth than his due deserts and painful travels in the worst parts of this miserable country have deserved." Such in fact was the apparent cordiality between the deputy and the marshal, that a proposal passed for the marriage of Philip Sidney to the lady Penelope Devereux, daughter of the earl. But if this friendship were ever sincere on the part of Sir Henry, it was at least short-lived; for, writing a few months after Essex's death to Leicester respecting the Earl of Ormond, whom the favorite regarded as his enemy, he says, "In fine, my lord, I am ready to accord with him; but my most dear lord and brother, be you upon your keeping for him, for if Essex had lived, you should have found him as violent an enemy as his heart, power, and cunning would have served him to have been; and for that their malice, I take God to record, I could brook neither of them both." Ireland was, during the whole of Elizabeth's reign, that part of her dominions which it cost her most trouble to govern, and with which her system of policy prospered the least. Without a considerable military force, it was impossible to bring into subjection those parts of the country which still remained in a state of barbarism under the sway of native chieftains, or even to preserve in safety and civility such districts as were already reclaimed and brought within the English pale. But the queen's parsimony, or, more truly, the narrowness of her income, caused her perpetually to repine at the great expenses to which she was put for this service, and frequently to run the risk of losing all that had been slowly gained, by a sudden withdrawment or long delay of the necessary supplies. Her suspicious temper caused her likewise to lend ready ear to the complaints, whether founded or not, brought by the disaffected Irish against her officers. Sir Henry Sidney himself, the deputy whom she most favored and trusted, and continued longer in office than any other, supported as he was at court by the potent influence of Leicester and the steady friendship of Burleigh, had many causes offered him of vexation and discontent; and those who held inferior commands, and were less ably protected from the attacks of their enemies, experienced almost insupportable anxieties from counteractions, difficulties and hardships of every kind. Of these the unfortunate Earl of Essex had his full share. The hopes of improving his fortune with which he had entered upon the service were so far from being realized that he found himself sinking continually deeper in debt. His efforts against the rebels were by no means uniformly successful. His court enemies contrived to divert most of the succours designed him by his sovereign, and the perplexities of his situation went on accumulating instead of diminishing. The bodily fatigue which he endured in the prosecution of his designs, joined to the anguish of a wounded spirit, undermined at length the powers of his constitution, and after repeated attacks he was carried off by a dysentery in September 1576. Essex was liberal, affable, brave and eloquent, and generally beloved both in England and Ireland. The symptoms of his disease, though such as exposure alone to the pestilential damps of the climate might well have produced, were also susceptible of being ascribed to poison; and one of his attendants, a divine who likewise professed medicine, seeing him in great pain, suddenly exclaimed, "By the mass, my lord, you are poisoned!" The report spread like wildfire. To common minds it is a relief under irremediable misfortune to find an object for blame; and accordingly, though no direct evidence of the fact was produced, it was universally believed that some villain had administered to him "an ill drink." As Leicester was known to be his enemy, strongly suspected of an intrigue with his wife, and believed capable of any enormity, the friends and partisans of Essex seem immediately to have pointed at him as the contriver of his death. Yet I find no contemporary evidence of the imputation, except in the conduct of Sir Henry Sidney on this occasion, which indicates great anxiety for the reputation of his patron and brother-in-law. The lord deputy was unfortunately absent from Dublin at the time of the earl of Essex's death, and before he could institute a regular examination into the manner of it, 1,000 false tales had been circulated, which were greedily received by the public. On his return, however, he entered into the investigation with great zeal and diligence. The decisive test of an examination of the body was not indeed applied, for it was one with which that age seems to have been unacquainted; but many witnesses were called, reports were traced to their source, and in some instances disproved, and the result of the whole was transmitted by the deputy to the privy council in a letter which appears satisfactorily to prove that there was no solid ground to ascribe the event to any but natural causes. That the deputy himself was convinced of the correctness of this representation is seen from one of his private letters to Leicester, published long after in the Sidney papers. In all probability, posterity would scarcely have heard of this imputation on the character of Leicester, had not his marriage with the widow of Essex served as corroboration of the charge, and given occasion to the malicious comments of the author of "Leicester's Commonwealth." This union, however, was not publicly celebrated till 2 years afterwards, and we have no certain authority for the fact of the criminal connection of the parties during the life of the earl of Essex, nor for the private marriage said to have been huddled up with indecent precipitation on his decease. Walter, Earl of Essex, left Robert his son and successor, then in the 10th year of his age, to the care and protection of the Earl of Sussex and Lord Burleigh. But Mr. Edward Waterhouse, a person of great merit and abilities, then employed in Ireland and distinguished by the favor both of Lord Burleigh and Sir Henry Sidney, had the immediate management of the fortune and affairs of the minor. Of this friend Essex is related to have taken leave in his last moments with many kisses, exclaiming, "O my Ned, farewell! Thou art the faithfullest and friendliest gentleman that ever I knew." He proved the fidelity of his attachment by attending the body of the earl to Wales, whither it was conveyed for interment, and it was thence that he immediately afterwards addressed to Sir Henry Sidney a letter, of which the following is an extract. "The state of the earl of Essex, being best known to myself, doth require my travel for a time in his causes; but my burden cannot be great when every man putteth to his helping hand. Her majesty hath bestowed upon the young earl his marriage, and all his father's rules in Wales, and promiseth the remission of his debt. The lords do generally favor and further him; some for the trust reposed, some for the love to the father, other for affinity with the child, and some for other causes. All these lords that wish well to the children, and I suppose all the best sort of the English lords besides, do expect what will become of the treaty between Mr. Philip and my lady Penelope. Truly, my lord, I must say to your lordship, as I have said to my lord of Leicester and Mr. Philip, the breaking off of this match, if the default be on your parts, will turn to more dishonour than can be repaired with any other marriage in England. And I protest unto your lordship, I do not think that there is at this day so strong a man in England of friends as the little Earl of Essex, nor any man more lamented than his father since the death of King Edward." Under such high auspices, and with such a general consent of men's minds in his favor, did the celebrated, the rash, the lamented Essex commence his brief and ill-starred course. The match between Philip Sidney and Lady Penelope Devereux was finally broken off, as Waterhouse seems to have apprehended. She married Lord Rich, and afterwards Charles Blount, Earl of Devonshire, on whose account she had been divorced from her first husband. How little all the dark suspicions and sinister reports to which the death of the Earl of Essex had given occasion were able to influence the mind of Elizabeth against the man of her heart, may appear by the tenor of an extraordinary letter written by her in June 1577 to the Earl and Countess of Shrewsbury. "Our very good cousins, being given to understand from our cousin of Leicester how honourably he was not only lately received by you, our cousin, the Countess at Chatsworth, and his diet by you both discharged at Buxton's, but also presented with a very rare present, we should do him great wrong, holding him in that place of favour we do, in case we should not let you understand in how thankful sort we accept the same at both your hands, not as done unto him, but to our own self, reputing him as another self, and therefore ye may assure yourselves that we, taking upon us the debt, not as his but our own, will take care accordingly to discharge the same in such honourable sort, as so well deserving creditors as ye shall never have cause to think ye have met with an ungrateful debtor," etc. Lord Talbot, on another occasion, urged upon his father the policy of ingratiating himself with Leicester, by a pressing invitation to Chatsworth, adding moreover, that he did not believe it would greatly either further or hinder his going into that part of the country. Section 28. Of Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth. This recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth, Volumes 1 and 2, by Lucy Aikin. Chapter 19, 1577 to 1582, Part 1. About the middle of the year 1576, Walsingham, in a letter to Sir Henry Sidney, thus writes: "Here at home we live in security as we were wont, grounding our quietness upon other harms." The harms here alluded to, the religious wars of France, and the revolt of the Dutch provinces from Spain, had proved indeed, in more ways than one, the safeguard of the peace of England. They furnished so much domestic occupation to the two Catholic sovereigns of Europe, most formidable by their power, their bigotry, and their unprincipled ambition, as effectually to preclude them from uniting their forces to put in execution against Elizabeth the papal sentence of deprivation; and by the opportunity which they afforded her of causing incalculable mischiefs to these princes through the succours which she might afford to their rebellious subjects, they long enabled her to restrain both Philip and Charles within the bounds of respect and amity. But circumstances were now tending with increased velocity towards a rupture with Spain, clearly become inevitable; and in 1577 the Queen of England saw herself compelled to take steps in the affairs of the Low Countries equally offensive to that power and to France. The States of Holland, after the rejection of their sovereignty by Elizabeth, cast their eyes around in search of another protector; and Charles IX, suffering his ambition and his rivalry with Philip II to overpower all the vehemence of his zeal for the Catholic religion, showed himself eager to become their patron. His brother, the Duke d'Alençon, doubtless with his concurrence, offered on certain terms to bring a French army for the expulsion of Don John of Austria, governor of the Low Countries; and this proposal he urged with so much importunity, that the Hollanders, notwithstanding their utter antipathy to the royal family of France, seemed likely to accede to it, as the lightest of that variety of evils of which their present situation offered them the choice. But Elizabeth could not view with indifference the progress of a negotiation which might eventually procure to France the annexation of these important provinces, and she encouraged the States to refuse the offers of Alençon by immediately transmitting for their service liberal supplies of arms and money to Duke Casimir, son of the Elector Palatine, then at the head of a large body of German Protestants in the Low Countries. At the same time, she endeavoured to repress the Catholics in her own dominions by a stricter enforcement of the penal laws, and 2 or 3 persons in this year suffered capitally for their denial of the queen's supremacy. These steps on the part of Elizabeth threatened to disconcert entirely the plans of the French court; but it still seemed practicable, to the king and to his brother, to produce a change in her measures; and 2 or 3 successive embassies arrived in London during the spring and summer of 1578, to renew with fresh earnestness the proposals of marriage on the part of the Duke d'Alençon. The Earl of Sussex and his party favoured this match. Leicester and all the zealous Protestants in the court and the nation opposed it. The queen "sat arbitress," and perhaps prolonged her deliberations on the question, for the pleasure of receiving homage more than usually assiduous from both factions. The favorite, anxious to secure his ascendancy by fresh efforts of gallantry and instances of devotedness, entreated to be indulged in the privilege of entertaining her majesty for several days at his seat of Wanstead House, a recent and expensive purchase, which he had been occupied in adorning with a magnificence suited to the ostentatious prodigality of his disposition. It was for the entertainment of her majesty on this occasion that Philip Sidney condescended to task a genius worthy of better things with the composition of a masque in celebration of her surpassing beauties and royal virtues, entitled The Lady of May. In defence of this public act of adulation, the young poet had probably the particular request of his uncle and patron to plead, as well as the common practice of the age; but it must still be mortifying under any circumstances to record the abasement of such a spirit to a level with the vulgar herd of Elizabethan flatterers. Unsatiated with festivities and homage, the queen continued her progress from Wanstead through the counties of Essex, Suffolk and Norfolk, receiving the attendance of numerous troops of gentry, and making visits in her way to all who felt themselves entitled, or called, to solicit with due humility the costly honor of entertaining her. Her train was numerous and brilliant, and the French ambassadors constantly attended her motions. About the middle of August she arrived at Norwich. This ancient city, then one of the most considerable in the kingdom, yielded to none in a zealous attachment to Protestant principles and to the queen's person; and as its remote situation had rendered the arrival of a royal visitant within its walls an extremely rare occurrence, the magistrates resolved to spare nothing which could contribute to the splendor of her reception. At the furthest limits of the city she was met by the mayor, who addressed her in a long and very abject Latin oration, in which he was not ashamed to pronounce that the city enjoyed its charters and privileges "by her only clemency." At the conclusion he produced a large silver cup filled with gold pieces, saying, "Sunt hic centum libre puri auri," welcome sounds which failed not to reach the ear of her gracious majesty, who, lifting up the cover with alacrity, said audibly to the footman to whose care it was delivered, "Look to it, there is £100." Pageants were set up in the principal streets, of which one at least had the merit of appropriateness, since it accurately represented the various processes employed in those woolen manufactures for which Norwich was already famous. 2 days after her majesty's arrival, Mercury, in a blue satin doublet lined with cloth of gold, with a hat of the same garnished with wings, and wings at its feet, appeared under her chamber window, in an extraordinarily fine painted coach, and invited her to go abroad and see more shows; and a kind of masque, in which Venus and Cupid with wantonness and riot were discomfited by the goddess of chastity and her attendants, was performed in the open air. A troop of nymphs and fairies lay in ambush for her return from dining with the Earl of Surrey; and in the midst of these heathenish exhibitions, the minister of the Dutch church watched his opportunity to offer to her the grateful homage of his flock. To these deserving strangers, Protestant refugees from Spanish oppression, the policy of Elizabeth, in this instance equally generous and discerning, had granted every privilege capable of inducing them to make her kingdom their permanent abode. At Norwich, where the greater number had settled, a church was given them for the performance of public worship in their own tongue, and according to the form which they preferred; and encouragement was held out to them to establish here several branches of manufacture which they had previously carried on to great advantage at home. This accession of skill and industry soon raised the woolen fabrics of England to a pitch of excellence unknown in former ages, and repaid with usury to the country this exercise of public hospitality. It appears that the inventing of masks, pageants and devices for the recreation of the queen on her progresses had become a distinct profession. George Ferrers, formerly commemorated as master of the pastimes to Edward VI., one Goldingham, and Churchyard, author of The Worthiness of Wales, of some legends in the Mirror for Magistrates, and of a prodigious quantity of verse on various subjects, were the most celebrated proficients in this branch. All three are handed down to posterity as contributors to "the princely pleasures of Kenilworth," and the two latter as managers of the Norwich entertainments. They vied with each other in the gorgeousness, the pedantry and the surprisingness of their devices; but the palm was surely due to him of the number who had the glory of contriving a battle between certain allegorical personages, in the midst of which "legs and arms of men, well and lively wrought, were to be let fall in numbers on the ground, as bloody as might be." The combat was to be exhibited in the open air; but the skies were unpropitious, and a violent shower of rain unfortunately deprived her majesty of the satisfaction of witnessing the effect of so extraordinary and elegant a device. Richard Topcliffe, a Lincolnshire gentleman employed by government to collect informations against the papists, and so much distinguished in the employment that Topcliffizare became the cant term of the day for hunting a recusant, was at this time a follower of the court; and a letter addressed by him to the earl of Shrewsbury contains some particulars of this progress worth preserving. "I did never see her majesty better received by two counties in one journey than Suffolk and Norfolk now. Suffolk of gentlemen and Norfolk of the meaner sort, with exceeding joy to themselves and well liking to her majesty. Great entertainment at the master of the rolls, greater at Kenninghall, and exceeding of all sorts at Norwich. The next good news, but in account the highest, her majesty hath served God with great zeal and comfortable examples; for by her counsel two notorious papists, young Rookwood, the master of Euston Hall, where her majesty did lie upon Sunday now a fortnight, and one Downes, a gentleman, were both committed, the one to the town prison at Norwich, the other to the county prison there, for obstinate papistry; and 7 more gentlemen of worship were committed to several houses in Norwich as prisoners, for badness of belief. This Rookwood is a papist of kind, newly crept out of his late wardship. Her majesty, by some means I know not, was lodged at his house, Euston, far unmeet for her highness, but fitter for the blackguard. Nevertheless, the gentleman, brought into her majesty's presence by like device, her excellent majesty gave to Rookwood ordinary thanks for his bad house, and her fair hand to kiss; after which it was braved at. But my lord chamberlain, nobly and gravely, understanding that Rookwood was excommunicated for papistry, called him before him, demanded of him how he durst to attempt her royal presence, he unfit to accompany any Christian person; forthwith said he was fitter for a pair of stocks, commanded him out of the court, and yet to attend her council's pleasure, and at Norwich he was committed. And to decipher the gentleman to the full, a piece of plate being missed in the court and searched for in his hay house, in the hayrick such an image of our lady was there found, as for greatness, for gayness, and workmanship I did never see a match; and after a sort of country dances ended, in her majesty's sight the idol was set behind the people, who avoided. She rather seemed a beast raised upon a sudden from hell by conjuring, than the picture for whom it had been so often and so long abused. Her majesty commanded it to the fire, which in her sight by the country folks was quickly done, to her content, and unspeakable joy of every one, but some 1 or 2 who had sucked of the idol's poisoned milk. Shortly after, a great sort of good preachers, who had been commanded to silence for a little niceness, were licensed, and again commanded to preach; a greater and more universal joy to the countries, and the most of the court, than the disgrace of the papists; and the gentlemen of those parts, being great and hot protestants, almost before by policy discredited and disgraced, were greatly countenanced." The letter writer afterwards mentions in a splenetic style the envoy from Monsieur, one Bacqueville, a Norman, "with 4 or 5 of Monsieur's youths," who attended the queen and were "well entertained and regarded." After them, he says, came Monsieur Rambouillet from the French king, brother of the cardinal, who had not long before written vilely against the queen, and whose entertainment, it seemed to him, was not so good as that of the others. The queen was about this time deprived by death of an old and faithful counsellor, in the person of Sir Thomas Smith, one of the principal secretaries of state. This eminent person, the author of a work "on the Commonwealth of England," still occasionally consulted, and in various ways a great benefactor to letters in his day, was one of the few who had passed at once with safety and credit through all the perils and revolutions of the 3 preceding reigns. His early proficiency at college obtained for Smith the patronage of Henry VIII., at whose expense he was sent to complete his studies in Italy; and he took at Padua the degree of Doctor of Laws. Resuming on his return his residence at Cambridge, he united his efforts with those of Cheke for reforming the pronunciation of the Greek language. Afterwards he furnished an example of attachment to his mother tongue which among classical scholars has found too few imitators, by giving to the public a work on English orthography and pronunciation, objects as yet almost totally neglected by his countrymen, and respecting which, down to a much later period, no approach to system or uniformity prevailed, but on the contrary, a vagueness, a rudeness and an ignorance disgraceful to a lettered people. Though educated in the civil law, Smith now took deacon's orders and accepted a rectory, and the deanery of Carlisle. His principles secretly began to incline towards the reformers, and he lent such protection as he was able to those who in the latter years of Henry VIII. Underwent persecution for the avowal of similar sentiments. Protector Somerset patronized him. Under his administration he was knighted, notwithstanding his deacon's orders, and became the colleague of Cecil as secretary of state. On the accession of Mary he was stripped of the lucrative offices which he held, but a small pension was assigned him on condition of his remaining in the kingdom, and he contrived to pass away those days of horror in an unmolested obscurity. He was among the first whom Mary's illustrious successor recalled to public usefulness, being summoned to take his place at her earliest privy council. In the important measures of the beginning of the reign for the settlement of religion, he took a distinguished part. Afterwards he was employed with advantage to his country in several difficult embassies. He was then appointed assistant and finally successor to Burleigh in the same high post which they had occupied together so many years before under the reign of Edward, and in this station he died at the age of 63. No statesman of the age bore a higher character than Sir Thomas Smith for rectitude and benevolence, and nothing of the wiliness and craft conspicuous in most of his coadjutors is discernible in him. There was one foible of his day, however, from which he was by no means exempt. On certain points he was superstitious beyond the ordinary measure of learned credulity in the 16th century. Of his faith in alchemical experiments a striking instance has already occurred. He was likewise a great astrologer, and gave himself much concern in conjecturing what direful events might be portended by the appearance of a comet which became visible in the last year of his life. During a temporary retirement from court, he had also distinguished himself as a magistrate by his extraordinary diligence in the prosecution of suspected witches. But the date of these and similar delusions had not yet expired. Great alarms were excited in the country during the year 1577 by the prevalence of certain magical practices, which were supposed to strike at the life of her majesty. There were found at Islington, concealed in the house of a Catholic priest who was a reputed sorcerer, 3 waxen images, formed to represent the queen and 2 of her chief counsellors. Other dealings also of professors of the occult sciences were from time to time discovered. "Whether it were the effect of this magic," says Strype, who wrote in the beginning of the 18th century, "or proceeded from some natural cause, but the queen was in some part of this year under excessive anguish by pains of her teeth, insomuch that she took no rest for divers nights, and endured very great torment night and day." In this extremity a certain "outlandish" physician was consulted, who composed on the case, with much solemnity of style, a long Latin letter, in which, after observing with due humility that it was a perilous attempt in a person of his slender abilities to prescribe for a disease which had caused perplexity and diversity of opinion among the skilful and eminent physicians ordinarily employed by her majesty, he ventured however to suggest various applications as worthy of trial, finally hinting at the expediency of having recourse to extraction on the possible failure of all other means to afford relief. How this weighty matter terminated we are not here informed; but it is upon record that Aylmer, bishop of London, once submitted to have a tooth drawn, in order to encourage her majesty to undergo that operation; and as the promotion of the learned prelate was at this time recent, and his gratitude, it may be presumed, still lively, we may perhaps be permitted to conjecture that it was the bishop who on this occasion performed the art of exorcist. The efforts of Duke Casimir for the defence of the United Provinces had hitherto proved eminently unfortunate, and in the autumn of 1578 he judged it necessary to come over to England to apologize in person to Elizabeth for the ill success of his arms, and to make arrangements for the future. He was very honorably received by her majesty, who recollected perhaps with some little complacency that he had formerly been her suitor. Joustings, tilts, and runnings at the ring were exhibited for his entertainment, and he was engaged in hunting parties, in which he greatly delighted. Leicester loaded him with presents. The Earl of Pembroke also complimented him with a valuable jewel. The Earl of Huntingdon, a nobleman whose religious zeal, which had rendered him the peculiar patron of the Puritan divines, interested him also in the cause of Holland, escorted him on his return as far as Gravesend, and Sir Henry Sidney attended him to Dover. The queen willingly bestowed on her princely guest the cheap distinction of the garter; but her parting present of 2 golden cups, worth £300 apiece, was extorted from her, after much murmuring and long reluctance, by the urgency of Walsingham, who was anxious, with the rest of his party, that towards this champion of the Protestant cause, though unfortunate, no mark of respect should be omitted. The Spanish and French ambassadors repined at the favors heaped on Casimir; but in the meantime the French faction was not inactive. The Earl of Sussex, whose generally sound judgment seems to have been warped in this instance by his habitual contrariety to Leicester, wrote in August 1578 a long letter to the queen, in which, after stating the arguments for and against the French match, he summed up pretty decidedly in its favor. What was of more avail, Monsieur sent over to plead his cause an agent named Simier, a person of great dexterity, who well knew how to ingratiate himself by 1,000 amusing arts, by a sprightly style of conversation peculiarly suited to the taste of the queen, and by that ingenious flattery, the talent of his nation, which is seldom entirely thrown away even upon the sternest and most impenetrable natures. Elizabeth could not summon resolution to dismiss abruptly a suit which was so agreeably urged, and in February 1579 Lord Talbot sends the following information to his father: "Her majesty continueth her very good usage of Monsieur Simier and all his company, and he hath conference with her 3 or 4 times a week, and she is the best disposed and pleasantest when she talketh with him, as by her gestures appeareth, that is possible." He adds, "The opinion of Monsieur's coming still holdeth, and yet it is secretly bruited that he cannot take up so much money as he would on such a sudden, and therefore will not come so soon." The influence of Simier over the queen became on a sudden so potent, that Leicester and his party reported, and perhaps believed, that he had employed philters and other unlawful means to inspire her with love for his master. Simier, on his side, amply retaliated these hostilities by carrying to her majesty the first tidings of the secret marriage of her favorite with the Countess of Essex; a fact which none of her courtiers had found courage to communicate to her, though it must have been by this time widely known, as Sir Francis Knowles, the countess's father, had insisted, for the sake of his daughter's reputation, that the celebration of the nuptials should take place in presence of a considerable number of witnesses. The rage of the queen on this disclosure transported her beyond all the bounds of justice, reason, and decorum. It has been already remarked that she was habitually, or systematically, an open enemy to matrimony in general, and the higher any person stood in her good graces, and the more intimate their access to her, the greater was her resentment at detecting in them any aspirations after this state; because a kind of jealousy was in these cases superadded to her malignity, and it offended her pride that those who were honored with her favor should find themselves at leisure to covet another kind of happiness of which she was not the dispenser. But that Leicester, the dearest of her friends, the first of her favorites, after all the devotedness to her charms which he had so long professed, and which she had requited by a preference so marked and benefits so signal, that he, her opinion unconsulted, her sanction unimplored, should have formed, and with her own near relation, this indissoluble tie, and having formed it should have attempted to conceal the fact from her when known to so many others, appeared to her the acme of ingratitude, perfidy, and insult. She felt the injury like a weak disappointed woman; she resented it like a queen and a Tudor. She instantly ordered Leicester into confinement in a small fort then standing in Greenwich Park; and she threw out the menace, nay actually entertained the design, of sending him to the Tower. But the lofty and honorable mind of the Earl of Sussex revolted against proceedings so violent, so lawless, and so disgraceful in every point of view to his royal kinswoman. He plainly represented to her that it was contrary to all right and all decorum that any man should be punished for lawful matrimony, which was held in honor by all; and his known hostility to the favorite giving weight to his remonstrance, the queen curbed her anger, gave up all thoughts of the Tower, and soon restored the earl to liberty. In no long time afterwards he was readmitted to her presence, and so necessary had he made himself to her majesty, or so powerful in the state, that she found it expedient insensibly to restore him to the same place of trust and intimacy as before, though it is probable that he never entirely regained her affections, and his countess, for whom indeed she had never entertained any affection, remained the avowed object of her utter antipathy even after the death of Leicester, and in spite of all the intercessions in her behalf with which her son Essex, in the meridian of his favor, never ceased to importune his sovereign. The quarrel of Leicester against Simier proceeded to such extremity after this affair, that the latter believed his life in danger from his attempts. It was even said that the earl had actually hired one of the queen's guard to assassinate the envoy, and that the design had only miscarried by chance. However this may be, her majesty, on account of the spirit of enmity displayed towards him by the people, to whom the idea of the French match was ever odious, found it necessary, by a proclamation, to take Simier under her special protection. It was about this time that, as the queen was taking the air on the Thames, attended by this Frenchman and by several of her courtiers, a shot was fired into her barge, by which one of the rowers was severely wounded. Some supposed that it was aimed at Simier, others at the queen herself; but the last opinion was immediately silenced by the wise and gracious declaration of her majesty, "that she would believe nothing of her subjects that parents would not believe of their children." After due inquiry the shot was found to have been accidental, and the person who had been the cause of the mischief, though condemned to death, was pardoned. Such at least is the account of the affair transmitted to us by contemporary writers; but it still remains a mystery how the man came to be capitally condemned, if innocent, or to be pardoned, if guilty. Leicester, from all these circumstances, had incurred so much obloquy at court, and found himself so coldly treated by the queen herself, that in a letter to Burleigh he offered or threatened to banish himself, well knowing perhaps that the proposal would not be accepted; while the French prince, now created Duke of Anjou, adroitly seized the moment of the earl's disgrace to try the effect of personal solicitations on the heart of Elizabeth. He arrived quite unexpectedly, and almost without attendance, at the gate of her palace at Greenwich, experienced a very gracious reception, and after several long conferences with the queen alone, of which the particulars never transpired, took his leave and returned home, recommitting his cause to the skilful management of his own agent, and the discussion of his brother's ambassadors. Long and frequent meetings of the privy council were now held, by command of her majesty, for the discussion of the question of marriage, from the minutes of which some interesting details may be recovered. The earl of Sussex was still, as ever, strongly in favor of the match, and chiefly, as it appears, from an apprehension that France and Spain might otherwise join to dethrone the queen and set up another in her place. Lord Hunsdon was on the same side, as was also the lord admiral, the earl of Lincoln, but less warmly. Burleigh laboured to find arguments in support of the measure, but evidently against his judgment and to please the queen. Leicester openly professed to have changed his opinion, "for her majesty was to be followed." Sir Walter Mildmay reasoned freely and forcibly against the measure, on the ground of the too advanced age of the queen, and the religion, the previous public conduct and the family connections of Anjou. Sir Ralph Sadler subscribed to most of the objections of Mildmay, and brought forward additional ones. Sir Henry Sidney approved all these, and subjoined, "that the marriage could not be made good by all the council between England and Rome. A mass might not be suffered in the court," meaning probably that the marriage rite could not by any expedient be accommodated to the consciences of both parties and the law of England. On the whole, with the single exception perhaps of the earl of Sussex, those councillors who pronounced in favor of the marriage in this debate did so, almost avowedly, in compliance with the wishes of the queen, whose inclination to the alliance had become very evident since the visit of her youthful suitor; while such as opposed it were moved by strong and earnest convictions of the gross impropriety and thorough unsuitableness of the match, with respect to Elizabeth herself, and the dreadful evils which it was likely to entail on the nation. How entirely the real sentiments of this body were adverse to the step became further evident when the council, instead of immediately obeying her majesty's command, that they should come to a formal decision on the question and acquaint her with the same, hesitated, temporized, assured her of their readiness to be entirely guided on a matter so personal to herself, by her feelings and wishes; requested to be further informed what these might be, and inquired whether, under all the circumstances, she was desirous of their coming to a full determination. "This message was reported to her majesty in the forenoon," October 7th 1579, "and she allowed very well of the dutiful offer of their services. Nevertheless, she uttered many speeches, and that not without shedding of many tears, that she should find in her councillors, by their long disputations, any disposition to make it doubtful whether there could be any more surety for her and her realm than to have her marry and have a child of her own body to inherit, and so to continue the line of King Henry VIII. and she said she condemned herself of simplicity in committing this matter to be argued by them, for that she thought to have rather had a universal request made to her to proceed in this marriage than to have made doubt of it; and being much troubled herewith, she requested" the bearers of this message "to forbear her till the afternoon." On their return, she repeated her former expressions of displeasure; then endeavoured at some length to refute the objections brought against the match; and finally her "great misliking" of all opposition, and her earnest desire for the marriage, being reported to her faithful council, they agreed, after long consultations, to offer her their services in furtherance of it, should such really be her pleasure. But the country possessed some men less obsequious than privy councillors, who could not endure to stand by in silence and behold the great public interests here at stake surrendered in slavish deference to the fond fancy of a romantic woman, caught by the image of a passion which she was no longer of an age to inspire, and which she ought to have felt it an indecorum to entertain. Of this number, to his immortal honor, was Philip Sidney. This young gentleman bore at the time the courtly office of cupbearer to the queen, and was looking for further advancement at her hands; and as on a former occasion he had not scrupled to administer some food to her preposterous desire of personal admiration, Elizabeth, when she applied to him for his opinion on her marriage, assuredly did so in the hope and expectation of hearing from him something more graceful to her ears than the language of truth and wisdom. But Sidney had beheld with his own eyes the horrors of the Paris massacre; he had imbibed with all the eagerness of a youthful and generous mind the principles of his friend the excellent Hubert Languet, one of the ablest advocates of the Protestant cause; and he had since, on his embassy to Germany and Holland, enjoyed the favor and contemplated the illustrious virtues of William Prince of Orange, its heroic champion. To this sacred cause the purposed marriage must prove, as he well knew, deeply injurious, and to the reputation of his sovereign fatal. This was enough to decide his judgment and his conduct; and magnanimously disdaining the suggestions of a selfish and servile policy, he replied to the demand of her majesty, by a letter of dissuasion, almost of remonstrance, at once the most eloquent and the most courageous piece of that nature which the age can boast. Every important view of the subject is comprised in this letter, which is long, but at the same time so condensed in style and so skilfully compacted as to matter, that it well deserves to be read entire, and must lose materially either by abridgment or omission. Yet it may be permitted to detach from political reasonings, foreign to the nature and object of this work, a few sentences referring more immediately to the personal character of Anjou, and displaying in a strong light the enormous unfitness of the connection, and also the animated and affectionate conclusion, by which the writer seems desirous to atone for the enunciation of so many unwelcome truths. "These," speaking of her majesty's Protestant subjects, "these, how will their hearts be galled, if not aliened, when they shall see you take a husband, a Frenchman and a papist, in whom, howsoever fine wits may find further dealings or painted excuses, the very common people well know this, that he is the son of a Jezebel of our age, that his brother made oblation of his own sister's marriage, the easier to make massacres of our brethren in belief; that he himself, contrary to his promise and all gratefulness, having his liberty and principal estate by the Hugonots' means, did sack La Charité, and utterly spoiled them with fire and sword. This, I say, even at first sight, gives occasion to all truly religious to abhor such a master, and consequently to diminish much of the hopeful love they have long held to you. Now the agent party, which is Monsieur, whether he be not apt to work on the disadvantage of your estate, he is to be judged by his will and power; his will to be as full of light ambition as is possible, besides the French disposition and his own education, his inconstant temper against his brother, his thrusting himself into the Low Country matters, his sometimes seeking the king of Spain's daughter, sometimes your majesty, are evident testimonies of his being carried away with every wind of hope, taught to love greatness any way gotten, and having for the motioners and ministers of the mind only such young men as have showed they think evil contentment a ground of any rebellion, who have seen no commonwealth but in faction, and divers of which have defiled their hands in odious murders. With such fancies and favorites what is to be hoped for, or that he will contain himself within the limits of your conditions? Against contempt, if there be any, which I will never believe, let your excellent virtues of piety, justice, and liberality daily, if it be possible, more and more shine. Let such particular actions be found out, which be easy, as I think, to be done, by which you may gratify all the hearts of your people. Let those in whom you find trust, and to whom you have committed trust, in your weighty affairs, be held up in the eyes of your subjects. Lastly, doing as you do, you shall be as you be. the example of princes, the ornament of this age, and the most excellent fruit of your progenitors, and the perfect mirror of your posterity." Such had ever been the devoted loyalty of Philip Sidney towards Elizabeth, and so high was the place which he held in her esteem, that she appears to have imputed the boldness of this letter to no motives but good ones; and instead of resenting his interference in so delicate a matter, she is thought to have been deeply moved by his eloquence, and even to have been influenced by it in the formation of her final resolve. But far other success attended the efforts of a different character, who labored with equal zeal, equal reason, and probably not inferior purity of intention, though for less courtliness of address, to deter rather than dissuade her from the match, on grounds much more offensive to her feelings, and by means of what was then accounted a seditious appeal to the passions and prejudices of the nation. The work alluded to was entitled "The Discovery of a gaping gulf wherein England is like to be swallowed by another French marriage, if the Lord forbid not the banns by letting her see the sin and punishment thereof." Its author was a gentleman named Stubbs, then of Lincoln's Inn, and previously of Benet College, Cambridge, where we are told that his intimacies had been formed among the more learned and ingenious class of students, and where the poet Spenser had become his friend. He was known as a zealous puritan, and had given his sister in marriage to the celebrated Edmund Cartwright, the leader of the sect. It is probable that neither his religious principles nor this connection were forgotten by the queen in her estimate of his offence. A furious proclamation was issued against the book, all the copies of which were ordered to be seized and burned; and the author and publisher, being proceeded against on a severe statute of Philip and Mary, which many lawyers held to be no longer in force, were found guilty, and condemned to the barbarous punishment of amputation of the right hand. The words of Stubbs on being brought to the scaffold to undergo his sentence have been preserved, and well merit transcription. "What a grief it is to the body to lose one of his members you all know. I am come hither to receive my punishment according to the law. I am sorry for the loss of my hand, and more sorry to lose it by judgment; but most of all with her majesty's indignation and evil opinion, whom I have so highly displeased. Before I was condemned, I might speak for my innocency; but now my mouth is stopped by judgment, to the which I submit myself, and am content patiently to endure whatsoever it pleaseth God, of his secret providence, to lay upon me, and to take it justly deserved for my sins. And I pray God it may be an example to you all, that it being so dangerous to offend the laws, without an evil meaning, as breedeth the loss of a hand, you may use your hands holily, and pray to God for the long preservation of her majesty over you, whom God hath used as an instrument for a long peace and many blessings over us; and specially for his gospel, whereby she hath made a way for us to rest and quietness to our consciences. For the French I force not, but my greatest grief is in so many weeks and days of imprisonment, her majesty hath not once thought me worthy of her mercy, which she hath oftentimes extended to divers persons in greater offences. For my hand I esteem it not so much, for I think I could have saved it, and might do yet, but I will not have a guiltless heart and an infamous hand. I pray you all to pray with me, that God will strengthen me to endure and abide the pain that I am to suffer, and grant me this grace, that the loss of my hand do not withdraw any part of my duty and affection toward her majesty, and because when so many veins of blood are opened, it is uncertain how they may be stayed, and what will be the event thereof." The hand ready on the block to be stricken off, he said often to the people, "Pray for me now my calamity is at hand." And so with these words it was smitten off, whereof he swounded. In this speech, the language of which is so remarkably contrasted with those abject submissions which fear extorted from the high-born victims of the tyranny of Henry VIII., the attentive reader will discern somewhat of the same spirit which combated popery and despotism under the Stuarts, though tempered by that loyal attachment towards the restorer and protectress of reformed religion which dwelt in the hearts of all the Protestant subjects of Elizabeth without exception. After the execution of the more painful part of his sentence, Stubbs was further punished by an imprisonment of several months in the Tower; but under all these afflictions his courage and his cheerfulness were supported by a firm persuasion of the goodness of the cause in which he suffered. He wrote many letters to his friends with the left hand, signing them Scaevola, a surname which it was his pleasure to adopt in memory of a circumstance by which he did not feel himself to be the person dishonored. Such was the opinion entertained by Burleigh of the theological learning of this eminent person and the soundness of his principles, that he engaged him in 1587 to answer Cardinal Allen's violent book entitled The English Justice, a task which he is said to have performed with distinguished ability. During the whole year of 1580 the important question of the queen's marriage remained in an undecided state. The court of France appears to have suffered the treaty to languish, and Elizabeth, conscious no doubt that her fond inclination could only be gratified at the expense of that popularity which it had been the leading object of her policy to cherish, sought not to revive it. Various circumstances occurred to occupy public attention during the interval. Section 28. Section 29 of Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth. This recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth, volumes 1 and 2, by Lucy Aikin. Chapter 19. 1577 to 1582, Part 2. Sir Nicholas Bacon, who under the humbler title of Lord Keeper had exercised from the beginning of the reign the office of Lord High Chancellor, died, generally regretted, in 1579. No one is recorded to have filled this important post with superior assiduity or a greater reputation for uprightness and ability than Sir Nicholas, and several well-known traits afford a highly pleasing image of the general character of his mind. Of this number are his motto, Mediocria firma, and his handsome reply to the remark of her majesty that his house was too little for him. "No, madam, but you have made me too big for my house." Even when, upon this royal hint, he erected his elegant mansion of Gorhambury, he was still careful not to lose sight of that idea of lettered privacy in which he loved to indulge; and the accomplishments of his mind were reflected in the decorations of his home. In the gardens, on which his chief care and cost were bestowed, arose a banqueting house consecrated to the 7 sciences, whose figures adorned the walls, each subscribed with a Latin distich and surrounded with portraits of her most celebrated votaries; a temple in which we may imagine the youthful mind of that illustrious son of his, who "took all learning to be" his "province," receiving with delight its earliest inspiration. In his second wife, one of the learned daughters of Sir Anthony Cook, a woman of a keen and penetrating intellect, and much distinguished by her zeal for reformed religion in its austerer forms, Sir Nicholas found a partner capable of sharing his views and appreciating his character. By her he became the father of 2 sons, that remarkable man Anthony Bacon, and Francis, the light of science, the interpreter of nature; the admiration of his own age, and the wonder of succeeding ones; the splendid dawn of whose unrivalled genius his father was happy enough to behold, more happy still in not surviving to witness the calamitous eclipse which overshadowed his reputation at its highest noon. The Lord Keeper was esteemed the second pillar of that state of which Burleigh was the prime support. In all public measures of importance they acted together; and similar speculative opinions, with coinciding views of national policy, united these 2 eminent statesmen in a brotherhood dearer than that of alliance; but in their motives of action, and in the character of their minds, a diversity was observable which it may be useful to point out. Of Burleigh it has formerly been remarked, that with his own interest he considered also, and perhaps equally, that of his queen and his country; but the patriotism of Bacon seems to have risen higher, and his conformity with the wishes and sentiments of his sovereign was less obsequiously exact. In the affair of Lady Catherine Grey's title, he did not hesitate to risk the favor of the queen and his own continuance in office for the sake of what appeared to him the cause of religion and his country. On the whole, however, moderation and prudence were the governing principles of his mind and actions. The intellect of Burleigh was more versatile and acute, that of Bacon more profound; and their parts in the great drama of public life were cast accordingly. Burleigh had most of the alertness of observation, the fertility of expedient, the rapid calculation of contingencies, required in the minister of state; Bacon, of the gravity and steadfastness which clothe with reverence and authority the counsellor and judge. "He was a plain man," says Francis Bacon of his father, "direct and constant, without all finesse and doubleness, and one that was of a mind that a man in his private proceedings and estate, and in the proceedings of the state, should rest upon the soundness and strength of his own courses, and not upon practice to circumvent others." After Elizabeth had forgiven his interference respecting the succession, no one was held by her in greater honor and esteem than her Lord Keeper. She visited him frequently, conversed with him familiarly, took pleasure in the flashes of wit which often relieved the seriousness of his wisdom, and flattered with kind condescension his parental feelings, by the extraordinary notice which she bestowed on his son Francis, whose brightness and solidity of parts early manifested themselves to her discerning eye, and caused her to predict that her "little lord keeper" would one day prove an eminent man. Great interest was excited by the arrival in Plymouth harbor, in November 1580, of the celebrated Francis Drake from his circumnavigation of the globe. National vanity was flattered by the idea that this Englishman should have been the first commander in chief by whom this great and novel enterprise had been successfully achieved, and both himself and his ship became in an eminent degree the objects of public curiosity and wonder. The courage, skill, and perseverance of this great navigator were deservedly extolled. The wealth which he had brought home from the plunder of the Spanish settlements awakened the cupidity which in that age was a constant attendant on the daring spirit of maritime adventure, and half the youth of the country were on fire to embark in expeditions of pillage and discovery. But the court was not so easily induced to second the ardor of the nation. Drake's captures from the Spaniards had been made, under some vague notion of reprisals, whilst no open war was subsisting between the nations; and the Spanish ambassador, not, it must be confessed, without some reason, branded his proceedings with the reproach of piracy, and loudly demanded restitution of the booty. Elizabeth wavered for some time between admiration of the valiant Drake, mixed with a desire of sharing in the profits of his expedition, and a dread of incensing the King of Spain; but she at length decided on the part most acceptable to her people, that of giving a public sanction to his acts. During the spring of 1581 she accepted of a banquet on board his ship off Deptford, conferred on him the order of knighthood, and received him into favor. Much anxiety and alarm was about this time occasioned to the queen and her Protestant subjects by the clandestine arrival in the country of a considerable number of Catholic priests, mostly English by birth, but educated at the seminaries respectively found at Douay, Rheims, and Rome, by the King of Spain, Cardinal Lorraine, and the Pope, for the express purpose of furnishing means for the disturbance of the queen's government. Monks of the new order of Jesuits presided over these establishments, who made it their business to inspire the pupils with the most frightful excess of bigotry and fanaticism; and two of these friars, Fathers Parsons and Campion, coming over to England to guide and regulate the efforts of their party, were detected in treasonable practices, on account of which Campion, with some accomplices, underwent capital punishment, or, in the language of his church, received the crown of martyrdom. In order to check the diffusion among the rising generation of doctrines so destructive of the peace and good government of the country, a proclamation was issued in June 1580, requiring that all persons who had any children, wards, or kinsmen, in any parts beyond seas, should within 10 days give in their names to the ordinaries, and within 4 months send for them home again. Circular letters were also dispatched by the privy council to the bishops, setting forth that whereas her majesty found daily inconvenience to the realm by the education of numbers of young gentlemen and others her subjects in parts beyond the seas, where for the most part they were "nourselled and nourished in papistry," with such instructions as "made them to mislike the government of their country, and thus tended to render them undutiful subjects," etc., and intending to "take some present order therein," as well by prohibiting that any but such as were known to be well affected in religion, and would undertake for the good education of their children, should send them abroad, and they not without her majesty's special license; as also by recalling such as were at present in Spain, France, or Italy without such license, had commanded that the bishops should call before them, in their respective dioceses, certain parents or guardians whose names were annexed, and bind them in good sums of money for the recall of their sons or wards within 3 months. Many other indications of a jealousy of the abode of English youth in Catholic countries, which at such a juncture will scarcely appear unreasonable, might be collected from various sources. A friend of Anthony Bacon's sends him this warning to Bordeaux in 1583, "I can no longer abstain from telling you plainly that the injury is great you do to yourself and your best friends in this your voluntary banishment, for so it is already termed. The times are not as heretofore for the best disposed travellers. But in one word, sir, believe me, that they are not the best thought of where they would be that take any delight to absent themselves in foreign parts, especially such as are of quality, and known to have other cause than their private contentment, which also is not allowable, or to be for any long time, as you will shortly hear further, touching these limitations. In the meantime I could wish you looked well to yourself, and to think that whilst you live there, perhaps in no great security, you are within the compass of some sinister conceits or hard speeches here, if not of that jealousy which is now had even of the best, that in these doubtful days, wherein our country hath need to be furnished of the soundest members and truest hearts to God and prince, do yet take delight to live in those parts where our utter ruin is threatened, etc." "The old Lord Burleigh," says a contemporary, "if any one came to the lords of the council for a license to travel, would first examine him of England; and if he found him ignorant, would bid him stay at home and know his own country first." A plausible evasion, doubtless, of requests with which that cautious minister judged it inexpedient to comply. These machinations of the papists afforded a plea to the puritans in the House of Commons for the enactment of still severer laws against this already persecuted sect; and Elizabeth judged it expedient to accord a ready assent to these statutes, for the purpose of tranquillizing the minds of her Protestant subjects on the score of religion, previously to the renewal of negotiations with the court of France. Simier, who still remained in England, had been but too successful in continuing or reviving the tender impressions created in the heart of the queen by the personal attentions of his master; and the French king, finding leisure to turn his attention once more to this object, from which he had been apparently diverted by the civil wars which had broken out afresh in his country, was encouraged to send in 1581 a splendid embassy, headed by a prince of the blood, to settle the terms of this august alliance, of which every one now expected to see the completion. A magnificent reception was prepared by Elizabeth for these noble strangers, but she had the weakness to choose to appear before them in the borrowed character of a heroine of romance, rather than in that of a great princess whose vigorous yet cautious politics had rendered her for more than 20 years the admiration of all the statesmen of Europe. She caused to be erected on the south side of her palace of Whitehall a vast banqueting house, framed of timber and covered with painted canvas, which was decorated internally in a style of the most fantastic gaudiness. Pendants of fruit of various kinds, almost which cucumbers and carrots are enumerated, were hung from festoons of ivy, bay, rosemary, and different flowers, the whole lavishly sprinkled with gold spangles. The ceiling was painted like a sky, with stars, sunbeams, and clouds, intermixed with scutcheons of the royal arms, and a profusion of glass lustres illuminated the whole. In this enchanted palace the French ambassadors were entertained by the maiden queen at several splendid banquets, while her ministers were engaged by her command in drawing up the marriage articles. Meantime several of her youthful courtiers, anxious to complete the gay illusion in the imagination of their sovereign, prepared for the exhibition of what was called a triumph, of which the following was the plan. The young earl of Arundel, Lord Windsor, Philip Sidney, and Fulk Greville, the 4 challengers, styled themselves the foster children of Desire, and to that end of the tilt yard where her majesty was seated, their adulation gave the name of the Castle of Perfect Beauty. This castle the queen was summoned to surrender in a very courtly message delivered by a boy dressed in red and white, the colours of desire. On her refusal, a mount placed on wheels was rolled into the tilt yard, and the 4 cavaliers rode in, superbly armed and accoutred, and each at the head of a splendid troop; and when they had passed in military order before the queen, the boy who had delivered the former message thus again addressed her: "If the message lately delivered unto you had been believed and followed, O queen, in whom the whole story of virtue is written with the language of beauty, nothing should this violence have needed in your inviolate presence. Your eyes, which till now have been wont to discern only the bowed knees of kneeling hearts, and inwardly turned, found always the heavenly peace of a sweet mind, should not now have their fair beams reflected with the shining of armour, should not now be driven to see the fury of desire, nor the fiery force of fury. But sith so it is, alas that it is so, that in the defence of obstinate refusal there never groweth victory but by compassion, they are come. What need I say more? You see them, ready in heart as you know, and able with hands, as they hope, not only to assailing, but to prevailing. Perchance you despise the smallness of number. I say unto you, the force of desire goeth not by fullness of company. Nay, rather view with what irresistible determination themselves approach, and how not only the heavens send their invisible instruments to aid them, music within the mount, but also the very earth, the dullest of all the elements, which with natural heaviness still strives to the sleepy centre, yet for advancing this enterprise is content actively, as you shall see, to move itself upon itself to rise up in height, that it may the better command the high and high-minded fortresses." Here the mount rose up in height. Many words, when deeds are in the field, are tedious both unto the speaker and hearer. You see their forces, but know not their fortunes. If you be resolved, it boots not, and threats dread not. I have discharged my charge, which was even when all things were ready for the assault, then to offer parley, a thing not so much used as gracious in besiegers. You shall now be summoned to yield, which if it be rejected, then look for the affectionate alarm to be followed with desirous assault. The time approacheth for their approaches, but no time shall stay me from wishing, that however this succeed the world may long enjoy its chiefest ornament, which decks it with herself, and herself with the love of goodness." The rolling mount was now moved close to the queen, the music sounded, and one of the boys accompanied with cornets sung a fresh summons to the fortress. When this was ended, another boy, turning to the challengers and their retinue, sung an alarm, which ended, the two cannons were shot off, the one with sweet powder and the other with sweet water, very odoriferous and pleasant, and the noise of the shooting was very excellent consent of melody within the mount. And after that was store of pretty scaling ladders, and the footmen threw flowers and such fancies against the walls, with all such devices as might seem fit shot for desire. All which did continue till the time the defendants came in. These were above 20 in number, and each accompanied by his servants, pages and trumpeters. Speeches were delivered to the queen on the part of these knights, several of whom appeared in some assumed character. Sir Thomas Perrot and Anthony Cook thought proper to personate Adam and Eve, the latter having hair hung all down his helmet. The messenger sent on the part of Thomas Ratcliffe described his master as a forlorn knight, whom despair of achieving the favor of his peerless and sun-like mistress had driven out of the haunts of men into a cave of the desert, where moss was his couch, and moss, moistened by tears, his only food. Even here, however, the report of this assault upon the castle of perfect beauty had reached his ears, and roused him from his slumber of despondency; and in token of his devoted loyalty and inviolable fidelity to his divine lady, he sent his shield, which he entreated her to accept as the ensign of her fame, and the instrument of his glory, prostrating himself at her feet as one ready to undertake any adventures in hope of her gracious favor. Of this romantic picture of devoted and despairing passion, the description of Amadis de Gaul and the Poor Rock seems to have been the prototype. On the part of the 4 sons of Sir Francis Knowles, Mercury appeared, and described them as "legitimate sons of despair, brethren to hard mishap, suckled with sighs, and swathed up in sorrow, weaned in woe, and dry nursed by desire, long time fostered with favorable countenance, and fed with sweet fancies, but now of late, alas, wholly given over to grief and disgraced by disdain," etc. The speeches being ended, probably to the relief of the hearers, the tilting commenced and lasted till night. It was resumed the next day with some fresh circumstances of magnificence, and a few more harangues. At length the challengers presented to the queen an olive bough in token of their humble submission, and both parties were dismissed by her with thanks and commendations. By whom the speeches for this triumph were composed does not appear, but their style appears to correspond very exactly with that of John Lilly, a dramatic poet who in this year gave to the public a romance in 2 parts, the first entitled Euphues, the Atomy of Wit, the second Euphues and his England, a work which in spite, or rather perhaps by favor, of the new and singular affectations with which it was overrun, obtained extraordinary popularity, and communicated its infection for a time to the style of polite writing and fashionable speech. An author of the present day, whose elegant state and whose profound acquaintance with the writers of this and the following reign entitle him to be heard with deference, has favored us with his opinion of Euphues in these words: "This production is a tissue of antithesis and alliteration, and therefore justly entitled to the appellation of affected; but we cannot with Berkenhout consider it as a most contemptible piece of nonsense. The moral is uniformly good; the vices and follies of the day are attacked with much force and keenness. There is in it much display of the manners of the times, and though as a composition it is very meretricious and sometimes absurd in point of ornament, yet the construction of its sentences is frequently turned with peculiar neatness and spirit, though with much monotony of cadence." "So greatly," adds the same writer, "was the style of Euphues admired in the court of Elizabeth, and indeed throughout the kingdom, that it became a proof of refined manners to adopt its phraseology. Edward Blount, who republished 6 of Lilly's plays in 1632 under the title of 6 Court Comedies, declares that our nation are in his debt for a new English which he taught them. Euphues and his England, he adds, began first that language. All our ladies were then his scholars, and that beauty in court who could not parler Euphuism was as little regarded as she who now there speaks not French. a representation certainly not exaggerated, for Ben Jonson, describing a fashionable lady, makes her address her gallant in the following terms: "O Master Brisk," as it is in Euphues, "hard is the choice when one is compelled, either by silence to die with grief, or by speaking to live with shame;" upon which Mr. Whalley observes, that the court ladies in Elizabeth's time had all the phrases of Euphues by heart. Shakespeare is believed to have satirized the affectations of Lily, amongst other prevailing modes of pedantry and bad taste, under the character of the schoolmaster Holophernes, and to Sidney is ascribed by Drayton the merit that he "did first reduce our tongue from Lily's writing then in use, talking of stones, stars, plants, of fishes, flies, playing with words and idle similes." But in this statement there is an inaccuracy, if it refers to the better model of style furnished by him in his Arcadia, since that work, though not published till after the death of its author, is known to have been composed previously to the appearance of Euphues. Possibly, however, the lines of Drayton may be explained as alluding to the critical precepts contained in Sidney's Defence of Poetry, which was written in 1582 or 1583. It may appear extraordinary that this accomplished person, after his noble letter of remonstrance against the French marriage, should have consented to take so conspicuous a part in festivities designed to celebrate the arrival of the commissioners by whom its terms were to be concluded. But the actions of every man, it may be pleaded, belong to such an age, or such a station, as well as to such a school of philosophy, religious sect, political party, or natural class of character; and the spirit which prompted this eminent person to aspire after all praise and every kind of glory, compelled him, at the court of Elizabeth, to unite, with whatever incongruity, the quaint personage of a knight errant of romance and a devotee of the beauties and perfections of his liege lady, with the manly attributes of an English patriot and a champion of reformed religion. Fulke Greville furnishes another instance of a respectable character strangely disguised by the affectations and servilities of a courtier of this "queen of faery." He was the cousin, schoolfellow and inseparable companion of Sidney, and so devoted to him that, in the inscription which he composed long after for his own tomb, he entitled himself "servant to Queen Elizabeth, counsellor to King James, and friend to Sir Philip Sidney." Born to a fortune so ample as to render him entirely independent of the emoluments of office or the favors of a sovereign, and early smitten with a passion for the gentle muse which rendered him nearly insensible to the enticements of ambition, Greville was yet contented to devote himself, as a volunteer, to that court life, the irksomeness of which has often been treated as insupportable by men who have embraced it from interest or from necessity. A devotedness so signal was not indeed suffered to go without its reward. Besides that it obtained for him a lucrative place, Naunton says of Greville, "He had no mean place in Queen Elizabeth's favor, neither did he hold it for any short time or term; for if I be not deceived, he had the longest lease, the smoothest time without rubs, of any of her favorites." Lord Bacon also testifies that he "had much and private access to her, which he used honorably and did many men good. Yet he would say merrily of himself that he was like Robin Goodfellow; for when the maids spilt the milk pans or kept any racket, they would lay it upon Robin. So what tales the ladies about the queen told her, or other bad offices that they did, they would put it upon him." The poems of Fulke Greville, celebrated and fashionable in his own time, but now known only to the more curious students of our early literature, consist of 2 tragedies in interwoven rhyme, with choruses on the Greek model, 100 love sonnets, in one of which he styles his mistress fair dog, and treatises on human learning, on fame and honor, and of wars. Of these pieces the last 3, as well as the tragedies, contain many noble, free, and virtuous sentiments, many fine and ingenious thoughts, and some elegant lines; but the harshness and pedantry of the style render their perusal on the whole more of a fatigue than a pleasure, and they have gradually sunk into that neglect which constantly awaits the verse of which it has been the aim to instruct rather than to delight. Among the English patrons of letters, however, Fulke Greville, afterwards Lord Brooke, will ever deserve a conspicuous station; and Speed and Camden have gratefully recorded their obligations both to his liberality and to his honorable exertion of court interest. The articles of the marriage treaty were at length concluded between the commissioners of France and England, and it was stipulated that the nuptials should take place 6 weeks after their ratification. But Elizabeth, whose uncertainties were not yet at an end, had insisted on a separate article, purporting that she should not however be obliged to complete the marriage until further matters, not specified, should have been settled between herself and the Duke of Anjou, by which stipulation it still remained in her power to render the whole negotiation vain. The moment that all opposition on the part of her privy council was over, and every external obstacle surmounted, Elizabeth seems to have begun to recover her sound discretion, and to see in their true magnitude all the objections to which she had hitherto been anxious to blind her own eyes and those of others. She sent Walsingham to open new negotiations at Paris, and to try whether the league offensive and defensive, stipulated by the late articles, could not be brought to effect before the marriage, which she now discovered that it was not a convenient season to complete. The French court, after some hesitation, had just been brought to agree to this proposal, when she inclined again to go on with the marriage. But no sooner had it resumed with alacrity this part of the discussion, than she again declared for the alliance. Walsingham, puzzled and vexed by such a series of capricious changes, proceeding from motives in which state expediency had no share, remained uncertain how to act; and at length all the politicians, English and French, equally disconcerted, seem to have acquiesced in the conviction that this strange strife must end where it began, in the bosom of Elizabeth herself, while nothing was left to them but to await the result in anxious silence. But the Duke of Anjou, aware that from a youthful lover some unequivocal symptoms of impatience would be required, and that upon a skilful display of this kind his final success might depend, brought to a speedy conclusion his campaign in the Netherlands, which a liberal supply of money from the English queen, who now concurred in his views, had rendered uniformly successful, and putting his army into winter quarters, hurried over to England to throw himself at her feet. He was welcomed with all the demonstrations of satisfaction which could revive or confirm the hopes of a suitor. Every mark of honor, every pledge of affection, was publicly conferred upon him; and the queen, at the conclusion of a splendid festival on the anniversary of her coronation, even went so far as to place on his finger a ring drawn from her own. This passed in sight of the whole assembled court, who naturally regarded the action as a kind of betrothment, and the long suspense being apparently ended, the feelings of every party broke forth without restraint or disguise. Some rejoiced, more grieved or wondered. Leicester, Hatton, and Walsingham loudly exclaimed that ruin impended over the church, the country, and the queen. The ladies of the court alarmed and agitated their mistress by tears, cries, and lamentations. A sleepless and miserable night was passed by the queen amid her disconsolate handmaids. The next morning she sent for Anjou, and held with him a long private conversation; after which he retired to his chamber, and hastily throwing from him, but as quickly resuming, the ring which he had given him, uttered many reproaches against the levity of women and the fickleness of islanders. Such is the account given by the annalist Camden, our only authority for circumstances, some of them so public in their nature that it is surprising they should not be recorded by others, the rest so secret that we are at a loss to conceive how they should have become known to him. What is certain in the matter is, that the French prince remained in England above 2 months after this festival; that no diminution of the queen's attentions to him became apparent during that time; that when his affairs imperiously demanded his return to the Netherlands, Elizabeth still detained him, that she might herself conduct him on his way as far as Canterbury; that she then dismissed him with a large supply of money and a splendid retinue of English lords and gentlemen, and that he promised a quick return. Let us hear on the subject Lord Talbot's report to his father. "Monsieur hath taken shipping into Flanders. There is gone over with him my lord of Leicester, my lord Hunsdon, my lord Charles Howard, my lord Thomas Howard, my lord Windsor, my lord Sheffield, my lord Willoughby, and a number of young gentlemen besides. As soon as he is at Antwerp, all the Englishmen return, which is thought will be about a fortnight hence. The departure was mournful between her majesty and monsieur. She loath to let him go, and he is loath to depart. Her majesty on her return will belong in no place in which she lodged as she went, neither will she come to Whitehall, because the places shall not give cause of remembrance to her of him with whom she so unwillingly parted. Monsieur promised his return in March, but how his Low Country causes will permit him is uncertain. Her highness went no further but Canterbury. Monsieur took shipping at Sandwich." It is after all extremely difficult to decide whether the circumstances here related ought to invalidate any part of Camden's narrative. There can be no doubt that Elizabeth had at times been violently tempted to accept this young prince for a husband; and even when she sent Walsingham to France instructed to conclude, if possible, the league without the marriage, she evidently had not in her own mind absolutely concluded against the latter measure, because she particularly charged him to examine whether the duke, who had lately recovered from the small pox, still retained enough of his good looks to engage a lady's affections. It is probable that his second visit revived her love, and the truth of the circumstance of her publicly presenting to him a ring is confirmed by Camden's further statement that St. Aldegonde, minister in England for the United Provinces, wrote word of it to the States, who, regarding the match as now concluded, caused public rejoicings to be celebrated at Antwerp. After this the duke would undoubtedly press for a speedy solemnization, and he cannot but have experienced some degree of disappointment in at length quitting the country re infecta. But it was still greatly and obviously his interest to remain on the best possible terms with Elizabeth, in order to secure from her that co-operation and those pecuniary aids on which the success of his affairs in the Netherlands must mainly depend. It is even possible that a further acquaintance with the state of public opinion in England, and with the temper, maxims and personal qualities of the queen herself, might very much abate the poignancy of his mortification, or even incline him secretly to prefer the character of her ally to that of her husband. Be this as it may, the favorite son of Catherine de Medici was a sufficient adept in the dissimulation of courts to assume with ease all the demonstrations of complacency and good understanding that the case required, whatever portion of indignation or malice he might conceal in his heart. Neither was Elizabeth a novice in the arts of feigning, and even without the promptings of those tender regrets which accompany a sacrifice extorted by reason from inclination, she would have been careful, by every manifestation of friendship and esteem, to smooth over the affront which her change of purpose had compelled her to put upon the brother and heir of so potent a monarch as the King of France. Shortly after his return to the Continent, the Duke of Anjou lost at once his reputation and his hopes of an independent principality, in an unprincipled and abortive attempt on the liberties of the provinces which had chosen him as their protector; and his death, which soon followed, brings to a conclusion this long and mortifying chapter occupied with the follies of the wise. It is worth observing that appearances in this affair were kept up to the last. The English ambassador refrained from giving in his official letters any particulars of the last illness of Monsieur, lest he should aggravate the grief of her majesty; and the King of France, in defiance of some established rules of court precedence and etiquette, admitted this minister to pay his compliments of condolence before all others, professedly because he represented that princess who best loved his brother. Bowen ends his minute description of "the habit of Queen Elizabeth in public and private," with a passage proper to complete this portion of her history. "The coming of the Duke d'Alençon opened a way to a more free way of living, and relaxed very much the old severe form of discipline. The queen danced often then, and omitted no sort of recreation, pleasing conversation, or variety of delights for his satisfaction. At the same time, the plenty of good dishes, pleasant wines, fragrant ointments and perfumes, dances, masks, and variety of rich attire were all taken up and used to show him how much he was honoured. There were then acted comedies and tragedies with much cost and splendor. When these things had once been entertained, the portures were never more to be reclaimed from them, and they could not be satiated or wearied with them. But when Alençon was once dismissed and gone, the queen herself left off these diversions, and betook herself as before to the care of her kingdom, and both by example and severe corrections endeavoured to reduce her nobility to their old severe way of life." End of section 29. Section 30 of Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth, Volumes 1 and 2, by Lucy Aikin. Chapter 20. 1582 to 1587, Part 1. The disposition of Elizabeth was originally deficient in benevolence and sympathy, and prone to suspicion, pride and anger, and we observe with pain in the progress of her history how much the influences to which her high station and the peculiar circumstances of her reign invariably exposed her, tended in various modes to exasperate these radical evils of her nature. The extravagant flattery administered to her daily and hourly was of most pernicious effect. It not only fostered in her an absurd excess of personal vanity, but what was worse, by filling her with exaggerated notions both of her own wisdom and of her sovereign power and prerogative, it contributed to render her rule more stern and despotic, and her mind on many points incapable of sober counsel. This effect was remarked by one of her clergy, who in a sermon preached in her presence had the boldness to tell her that she who had been meek as lamb was become an untamable heifer. for which reproof he was in his turn reprehended by her majesty on his quitting the pulpit as "an over-confident man who dishonored his sovereign." The decay of her beauty was an unwelcome truth which all the artifices of adulation were unable to hide from her secret consciousness; since she could never behold her image in a mirror during the latter years of her life without transports of impotent anger; and this circumstance contributed not a little to sour her temper, while it rendered the young and lovely the chosen objects of her malignity. On this head the following striking anecdote is furnished by Sir John Harrington. "She did oft ask the ladies around her chamber if they loved to think of marriage; and the wise ones did conceal well their liking hereto, as knowing the queen's judgment in this matter. Sir Matthew Arundel's fair cousin, not knowing so deeply as her fellows, was asked one day hereof, and simply said, she had thought much about marriage, if her father did consent to the man she loved. 'You seem honest, in faith,' said the queen, 'I will sue for you to your father.' The damsel was not displeased hereat, and when Sir Robert came to court, the queen asked him hereon, and pressed his consenting, if the match was discreet. Sir Robert, much astonished at this news, said he never heard his daughter had liking to any man, and wanted to gain knowledge of her affection; but would give free consent to what was most pleasing to her highness' will and advice. 'Then I will do the rest,' saith the queen. The lady was called in, and the queen told her that her father had given his free consent. 'Then,' replied the lady, 'I shall be happy and please your grace.' 'So thou shalt, but not to be a fool and marry. I have his consent given to me, and I vow thou shalt never get it into thy possession. So go to thy business. I see thou art a bold one to own thy foolishness so readily." The perils of many kinds, from open and secret enemies, by which Elizabeth had found herself environed since her unwise and unauthorized detention of the queen of Scots, aggravated the mistrustfulness of her nature; and the severities which fear and anger led her to exercise against that portion of her subjects who still adhered to the ancient faith, increased its harshness. It is true that since the fulmination of the papal anathema, the zealots of this church had kept no measures with respect to her either in their words, their writings, or their actions. Plans of insurrection, and even of assassination, were frequently revolved in their councils, but as often disappointed by the extraordinary vigilance and sagacity of her ministers; while the courage evinced by herself under these circumstances of severe probation was truly admirable. Bacon relates that "the council once represented to her the danger in which she stood by the continual conspiracies against her life, and acquainted her that a man was lately taken who stood ready in a very dangerous and suspicious manner to do the deed, and they showed her the weapon wherewith he thought to have acted it; and therefore they advised her that she should go less abroad to take the air, weakly attended, as she used; but the queen answered, that she had rather be dead than put in custody." "Ireland," says Naunton, "cost her more vexation than any thing else. The expense of it pinched her; the ill success of her officers wearied her, and in that service she grew hard to please." She also arrived at a settled persuasion that the extreme of severity was safer than that of indulgence; an opinion which, being communicated to her officers and ministers, was the occasion, especially in Ireland, of many a cruel and arbitrary act. When angry, she observed little moderation in the expression of her feelings. In the private letters even of Cecil, whom she treated on the whole with more consideration than any other person, we find not unfrequent mention of the harsh words which he had to endure from her, sometimes, as he says, on occasions when he appeared to himself deserving rather of thanks than of censure. The earl of Shrewsbury often complains to his correspondents of her captious and irascible temper; and we find Walsingham taking pains to console Sir Henry Sidney under some manifestations of her displeasure, by the assurance that they had proceeded only from one of those transient gusts of passion for which she was accustomed to make sudden amends to her faithful servants by new and extraordinary tokens of her favor. There was no branch of prerogative of which Elizabeth was more tenacious than that which invested her with the sole and supreme direction of ecclesiastical affairs. The persevering efforts therefore of the Puritans to obtain various relaxations or alterations of the laws which she in her wisdom had lain down for the government of the church, on failure of which they scrupled not to recall to her memory the strong denunciations of the Jewish prophets against wicked and irreligious princes, at once exasperated and alarmed her, and led her to assume continually more and more of the incongruous and odious character of a Protestant persecutor of Protestants. But the Puritans themselves must have seemed guiltless in her eyes compared with a new sect, the principles of which, tending directly to the abrogation of all authority of the civil magistrate in spiritual concerns, called forth about this time her indignation manifested by the utmost severity of penal infliction. It was in the year 1580 that Robert Brown, having completed his studies in divinity at Cambridge, began to preach at Norwich against the discipline and ceremonies of the Church of England, and to promulgate a scheme which he affirmed to be more conformable to the apostolical model. According to his system, each congregation of believers was to be regarded as a separate church, possessing in itself full jurisdiction over its own concerns. The liberty of prophesying was to be indulged to all the brethren equally, and pastors were to be elected and dismissed at the pleasure of the majority, in whom he held that all power ought of right to reside. On account of these opinions, Brown was called before certain ecclesiastical commissioners, who imprisoned him for contumacy; but the interference of his relation Lord Burleigh procured his release, after which he repaired to Holland, where he founded several churches and published a book in defence of his system, in which he strongly inculcated upon his disciples the duty of separating themselves from what he stated anti-Christian churches. For the sole offence of distributing this work, 2 men were hanged in Suffolk in 1583. To which extremity of punishment they were subjected as having impugned the queen's supremacy, which was declared felony by a late statute now for the first time put in force against Protestants. Brown himself, after his return from Holland, was repeatedly imprisoned, and but for the protection of his powerful kinsman, might probably have shared the fate of his 2 disciples. At length, the terror of a sentence of excommunication drove him to recant, and joining the established church, he soon obtained preferment. But the Brownist sect suffered little by the desertion of its founder, whose private character was far from exemplary. In spite of penal laws, of persecution, and even of ridicule and contempt, it survived, increased, and eventually became the model on which the churches not only of the sect of Independents, but also of the 2 other denominations of English Protestant dissenters remain at the present day constituted. The death of Archbishop Grindal in 1583 afforded the queen the long desired opportunity of elevating to the primacy a prelate not inclined to offend her, like his predecessor, by any remissness in putting in force the laws against Puritans and other nonconformists. She nominated to this high dignity Whitgift, Bishop of Worcester, known to the polemics as the zealous antagonist of Cartwright the Puritan, and further recommended to her majesty by his single life, his talents for business, whether secular or ecclesiastical, his liberal and hospitable style of living, and the numerous train of attendants which swelled the pomp of his appearance on occasions of state and ceremony, when he even claimed to be served on the knee. This promotion forms an important era in the ecclesiastical history of the reign of Elizabeth; but only a few circumstances more peculiarly illustrative of the sentiments and disposition of Whitgift, of the queen herself, and of some of her principal councillors, can with propriety find a place in a work like the present. To bring back the clergy to that exact uniformity with respect to doctrines, rites, and ceremonies, from which the lenity of his predecessor had suffered them in many instances to recede, appeared to the new primate the first and most essential duty of his office; and the better to enforce obedience, he eagerly demanded to be armed with that plenitude of power which her majesty as head of the church was authorized to delegate at her pleasure. His request was granted with alacrity, and the work of intolerance began. Subscriptions were now required of the whole clerical body to the supremacy, to the Book of Common Prayer, to the articles of religion settled by the Convocation of 1560. In consequence of this first step alone, so large a number of zealous preachers and able divines attached to the Calvinistic model were suspended from their functions for non-compliance, that the privy council took alarm, and addressed a letter to the archbishop requesting a conference; but he loftily reproved their interference in matters of this nature, declaring himself amenable in the discharge of his functions to his sovereign alone. In the following year he prevailed upon her majesty to appoint a second high commission court, the members of which were authorized, ex officio, to administer interrogatories on oath in matters of faith, an assumption of power not merely cruel and oppressive, but absolutely illegal, if we are to rely on Beale, clerk of the council, an able and learned but somewhat intemperate partisan of the Puritans, who published on this occasion a work against the archbishop. To enter into controversy was now no part of the plan of Whitgift. He held it as a maxim that it was safer and better for an established church to silence than to confute; and a book of Calvinistic discipline having issued from the Cambridge press, he procured a Star Chamber decree for lessening and limiting the number of presses, for restraining any man from exercising the trade of a printer without a special license, and for subjecting all works to the censorship of the archbishop or the bishop of London. At the same time he vehemently declared that he would rather lie in prison all his life, or die, than grant any indulgence to Puritans; and he expressed his wonder, as well as indignation, that men high in place should countenance the factious portion of the clergy, low and obscure individuals and not even considerable by their numbers, against him the second person of the state. The earl of Leicester was not, however, to be intimidated from extending to these conscientious sufferers a protection which was in many instances effectual. Walsingham occasionally interceded in behalf of Calvinistic preachers of eminence, and Sir Francis Knowles, whose influence with the queen was considerable, never failed to encounter the measures of the primate with warm, courageous and persevering opposition. Even Burleigh, whom Whitgift had regarded as a friend and patron and hoped to number among his partisans, could not forbear expressing to him on various occasions his serious disapprobation of the rigors now resorted to. Nor was he to be silenced by the plea of the archbishop that he acted entirely by the command of her majesty. On the contrary, as instances multiplied daily before his eyes of the tyranny and persecution exercised, through the extraordinary powers of the ecclesiastical commission, on ministers of unblemished piety and often of exemplary usefulness, his remonstrances assumed a bolder tone and more indignant character; as in the following instance. "But when the said lord treasurer understood that 2 of these ministers, living in Cambridgeshire, whom for the good report of their modesty and peaceableness he had a little before recommended unto the archbishop's favor, were by the archbishop in commission sent to a register in London, to be strictly examined upon those 24 articles before mentioned, he was displeased; and reading over the articles himself, disliked them as running in a Romish style, and making no distinction of persons; which caused him to write in some earnestness to the archbishop, and in his letter he told him, that he found these articles so curiously penned, so full of branches and circumstances, as he thought the inquisitors of Spain used not so many questions to comprehend and to trap their praise; and that this juridical and canonical sifting of poor ministers was not to edify and reform; and that in charity he thought they ought not to answer to all these nice points, except they were very notorious offenders in papistry or heresy; begging his grace to bear with that one fault, if it were so, that he had willed these ministers not to answer those articles, except their consciences might suffer them." The archbishop, in a long and labored answer, expressed his surprise at his lordship's "vehement speeches" against the administering of interrogatories, "seeing it was the extraordinary course in other courts, as in the Star Chamber, in the courts of the Marches, and in other places;" and he advanced many arguments, or assertions, in defence of his proceedings, none of which proved satisfactory to the lord treasurer, as appeared by his reply. In the end, the archbishop found himself obliged to compromise this dispute by engaging that in future the 24 articles should only be administered to students in divinity previously to their ordination, and not to ministers already settled in cures, unless they should have openly declared themselves against the church government by law established. But this instance of concession extorted by the urgency of Walsingham appears to have been a solitary one. The high commission, with the archbishop at its head, proceeded unrelentingly in the work of establishing conformity, and crushing with a strong hand all appeals to the sense of the public on controverted points of discipline or doctrine. The queen, vehemently prepossessed with the idea that the opposers of episcopacy must ever be ill affected also to monarchy, made no scruple of declaring, after some years' experience of the untamable spirit of the sect, that the Puritans were greater enemies of hers than the papists; and in the midst of her greatest perils from the machinations of the latter sect, she seldom judged it necessary to conciliate by indulgence the attachment of the former. Several Calvinistic ministers, during the course of the reign, were subjected even to capital punishment on account of the scruples which they entertained respecting the lawfulness of acknowledging the queen's supremacy. On the other hand, the attempts of Sir Francis Knowles to inspire her majesty with jealousy of the designs of the archbishop, by whom some advances were made towards claiming for the episcopal order an authority by divine right, independently of the appointment of the head of the church, failed entirely of success. No ecclesiastic had ever been able to acquire so great an ascendancy over the mind of Elizabeth as Whitgift. There was a conformity in their views, and in some points a sympathy in their characters, which seemed to have secured to the primate in all his undertakings the sanction and approval of his sovereign. His favor continued unimpaired to the latest hour of her life. It was from his lips that she desired to receive the final consolations of religion; and regret for her loss, from the apprehension of unwelcome changes in the ecclesiastical establishment under the auspices of her successor, is believed to have contributed to the attack which carried off the archbishop within a year after the decease of his gracious and lamented mistress. Elizabeth took an important though secret part in the struggles for power among the Scottish nobles of opposite factions by which that kingdom was now agitated during several years. It has been suspected, but seems scarcely probable, that she was concerned in the conspiracy of the Earl of Gowrie for seizing the person of the young king. She certainly, however, interposed afterwards to mitigate his just anger against the participators in that dark design. On the whole, she was generally enabled to gain all the influence in the court of Scotland which she found necessary to her ends; for James could always be intimidated, and his minions most frequently bribed or cajoled. She regarded it, however, as an object of some consequence to gain an accurate knowledge of the character and capacity of her young kinsman, from one on whom she could rely; and for this purpose she prevailed on Walsingham, notwithstanding his age and infirmities, to undertake an embassy into Scotland, of which the ostensible objects were so trifling that its real purpose became perfectly evident to the more sagacious of James's counsellors. Melvil confesses that it cost him prodigious pains to equip the king, at short notice, with so much of artificial dignity and borrowed wisdom as might enable him to pass successfully through the ordeal of Walsingham's examination. But his labor was not thrown away; for James, who really possessed considerable quickness of parts and a competent share of book learning, played with such plausibility the part assigned him, that even this sagacious statesman is believed to have returned impressed with a higher opinion of his abilities than any part of his after conduct was found to warrant. Her increasing apprehensions from the hostility of the king of Spain caused Elizabeth to cultivate with added zeal the friendship of the northern powers of Europe, and in 1582 she sent the garter to the king of Denmark as a pledge of amity, making at the same time a fruitless endeavour to obtain for English merchant ships some remission of the duties newly levied by the Danish sovereign on the passage of the Sound. It was the prudent practice of her majesty to entrust these embassies of compliment to young noblemen lately come into possession of their estates, who, for her favor and their own honor, were willing to discharge them in a splendid manner at their private expense. The Danish mission was the price which she exacted from Peregrine Bertie, lately called up to the House of Peers as Lord Willoughby of Eresby, in right of his mother, for her reluctant and ungracious recognition of his undeniable title to this dignity. On the occurrence of this first mention of a high-spirited nobleman, afterwards celebrated for a brilliant valor which rendered him the idol of popular fame, the remarkable circumstances of his birth and parentage must not be omitted. His mother, only daughter and heir of the 9th Lord Willoughby by a Spanish lady of high birth, who had been maid of honor to Queen Catherine of Aragon, was first the ward and afterwards the third wife of Charles Brandon, Duke of Suffolk, by whom she had 2 sons, formerly mentioned as victims to the sweating sickness. Few ladies of that age chose long to continue in the unprotected state of widowhood, and the duchess had already re-entered the matrimonial state with Richard Bertie, a person of obscure birth but liberal education, when the accession of Mary exposed her to all the cruelties and oppressions exercised without remorse by the popish persecutors of that reign upon such of their private enemies as they could accuse of being also the enemies of the Catholic Church. The duchess, during the former reign, had drawn upon herself the bitter enmity of Gardiner by some imprudent and insulting manifestations of her abhorrence of his character and contempt for his religion, and she now learned with dismay that it was his intention to subject her to a strict interrogatory on the subject of her faith. Except apostasy, there was no other resource than the hazardous and painful one of voluntary banishment, and this she without hesitation adopted. Bertie first obtained license for quitting the country on some pretended business, and soon after, the duchess, attended only by 2 or 3 domestics, escaped by night with her infant daughter from her house in Barbican, and taking boat on the Thames, arrived at a port in Kent. Here she embarked; and through many perils, for stress of weather compelled her to put back into an English port, and the search was everywhere very strict, she reached at length a more hospitable shore, and rejoined her husband at Santon in the Duchy of Cleves. From this town, however, they were soon chased by the imminent apprehension of molestation from the Bishop of Arras. It was on an October evening that, followed only by 2 maidservants, on foot, through rain and mire and darkness, Bertie carrying a bundle, and the duchess her child, the forlorn wanderers began their march for Vessel, one of the Hants towns, about 4 miles distant. On their arrival, their wild and wretched appearance, with the sword which Bertie carried, gave them in the eyes of the inhabitants so suspicious an appearance that no one would harbour them; and while her husband ran from inn to inn vainly imploring admittance, the afflicted duchess was compelled to betake herself to the shelter of a church porch, and there, in that misery and desolation and want of everything, was delivered of a child, to whom, in memory of the circumstance, she gave the name of Peregrine. Bertie, meantime, addressing himself in Latin to two young scholars whom he overheard speaking together in that language, obtained a direction to a Walloon minister, to whom the duchess had formerly shown kindness in England. By his means such prompt and affectionate succour was administered as served to restore her to health, and here for some time they found rest for the sole of their foot. A fresh alarm then obliged them to remove into the dominions of the Palsgrave, where they had remained till the supplies which they had brought with them in money and jewels were nearly exhausted, when a friend of the duchess's, having interested the King of Poland in their behalf, they fortunately received an invitation from this sovereign. Arriving in his country, after great hardships and imminent danger of their lives from the brutality of some soldiers on their way, a large demesne was assigned them by their princely protector, on which they lived in great honor and tranquillity, till the happy accession of Elizabeth recalled them to their native land. Peregrine, Lord Willoughby, found many occasions of distinguishing himself in the wars of Flanders, where he rose to the rank of lieutenant general. He was not less magnanimous than brave, and, disdaining the servility of a court life, is thought to have enjoyed on this account less of the queen's favor than her admiration of military merit would otherwise have prompted her to bestow upon him. He died governor of Berwick in 1601. His son was afterwards created Earl of Lindsey, and the title of Duke of Ancaster is now borne by his descendants. The King of Sweden, conducted to the brink of ruin by an unequal contest with the arms of Russia, sent in 1583 a solemn embassy to the Queen of England to entreat her to mediate a peace for him. This good work, in which she cheerfully engaged, was speedily brought to a happy issue, and the Tsar seized the opportunity of the negotiations to press for the conclusion of that league offensive and defensive with England, which he had formerly proposed in vain. The objection that such an alliance was inconsistent with the laws of nations, since it might engage the queen to commit hostilities on princes against whom she had never declared war, made, as might be expected, little impression on this barbarian, and Elizabeth had considerable difficulty in escaping from the intimate embrace of his proffered friendship to the cool civilities of a commercial treaty. Another perplexing circumstance occurred. The Tsar had set his heart upon an English wife. Some say he ventured to address the queen herself. But however this might be, she was about to gratify his wish by sending him for a bride a lady of royal blood, sister of the Earl of Huntingdon, when the information which she received of the unlimited privilege of divorce exercised by his Muscovite majesty deterred her from completing her project. She was in consequence obliged to excuse the failure on the ground of the delicate health of the young lady, the reluctance of her brother to part with her, and, what must have filled the despot with astonishment, her own inability to dispose of her female subjects in marriage against the consent of their own relations. About this time died the Earl of Sussex. In him the queen was deprived of a faithful and honorable counsellor and an affectionate kinsman. Leicester lost the antagonist whom he most dreaded, and the nobility one of its principal ornaments. Dying childless, his next brother succeeded him, in whom the race ended; for Egremond Ratcliffe, his youngest brother, had already completed his disastrous destiny. This unfortunate gentleman, it will be remembered, was rendered a fugitive and an outlaw by the part which he had taken, at a very early age, in the Northern Rebellion. For several years he led a forlorn and rambling life, sometimes in Flanders, sometimes in Spain, deriving his sole support from an ill-paid pension and occasional donations of Philip II, and often enduring extremities of poverty and hardship. Wearied with so many sufferings in a desperate cause, he then employed all his endeavours to make his peace at home, and impatient at length of the suspense which he endured, he took the step of returning to England at all hazards, and throwing himself on the compassion of Lord Burleigh. The treasurer, touched with his misery and his expressions of penitence, interceded with the queen for his pardon; but she, on some fresh occasion of suspicion, caused him to be advised to steal out of the kingdom again, and neglecting this intimation, he was committed to the Tower. After some months he was released, possibly under a promise of attempting some extraordinary piece of service to his country, and was sent back to Flanders, where he was soon after apprehended on a charge of conspiring against the life of Don John of Austria. Some say, and some deny, that he confessed his guilt, and accused the English ministry of a participation in the design. However this might be, he perished by the hand of public justice, a lamentable victim to the guilty violence of the popish faction which first beguiled his inexperience; to the relentless policy of Elizabeth, which forbade the return of offenders perhaps not incorrigible, and to the desperation which, gaining dominion over his mind, had subverted all its moral principles. Ireland had been as usual the scene of much danger and disturbance. In 1582 an attempt was made by the King of Spain to incite the Catholic inhabitants to a general rebellion, by throwing on the coast a small body of troops, seconded by a very considerable sum of money, and attended by a number of priests prepared to preach up his title to the sovereignty of the island in virtue of the papal donation. But the vigorous measures of Arthur Lord Grey the deputy, by holding the Irish in check, rendered this effort abortive. The Spaniards, unable to penetrate into the country, raised a fort near the place of their landing, which they hoped to be able to hold out till the arrival of reinforcements. They obstinately refused the terms of surrender first offered them by the deputy; and the fort being afterwards taken by assault, the whole garrison, with the exception of the officers, was put to the sword; an act of cruelty which the deputy is said to have commanded with tears, in obedience to the decision of a court-martial from which he could not venture to depart, and which Elizabeth publicly reprobated, perhaps without internally condemning. The Earl of Desmond, who on the arrival of the Spanish troops had risen in arms against the government with all the power he could muster, was excepted from the general pardon granted to other Irish insurgents, and thus remaining by necessity in a state of rebellion, gave for some time considerable disquiet, if not alarm, to the English government. But his resources of every kind gradually falling off, he was hunted about through bogs and forests, from one fastness or lurking place to another, enduring every kind of privation and hardship, and often foiling his pursuers by hair-breadth escapes. It is even related that he and his countess on one occasion, being roused from their bed in the middle of the night, found no other mode of concealment than that of wading up to their necks in the river which bathed the walls of their retreat. At length, a small party of soldiers having entered by surprise a solitary cabin, they there found one old man sitting alone, to whom their brutal leader gave a blow with his sword, which nearly cut off his arm, and another on the side of his head, on which he cried out, "I am the Earl of Desmond." The name was no protection; for perceiving that he bled fast and was unable to march, the ruthless soldier, bidding him prepare for instant death, struck off his head and brought it away as a trophy, leaving the mangled trunk to the chance of interment by any faithful follower of the house of Fitzgerald, who might venture from his hiding place to explore the fate of his chief. The head was sent to England as a present to the queen, and placed by her command on London Bridge. From this time, the beginning of 1583, Ireland enjoyed a short respite from scenes of violence and blood under the vigorous yet humane administration of Sir John Perrot, the new deputy. The petty warfare of this turbulent province, amid the many and great evils of various kinds which it brought forth, was productive however of some contingent advantage to the queen's affairs, by serving as a school of military discipline to many an officer of merit, whose abilities she afterwards found occasion to employ in more important enterprises to check the power of Spain. Ireland was in particular the scene of several of the early exploits of that brilliant and extraordinary genius Walter Raleigh, and it was out of his service in this country that an occasion arose for his appearing before her majesty, which he had the talent and dexterity so to improve as to make it the origin of all his favor and advancement. Raleigh was the poor younger brother of a decayed but ancient family in Devonshire. His education at Oxford was yet incomplete, when the ardor of his disposition impelled him to join a gallant band of 100 volunteers led by his relation Henry Champernon, in 1569, to the aid of the French Protestants. Here he served a 6 years' apprenticeship to the art of war, after which, returning to his own country, he gave himself for a while to the more tranquil pursuits of literature, for "both Minervas" claimed him as their own. In 1578 he resumed his arms under General Norris, commander of the English forces in the Netherlands. The next year, ambitious of a new kind of glory, he accompanied that gallant navigator, Sir Humphrey Gilbert, his half-brother, in a voyage to Newfoundland. This expedition proving unfortunate, he obtained in 1580 a captain's commission in the Irish service, and, recommended by his vigor and capacity, rose to be governor of Cork. He was the officer appointed to carry into effect the bloody sentence passed upon the Spanish garrison; a cruel service, but one which the military duty of obedience rendered matter of indispensable obligation. A quarrel with Lord Grey put a stop to his promotion in Ireland, and on his following this nobleman to England, their difference was brought to a hearing before the Privy Council, when the great talents and uncommon flow of eloquence exhibited by Raleigh in pleading his own cause, by raising the admiration of all present, proved the means of introducing him to the presence of the queen. His comely person, fine address, and prompt proficiency in the arts of a courtier did all the rest; and he rapidly rose to such a height of royal favor as to inspire with jealousy even him who had long stood foremost in the good graces of his sovereign. It is recorded of Raleigh during the early days of his court attendance, when a few handsome suits of clothes formed almost the sum total of his worldly wealth, that as he was accompanying the queen in one of her daily walks, during which she was fond of giving audience, because she imagined that the open air produced a favorable effect on her complexion, she arrived at a miry spot, and stood in perplexity how to pass. With an adroit presence of mind, the courtier pulled off his rich plush cloak, and threw it on the ground to serve her for a footcloth. She accepted with pleasure an attention which flattered her, and it was afterwards quaintly said that the spoiling of a cloak had gained him many good suits. It was in Ireland too that Edmund Spenser, one of our first genuine poets, whose rich and melodious strains will find delighted audience as long as inexhaustible fertility of invention, truth, fluency and vivacity of description, copious learning, and a pure, amiable and heart-ennobling morality shall be prized among the students of English verse, was now tuning his enchanting lyre; and the ear of Raleigh was the first to catch its strains. This eminent person was probably of obscure parentage and slender means, for it was as a sizer, the lowest order of students, that he was entered at Cambridge; but that his humble merit early attracted the notice of men of learning and virtue is apparent from his intimacy with Stubbs, already commemorated, and from his friendship with that noted literary character, Gabriel Hervey, by whom he was introduced to the acquaintance of Philip Sidney. His leaning towards puritanical principles, clearly manifested by various passages in the Shepherd's Calendar, had probably betrayed itself to his superiors at the university, by his choice of associates, or other circumstances, previously to the publication of that piece, and might possibly have some share in the disappointment of his hopes of a fellowship which occurred in 1576. Quitting college on this occurrence, he retired for some time into the north of England; but the friendship of Sidney drew him again from his solitude, and it was at Penshurst that he composed much of his Shepherd's Calendar, published in 1579 under the signature of Emerito, and dedicated to this generous patron of his muse. The earl of Leicester, probably at his nephew's request, sent Spenser the same year on some commission to France, and in the next he obtained the post of secretary to Lord Grey, and attended him to Ireland. Section 30. Section 31 of Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth. This recording is in the public domain. Memoirs of the Court of Queen Elizabeth, Volumes 1 and 2, by Lucy Aikin. Chapter 20. 1582 to 1587, Part 2. Though the child of fancy and the muse, Spenser now showed that business was not "the contradiction of his fate." He drew up an excellent discourse on the state of Ireland, still read and valued, and received as his reward the grant of a considerable tract of land out of the forfeited Desmond estates, and of the castle of Kilcolman, which henceforth became his residence, and where he had soon the satisfaction of receiving a first visit from Raleigh. Both pupils of classical antiquity, both poets and aspirants after immortal fame, they met in this land of ignorance and barbarity as brothers; and so strong was the impression made on the mind of Raleigh, that even on becoming a successful courtier he dismissed not from his memory or his affection the tuneful shepherd whom he had left behind tending his flocks, "under the foot of Mole, that mountain hoar." He spoke of him to the queen with all the enthusiasm of kindred genius, obtained for him some favors, or promises of favors, and on a second visit which he made to Ireland, probably for the purpose of inspecting the large grants which he had himself obtained, he dragged his friend from his obscure retreat, carried him over with him to England, and hastened to initiate him in those arts of pushing a fortune at court which with himself had succeeded so prosperously. But bitterly did the disappointed poet learn to deprecate the mistaken kindness which had taught him to exchange leisure and independence, though in a solitude so barbarous and remote, for the servility, the intrigues and the treacheries of this heart-sickening scene. He put upon lasting record his grief and his repentance, in a few lines of energetic warning to the inexperienced in the ways of courts, and hastened back to earn in obscurity his title to immortal fame by the composition of the Faery Queen. This great work appeared in 1589, with a preface addressed to Raleigh, and a considerable apparatus of recommendatory poems, one of which, a sonnet of great elegance, is marked with initials which assign it to the same patronizing friend. The proceedings of the administration against papists accused of treasonable designs or practices began about this time to excite considerable perturbation in the public mind; for though circumstances were brought to light which seemed to justify in some degree the worst suspicions entertained of this faction, a system of conduct on the part of the government also became apparent, which no true Englishman could without indignation and horror contemplate. The earl of Leicester, besides partaking with the other confidential advisers of her majesty in the blame attached to the general character of the measures now pursued, lay under the popular imputation of making these acts of power subservient, in many atrocious instances, to his private purposes of rapacity or vengeance, and a cloud of odium was raised against him, which the breath of his indulgent sovereign was in vain exerted to disperse. There was in Warwickshire a Catholic gentleman named Somerville, a person of violent temper and somewhat disordered in mind, who had been worked up, by the instigations of one Hall his confessor, to such a pitch of fanatical frenzy, that he set out for London with the fixed purpose of killing the queen; but falling furiously upon some of her Protestant subjects by the way, he was apprehended, and readily confessed the object of his journey. Being closely questioned, perhaps with torture, he is said to have dropped something which touched Mr. Arden his father-in-law; and Hall on examination positively declared that this gentleman had been made privy to the bloody purpose of Somerville. On this bare assertion of the priest, unconfirmed, as appears, by any collateral evidence, Arden was indicted, found guilty, and underwent the whole sentence of the law. It happened to be publicly known that Arden was the personal enemy of Leicester, for he had refused to wear his livery; a base kind of homage which was paid him without scruple, as it seems, by other neighbouring gentlemen, and he was also in the habit of reproaching him with the murder of his first wife. The wife also of Arden was the sister of Sir Nicholas Throgmorton, whom Leicester was vulgarly supposed to have poisoned, and of the chief justice of Chester lately displaced. When, therefore, in addition to these circumstances of suspicion, it was further observed that Somerville, instead of being produced to deny or confirm on the scaffold the evidence which he was said to have given against Arden, died strangled in prison, by his own hand, as was affirmed; when it was seen that Hall, who was confessedly the instigator of the whole, and further obnoxious to the laws as a Catholic priest, was quietly sent out of the kingdom by Leicester's means, in spite of the opposition of Sir Christopher Hatton; and finally, when it appeared that the forfeited lands of Arden went to enrich a creature of the same great man, this victim of law was regarded as a martyr, and it was found impossible to tie up the tongues of men from crying shame and vengeance on his cruel and insidious destroyer. The plot thickened when Francis Throgmorton, son of the degraded judge of Chester, was next singled out. Some intercepted letters to the queen of Scots formed the first ground of this gentleman's arrest; but being carried to the Tower, he was there racked to extort further discoveries, and Lord Paget and Charles Arundel, a courtier, quitted the kingdom in haste as soon as they knew him to be in custody. After this, many of the leading Catholics fell into suspicion, particularly the earls of Northumberland and Arundel, who were ordered to confine themselves to their houses. Lord William Howard, brother to the latter nobleman, and his uncle Lord Henry Howard, were likewise subjected to several long and rigorous examinations, but were dismissed at length on full proof of their perfect innocence. The confessions of Throgmorton further implicated the Spanish ambassador, who replied in so high a tone to the representations made him on the subject, that her majesty commanded him to quit the kingdom. Francis Throgmorton was condemned, and suffered as a traitor, and it is probable, not undeservedly. There was reason also to believe that a dangerous activity was exercised by the Queen of Scots and her agents, and that the letters which she was continually finding means of conveying not only to the heads of the popish party, but to all whose connections led her to imagine them in any degree favorable to the cause, had shaken the allegiance of numbers. On the other hand, the Catholics complained, and certainly not without reason, of dark and detestable means employed by the ministry to betray and ensnare them. Counterfeited letters, it seems, were often addressed to gentlemen of this persuasion, purporting to come either from the Queen of Scots or from some certain English exiles, and soliciting concurrence in some scheme for her deliverance or some design against the government. If the unwary receivers either answered the letters, or simply forbore to deliver them up to the Secretary of State, their houses were entered, search was made for these papers by the emissaries of government, who were themselves the fabricators of them. The unfortunate owners were dragged to prison as suspected persons, and interrogated, and perhaps tortured, till they discovered all that they knew of the secrets of the party. Spies were planted upon them, every unguarded word was caught up and interpreted in the worst sense, and false or frivolous accusations were greedily entertained. Walsingham, next to Leicester, bore the chief odium of these proceedings; but to him no corrupt motives or private ends ever appear to have been imputed in particular cases, though in anxiety to preserve his place and to recommend himself to the queen his mistress by an extraordinary manifestation of care for her safety and zeal in her service, may not unfairly be supposed to have influenced the general character of his policy. The loud complaints of the Catholics had excited so strong and so widely diffused a sentiment of compassion for them, and indignation against their oppressors, that it was judged expedient to publish an apology for the measures of government, written either by Lord Burleigh himself or under his direction, which bore the title of "A declaration of the favorable dealing of her majesty's commissioners appointed for the examination of certain traitors, and of tortures unjustly reported to be done upon them for matters of religion." It thus begins: "Good reader, although her majesty's most mild and gracious government be sufficient to defend itself against those most slanderous reports of heathenish and unnatural tyranny and cruel tortures pretended to have been exercised upon certain traitors who lately suffered for their treason, and others, as well as spread abroad by rungates, Jesuits and seminary men in their seditious books, letters and libels, in foreign countries and princes' courts, as also intimidated into the hearts of some of our own countrymen and her majesty's subjects, I have conferred with a very honest gentleman whom I knew to have good and sufficient means to deliver the truth," &c. And the following are the heads of this "honest gentleman's" testimony. "It is affirmed for truth, and is offered upon due examination to be proved, that the forms of torture in their severity or rigor of execution have not been such as is slanderously represented. That even the principal offender Campion himself, before the conference had with him by learned men in the Tower, wherein he was charitably used, was never so racked but that he was presently able to walk and to write, and did presently write and subscribe all his confessions." That Bryant, a man said to have been reduced to such extremities of hunger and thirst in prison, that he ate the clay out of the walls and drank the droppings of the roof, was kept in that state by his own fault; for certain treasonable writings being found upon him, he was required to give a specimen of his handwriting; which refusing, he was told he should have no food till he wrote for what he wanted, and after fasting nearly 2 days and nights he complied. Also, that both with respect to these two and others, it might be affirmed that the warders, whose office it is to use the rack, "were ever by those that attended the examinations specially charged to use it in as charitable a manner as such a thing might be." Secondly, that none of those Catholics who have been racked during her majesty's reign were "upon the rack or in any other torture" demanded of any points of faith and doctrine merely, "but only with what persons, at home or abroad, and touching what plots and practices they had dealt, about attempts against her majesty's estate or person, or to alter the laws of the realm for matters of religion, by treason or by force; and how they were persuaded themselves and did persuade others, touching the Pope's pretence of authority to depose kings and princes, and namely for deprivation of her majesty, and to discharge subjects from their allegiance," &c. Thirdly, that none of them have been put to the rack or torture, no not for the matters of treason, of partnership of treason, or such like, but where it was first known and evidently probable, by former detections, confessions, and otherwise, that the party was guilty, and could deliver truth of the things wherewith he was charged; so as it was first assured that no innocent was at any time tormented, and the rack was never used to wring out confessions at adventure upon uncertainties," &c. Fourthly, that none of them hath been racked or tortured unless he had first said expressly, or amounting to as much, that he will not tell the truth though the queen did command him," &c. Fifthly, that the proceeding to torture was always so slowly, so unwillingly, and with so many preparations of persuasions to spare themselves, and so many means to let them know that the truth was by them to be uttered, both in duty to her majesty and in wisdom for themselves, as whosoever was present at those actions must needs acknowledge in her majesty's ministers a full purpose to follow the example of her own gracious disposition. Thus it appeareth, that albeit by the more general laws of nations, torture hath been and is lawfully judged to be used in lesser cases, and in sharper manner, for inquisition of truth in crimes not so near extending to public danger as these ungracious persons have committed, whose conspiracies, and the particularities thereof, it did so much import and behove to have disclosed; yet even in that necessary use of such proceeding, enforced by the offender's notorious obstinacy, is nevertheless to be acknowledged the sweet temperature of her majesty's mild and gracious clemency, and their slanderous lewdness to be the more condemned, that have in favor of heinous malefactors and stubborn traitors spread untrue rumors and slanders, to make her merciful government disliked, under false pretence and rumors of sharpness and cruelty, to those against whom nothing can be cruel, and yet upon whom nothing hath been done but gentle and merciful." This is a document which speaks sufficiently for itself. Torture, in any shape, was even at this time absolutely contrary to the law of the land; and happily there was enough of true English feeling in the country, even under the rule of a Tudor, to render it expedient for Elizabeth, soon after the exposition of these "favorable dealings" of her commissioners, to issue an order that no species of it should in future be applied to state prisoners on any pretext whatsoever. Parsons the Jesuit, who had been fortunate enough to make his escape when his associate Campion was apprehended, is believed to have been the papist who sought to avenge his party on its capital enemy by the composition of that virulent invective called Leicester's Commonwealth, a pamphlet which was printed in Flanders in 1584, and of which a vast number of copies were imported into England, where it obtained, from the color of the leaves and the supposed author, the familiar title of Father Parsons' Green Coat. In this work all the current stories against the unpopular favorite were collected and set forth as well attested facts; and they were related with that circumstantiality and minuteness of detail which are too apt to pass upon the common reader as the certain and authentic characters of truth. The success of this book was prodigious. It was read universally and with utmost avidity. All who envied Leicester's power and grandeur, all who had smarted under his insolence, or felt the gripe of his rapacity, all who had been scandalized or wounded in family honor by his unbridled licentiousness, all who still cherished in their hearts the image of the unfortunate Duke of Norfolk, whom he was believed to have entangled in a deadly snare, all who knew him for the foe and suspected him for the murderer of the gallant and lamented Earl of Essex; finally, all, and they were nearly the whole of the nation, who looked upon him as a base and treacherous miscreant, shielded by the affection of his sovereign and wrapped in an impenetrable cloud of hypocrisy and artifice, who aimed in the dark his envenomed weapons against the bosom of innocence, exulted in this exposure of his secret crimes, and eagerly received and propagated for truth even the grossest of the exaggerations and falsehoods with which the narrative was intermixed. Elizabeth, incensed to the last degree at so furious an attack upon the man in whom her confidence was irremovably fixed, caused her council to write letters to all persons in authority for the suppression of these books, and punishment of such as were concerned in their dispersion, adding at the same time the declaration that her majesty "testified in her conscience before God, that she knew in assured certainty the books and libels against the earl to be most malicious, false and scandalous, and such as none but an incarnate devil himself could dream to be true." The letters further stated, that her majesty regarded this publication as an attempt to discredit her own government, "as though she should have failed in good judgement and discretion in the choice of so principal a counsellor about her, or to be without taste or care of all justice or conscience, in suffering such heinous and monstrous crimes as by the said books and libels be infamously imputed, to pass unpunished; or finally, at the least, to want either good will, ability, or courage, if she knew these enormities were true, to call any subject of hers whatsoever to render sharp account of them, according to the force of her laws." The councillors in their own persons afterwards went on to declare that they "to do his lordship but right, of their sincere consciences must needs affirm these strange and abominable crimes to be raised of a wicked and venomous malice against the said earl, of whose good service, sincerity of religion, and all other faithful dealings towards her majesty and the realm, they had had long and true experience." These letters said too much. It was not credible that either her majesty or her privy councillors should each individually know to be false all the imputations thrown upon Leicester in the libels written against him. There was even good reason to believe that many of them were firmly believed to be well founded by several, and perhaps most, of the privy councillors. At all events, nothing like exculpatory evidence was brought, or attempted to be brought, on the subject, consequently no effect was produced on public opinion. The whole was regarded as an ex parte proceeding. Philip Sidney, who probably set out with a sincere disbelief of these shocking accusations brought against any uncle who had shown for him an affection next to parental, eagerly took up the pen in his defence; but the only point on which his refutation appears to have been triumphant was unfortunately one of no moral moment: the antiquity and nobility of the Dudley family, falsely, as it seems, impugned by the libeller. Some inconsistencies and contradictions he indeed pointed out in other matters; but on the whole the answer was miserably deficient in everything but invective, of which there was far too much; and either from a gradual perception of the badness of his cause or the weakness of his performance, or perhaps for other reasons with which we are unacquainted, he abandoned his design, and the fragment never saw the light till the publication of the Sidney papers about 60 years ago. But whatever might be the private judgments of men concerning the character and conduct of the earl of Leicester, the support of the queen, and the strength of the party which the long possession of power, and a remarkable fidelity in the observance of his engagements towards his own adherents had enabled him to form, effectually protected him from experiencing any decline of his political influence. Of this a proof appeared soon after, when, in consequence of further disclosures of the dangerous designs of the Catholics, a form of association, by which the subscribers bound themselves to pursue, to the utmost of their power, even to the death, all who should attempt any thing against the queen in favor of any pretender to the crown, was drawn up by this nobleman and obtained the signatures of all orders of men. This was a measure which the queen of Scots perceived to be aimed expressly against herself, and of which she sought to divert the ill effects by all the means still within her power. She desired to be one of the first to whom the association should be offered for subscription, and she begged that this act might form the basis of a treaty by which all differences between herself and Elizabeth might be finally composed, and her long captivity exchanged at length, if not for absolute freedom, at least for a state of comparative independence, under articles guaranteed by the principal powers of Europe. These articles, far different from the former claims of Mary, appeared to Walsingham so advantageous to his mistress, by the exemption which they seemed to promise her from future machinations on the part of the queen of Scots, that he strenuously urged their acceptance; but it was in vain. Mutual injuries, dissimulation on both sides, and causes of jealousy on the part of Elizabeth, from which all her advantages over her captive enemy had not served to set her free, now as ever opposed the conclusion of any terms of agreement, and the imprudent and violent conduct of Mary served to confirm Elizabeth in her unrelentingness. Even while the terms were under discussion, a letter was intercepted addressed by the queen of Scots to Sir Francis Englefield, an English exile and pensioner in Spain, in which she thus wrote: "Of the treaty between the queen of England and me, I may neither hope nor look for good issue. Whatsoever shall become of me, by whatsoever change of my state and condition, let the execution of the great plot go forward, without any respect of peril or danger to me. For I will account my life very happily bestowed, if I may with the same help and relieve so great a number of the oppressed children of the church. And further, I pray you, use all possible diligence, and endeavour to pursue and promote, at the pope's and other kings' hand, such a speedy execution of their former designments, that the same may be effectuated some time this next spring," etc. It must be confessed, that after such a letter Mary had little right to complain of the failure of these negotiations. The countess of Shrewsbury, now at open variance with her husband, had employed every art to infuse into the queen suspicions of a too great intimacy subsisting between the earl and his prisoner; and Elizabeth, either from a jealousy which the long fidelity of Shrewsbury to his arduous trust was unable to counteract, or was believed, at the instigation of some who meant further mischief to Mary, ordered about this time her removal to the custody of Sir Amias Paulet and Sir Drugo Drury. This change filled the mind of the captive queen with terror, which prepared her to listen with avidity to any schemes, however desperate, for her own deliverance and the destruction of her enemy, and proved the prelude to that tragical catastrophe which was now advancing fast upon her. A violent quarrel between Mary and the Countess of Shrewsbury had naturally resulted from the conduct of this furious woman; and Mary, whose passions, whether fierce or tender, easily hurried her beyond the bounds of decency and of prudence, gratified her resentment at once against the countess and the queen by addressing to Elizabeth a letter which could never be forgiven or forgotten. In this piece, much too gross for insertion in the present work, she professes to comply with the request of her royal sister, by acquainting her very exactly with all the evil of every kind that the Countess of Shrewsbury had ever spoken of her majesty in her hearing. She then proceeds to repeat or invent all that the most venomous malice could devise against the character of Elizabeth; as that she had conferred her favors on a nameless person, probably Leicester, to whom she had promised marriage; on the Duke of Anjou, on Simier, on Hatton and others; that the latter was quite disgusted with her fondness; that she was generous to none but these favorites, etc. That her conceit of her beauty was such that no flattery could be too gross for her to swallow; and that this folly was the theme of ridicule to all her courtiers, who would often pretend that their eyes were unable to sustain the radiance of her countenance; a trait, by the way, which stands on other and better authority than this infamous letter. That her temper was so furious that it was dreadful to attend upon her; that she had broken the finger of one lady, and afterwards pretended to the courtiers that it was done by the fall of a chandelier, and that she had cut another across the hand with a knife; stories very probably not entirely unfounded in fact, since we find the earl of Huntingdon complaining, in a letter still preserved in the British Museum, that the queen, on some quarrel, had pinched his wife "very sorely;" that she interfered in an arbitrary manner with the marriage of one of the countess of Shrewsbury's daughters, and wanted to engross the disposal of all the heiresses in the kingdom; in which charge there was also some truth. This insulting epistle concluded with assurances of the extreme anxiety of the writer to see a good understanding restored between herself and Elizabeth. Meantime, the most alarming manifestations of the inveterate hostility of the persecuted papists against the queen continued to agitate the minds of a people who loved and honored her, and who anticipated with well-founded horror the succession of another Mary, which seemed inevitable in the event of her death. A book was written by a Romish priest exhorting the female attendants of her majesty to emulate the merit and glory of Judith by inflicting on her the fate of Holofernes. Dr. Allen, afterwards cardinal, published a work to justify and recommend the murder of a heretic prince; and by this piece a gentleman of the name of Parry was confirmed, it is said, in the black design which he had several times revolved in his mind, but relinquished as often from misgivings of conscience. In the history of this person there are some circumstances very remarkable. He was a man of considerable learning, but being vicious and needy, had some years before this time committed a robbery, for which he had received the royal pardon. Afterwards he went abroad, and was reconciled to the Romish church, though employed at the same time by the ministers of Elizabeth to give intelligence respecting the English exiles, whom he often recommended to pardon or favor, and sometimes apparently with success. Returning home, he gained access to the queen, who admitted him to several private interviews; and he afterwards declared, that fearing he might be tempted to put in act the bloody purpose which perpetually haunted his mind, he always left his dagger at home when he went to wait upon her. On these occasions he apprized her majesty of the existence of many designs against her life, and endeavoured, with great earnestness and plainness of speech, to convince her of the cruelty and impolicy of those laws against the papists which had rendered them her deadly foes; but finding his arguments thrown away upon the queen, he afterwards procured a seat in parliament, where he was the sole opponent of a severe act passed against the Jesuits. On account of the freedom with which he expressed himself on this occasion, he was for a few days imprisoned. Soon after, a gentleman of the family of Nevil, induced, it is said, by the hope of obtaining as his reward the honors and lands of the rebel earl of Westmorland lately dead, disclosed to the government a plot for assassinating the queen, in which he affirmed that Parry had engaged his concurrence. Parry confessed in prison that he had long deliberated on the means of effectually serving his church, and it appeared that he had come to the decision that the assassination of the queen's greatest subject might be lawful. A letter was also found upon him from Cardinal Como, expressing approbation of some design which he had communicated to him. On this evidence he was capitally condemned; but to the last he strongly denied that the cardinal's letter, couched in general terms, referred to any attempt on the queen's person, or that he had ever entertained the design charged upon him. Unlike all the other martyrs of popery at this time, he died, not avowing and glorying in the crime charged upon him, but earnestly protesting his innocence, his loyalty, his warm attachment to her majesty. An account of his life was published immediately afterwards by the queen's printer, written in a style of the utmost virulence, and filled with tales of his monstrous wickedness which have much the air of violent calumnies. Parry was well known to Lord Burleigh, with whom he had corresponded for several years; and the circumstance of his being brought by him to the presence of the queen proves that this minister was far from regarding him either as the low, the infamous, or the desperate wretch that he is here represented. That he had sometimes imagined the death of the queen he seems to have acknowledged; but most probably he had never so far conquered the dictates of loyalty and conscience as to have laid any plan for her destruction, or even to have resolved upon hazarding the attempt. The case therefore was one in which mercy and even justice seemed to have required the remission of a harsh and hasty sentence; but the panic terror which had now seized the queen, the ministry, the parliament and the nation, would have sufficed to overpower the pleadings of the generous virtues in hearts of nobler mould than those of Elizabeth, of Leicester, or of Walsingham. Nevil, the accuser of Parry, far from gaining any reward, was detained prisoner in the Tower certainly till the year 1588, and whether he even then obtained his liberation does not appear. The several enactments of the new parliament against papists, which included a total prohibition of every exercise of the rites of their religion, so affected the mind of Philip Howard, earl of Arundel, already exasperated by the personal hardships to which the suspicions of her majesty and the hostility of her ministers had exposed him, that he formed the resolution of banishing himself for ever from his native land. Having secretly prepared everything for his departure, he put his whole case upon record in a letter addressed to her majesty, and left behind at his house in London. This piece ought, as it appears, to have excited in the breast of his sovereign sentiments of regret and compunction rather than of indignation. The writer complains that without any offence given on his part, or even objected against him by her majesty, he had long since fallen into her disfavor, as by her "bitter speeches" had become publicly known; so that he was generally accounted, "nay in a manner pointed at," as one whom her majesty least favored, and in most disgrace as a person whom she did deeply suspect and especially mislike. That after he had continued for some months under this cloud, he had been called sundry times by her command before the council, where charges had been brought against him, some of them ridiculously trifling, others incredible, all so untrue, that even his greatest enemies could not, after his answers were made, reproach him with any disloyal thought. Yet was he in the end ordered to keep his house. That his enemies still continued to pursue him with interrogatories, and continued his restraint; and that even after the last examination had failed to produce anything against him, he was still kept 15 weeks longer in the same state, though accused of nothing. That when, either his enemies being ashamed to pursue these proceedings further, or her majesty being prevailed upon by his friends to put an end to them, he had at length recovered his liberty, he had been led to meditate on the fates of his 3 unfortunate ancestors, all circumvented by their enemies, and 2 of them, the earl of Surrey his grandfather, and the duke of Norfolk his father, brought for slight causes to an untimely end. And having weighed their cases with what had just befallen himself, he concluded that it might well be his lot to succeed them in fortune as in place. His foes were strong to overthrow, he weak to defend himself, since innocence, he had found, was no protection; her majesty being "easily drawn to an ill opinion of" his "ancestry;" and moreover he had been "charged by the council to be of the religion which was accounted odious and dangerous to her estate. Lastly," he adds, "but principally, I weighed in what miserable doubtful case my soul had remained if my life had been taken, as it was not unlikely in my former troubles. For I protest, the greatest burden that rested on my conscience at that time was, because I had not lived according to the prescript rule of that which I undoubtedly believed," &c. Section 31.